I didn't mean to push all your buttons. Just kidding. I really did. Slate to Izzy. Slate. 3 years ago. The first time I saw her, I was shackled to a table with chains. "What are you talking about?" I asked, trying to keep my eyes on Izzy, but having a hard time doing that since there was a blonde woman that was about 5'0" at the table next to me, giving the man she was visiting a rundown about a Chuck Norris race that she was running in about a week. "I'm talking about the fact that our mother is a whore, and she tried to get the daycare that Astrid is enrolled in to allow her visitation time," Izzy explained patiently. I finally pulled my eyes off the blonde and looked at my sister. "And this surprises you because?" I asked with a raised brow. She sighed loudly. "I guess it doesn't. I'm just annoyed that I have to deal with it at all. I thought I got rid of her and she keeps popping back up like a herpes outbreak." The blonde at the table next to us paused in her conversation with the man and looked at my sister with a grin on her face. I sighed and tried not to stare. It was nearly impossible, though. I wasn't sure what it was that drew me to her. She was about 5'0" with blonde hair that was arranged in a fighter's braid down both sides of her head. She had bright pink strands that were woven throughout the braid, and at the very bottom it transitioned into straight purple. Her eyes were an eerie shade of green, kind of like sea foam, but brighter. She had the longest lashes that I'd ever seen, and that was saying something because it looked like she had zero makeup on. Her forearms were absolutely tiny and were about the size of 2 of my fingers put together in width, but those forearms had so many goddamn bracelets that they went almost halfway up said arm. "Are you listening to me at all?" Izzy asked. "Are you sick?" I looked at my sister, once again peeling my eyes away from the blonde, and shrugged. "You were talking about our mother," I said, sounding bored. "What did you want me to do? Say, 'Huh, that's weird'?" I asked. "Because it's not weird for her. Honestly, I'm surprised she hasn't tried to do anything before now." Izzy sat back with a huff and crossed her arms over her chest, looking adorably annoyed. Izzy, my baby sister, had changed a lot since I'd gone to prison. She'd grown into her own and had become a beautiful person. Not that she hadn't been one before, but there was a difference between the broken and scared doll that she used to be compared to the beautiful, confident, I-can-do-anything woman that she'd turned into. Though that had a lot to do with the fact that she was married now to a man that would kick anyone's ass that ever hurt her, my mother included. Izzy's dark hair was in a bun on top of her head, and I was fairly sure she had a spit-up stain on the black t-shirt she was wearing. Not that I'd point that out to her yet. I'd make sure we got all the way through our visit before bringing it to her attention. "I know," she sighed. I've had a bad couple of nights with Astrid. She hasn't slept much, and she's always in a terrible mood. And then Mom pulling that shit." She scrubbed her hands up and down her face. "And I had to clean a house yesterday that was a complete and utter pigsty. I wish I would have charged them more. I'm fairly sure they did a super deep clean right before I came over to quote them a price on cleaning for them. When I got there today, it was like a tornado had gone through it. I'm going to have to charge them more because it takes me longer to clean tornado-destroyed houses than the one they showed me before." "Please tell me that you clean in bare bottom." We both looked over at the blonde, who was now staring at Izzy with hope on her face. Izzy said. "I do?" The woman's face showed so much utter joy that I felt something low in my belly start to heat up. "My name is Harley." She held out her hand. "Can I get your number? Do you have a card? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to hear this." Izzy's eyes flicked to me and then back to the blonde. Harley. Odd name, but it suited her. "This is my man's baby brother, Trey." She pointed at the inmate next to me. I hadn't actually seen him much, but that was because he was new and didn't quite know his place in the hierarchy just yet, so he stayed to himself. Trey's brother, just moved his business to Bear Bottom, and I've been doing my best to help him, but it's like cleaning up in the middle of a hurricane. It's just not doable when the men don't clean up after themselves. At all." Izzy pulled out a card that she'd had stashed in her pocket and handed it to the woman. "Just text me," she said. "If you call, I probably won't answer." Harley's face went bright. "I don't answer my phone either, so I'm glad to hear that. I'm normally pretty fast answering text messages," she said.
So if you don't get one back, text me again. Sometimes I just miss them.
Harley's smile fell off her face when her eyes met mine, and I felt like the sun had suddenly been stolen. I looked away and hunched my shoulders a little, causing me to appear slightly smaller. I was a big guy. At 6'5", there wasn't a day that went by that I didn't look down on most of the people around me. Seeing the woman that I hadn't been able to keep my eyes off of look at me like that, well, I hadn't realized I could be any more ashamed than I was. Turns out that I could. Izzy, after a few more words to Harley, turned back to me with a smile. The smile fell off her face when she got a look at mine.
What is it?
She asked softly. I shrugged and changed the subject. Tell me about Rome, I ordered. Izzy's face went stoic, and she sighed before leaning back in her chair and saying,
Rome's good. I'm supposed to relay a few things to you, but I'm not sure what they mean.
I gestured for her to tell me, and she did, looking at me curiously afterward.
Why couldn't Bayou just tell you that? She paused. Or Rome, at that.
Rome and Bayou both worked at the prison that I found myself an inhabitant of. It was better not to tell me directly so that they didn't get seen talking to me. That and telling me that I had an inmate that was out for my blood would probably get them targeted. Nearly a decade ago now, while on the job, my partner had been shot and killed before my eyes. My partner, who just so happened to be my fiancé. My fiancé, who just so happened to be pregnant. When I'd found the man that had been responsible for killing them, I'd murdered him in cold blood. I hadn't cared that I'd go to jail. Honestly, I hadn't been thinking all that straight, but I never once regretted what I'd done. To this day, I would do it all over again in a heartbeat.
Slate?
Izzy nudged me with her foot under the table. Bayou and Rome are busy, I shrugged. And it doesn't look suspicious when my sister talks to me. Izzy rolled her eyes and pulled a napkin out of her pocket, discreetly handing it over to me without a word. I looked at the rolled-up napkin and felt my mouth water. Please tell me that's what I think it is, I begged. That was when I felt someone's eyes on me. I flicked my eyes to the side, surprised to see the blonde staring at me with a look of concentration on her face. I quickly looked away before she could read any of the thoughts rolling through me and turned back to my sister before flicking my eyes around the room. When I didn't see any of the usual little assholes staring at me, little assholes being the other inmates and not the guards, I opened the napkin and nearly groaned at the 2 cookies. Abuela made these? I asked hopefully.
Yes, she rolled her eyes. I tried to make some the other day, and they turned out like crap.
I popped the first cookie into my mouth and nearly moaned at the taste that exploded on my taste buds. God, these are so good, I muttered. One thing I could say about being locked up like I was, my health was on point. I couldn't eat bad because we were fed balanced diets. I also couldn't cheat, and I had nothing else to do all day but work out and work out some more. That was, of course, when I wasn't doing other things like spying on inmates and feeding the motorcycle club, the Bare Bottom Guardians MC, that Rome had somehow talked me into joining, information. Not that it took too much participation on my part. Despite my large size, people overlooked me. I wasn't sure why, and it had been something that happened since I was young. That, and people just talked to me. They always had. And it had been why I'd been such a good cop. You know, before I was convicted of murder and all. The bell above the doors started to ring, signaling that our time was up. Instead of standing up and throwing my arms around my sister like I would have liked, I remained seated and clenched my jaw. Izzy caught the look and grinned.
Just a few more months and you can hug me.
I snorted. Her version of a few more months was more like 40-something, but who was counting? Be good, Iz, I said softly. And don't let Mom get to you. Put her on the no-fly list and make sure everyone at the daycare knows that she's not to be given access to her. Love you. Izzy blew me a kiss, then pushed the last cookie closer to me.
Eat that before I get in trouble?
I did as she asked, shoving it into my mouth right as she turned to leave. That was when I saw the woman at Izzy's side turn as well, but not before flicking her eyes away from mine. I watched them both go and sat there for another 2 minutes as we were all led out one by one. When the guards finally came for me, I stood up, waited patiently for them to unchain me. It was when we were all being led back to our cells that the man that the blonde had been visiting turned to me. You get cookies? I shrugged. I get what I want. His eyes narrowed. How do I get what I want? Become a cop, Protect the guards' backs and keep your nose clean? I shrugged. But that'll also get your ass kicked by the other inmates. So choose wisely. With that, I walked away and tried not to think of the blonde, or her beautiful looks.
Harley. Your brother is fine, I said to Dre, then turned to my dad. Trey didn't get much. He said that he hasn't had much of a chance to get any information yet, because everyone still looked at him with suspicion. My father sighed and leaned back, his hands on the back of his head. I need to find someone else, then, he muttered. Thanks, baby. I thought about the big man that'd been at the table next to us, then decided, fuck it. There was this man that was seated beside us, I said. He had a clock tower tattoo on his right forearm, a cop shield on his left wrist, and a thin blue line tattooed to his other wrist. Plus, he looked like he was capable of taking care of himself. I have the sister's number if you want to look into him. My dad looked at me in surprise. Yeah, give it. I didn't actually need a cleaning lady. In fact, I didn't actually know anybody in Bear Bottom. I'd just been listening to Trey, who had absolutely nothing for my dad to go on, and I'd heard a stray comment about Bear Bottom from the woman next to me, as well as her cleaning business, and I'd acted without thought. Do you think we'll find anything, Daddy? I asked softly. Dre, my best friend, my very taken gay best friend, dropped his hand on my head and squeezed lightly. See, a year ago, Dre and Trey had been living normal lives. Dre had been attending UCLA and had been a year away from graduating in the top 10% of his class. Dre had been living with his partner Craig, working and starting a business with him. Then, a weekend that Trey was down visiting Dre, all hell had broken loose. While Dre was away picking up takeout for dinner, a masked gunman had entered their residence and attempted to shoot Craig. Trey, seeing this, had picked up his own concealed carry weapon and had shot back at the gunman. Unfortunately for everyone involved, Trey had hit his brother's lover, Craig, instead of the gunman. The gunman, being wise and seeing that he might not win this battle, had left, but not before managing to knock Trey out cold. Unfortunately, at the time of the incident, Trey and Craig had been arguing quite heatedly about something in which neither man remembers. Something that the neighbors did remember and had relayed to the cops. And since all evidence had pointed at Trey, and Trey only, things had deteriorated from there. Trey had no memory up until about 4 hours before arriving back home. Craig had none of the last year of his life, all of which including Trey and Dre combined. Dre, who'd arrived on the heels of it all happening, had known damn well and good that his brother wouldn't have shot his fiancée. Unfortunately, nobody had believed him but me. And the man that did it was never to be found again to corroborate Trey's telling of the tale. Trey went to prison because he seriously believed himself guilty. Craig moved out of Dre's house and into one in Bear Bottom, Texas, about 15 minutes away, refusing to talk to anybody about it. And everybody was extremely unhappy. Hence where I came in. Trey's good name was smeared, and though Trey wasn't my best friend, Dre was. And since Trey refused to allow Dre to visit him while he was in prison, I did it for him. Which led us to now. Trying to use Trey to get insider information for something my father was investigating for his work, while my father worked with his partners to help exonerate Trey of any wrongdoing. When I'd brought up the question to Trey about helping my father, he jumped on the chance to do something. The problem with Trey was that he was a highly intelligent individual, and when I say highly intelligent, I mean genius-level intelligent. But he had the little problem of getting himself in trouble if he got bored. And we didn't want him to get bored in prison. Getting bored led to him doing stuff like getting into fights, like he did when he was in high school, and decided that going to illegal fights and kicking people's asses was the best way to make him no longer bored. Needless to say, Trey had an extensive rap sheet, and nobody had really batted an eye at Trey shooting Craig. Nobody but Trey, who knew his baby brother like nobody else ever would. We'll find something, baby. It may take a while, but we'll find something, promised my dad.
Chapter 1. Just tell me where and when, and I'll be there 13 minutes late. T-shirt. Slate. I slowly packed a bag, knowing in my heart that I was making the right decision.
"Are you sure?" Izzy begged. "I mean, I swear that we don't mind you being here."
I looked down at my baby sister and grinned. "I know you don't, honey. But I'm ready to be on my own again. Need to be on my own. And since they gave me a little more leeway in my new ankle bracelet, I feel like it's time that I do that." We both looked down at said ankle bracelet, her grinning and me grimacing. I'd been out of prison for 3 months yesterday, and today at my scheduled meeting with my parole officer, he'd told me that I officially had free range once again. Of the town that I lived in, anyway. I could go anywhere within 50 square miles of my home. That meant that I could go to the grocery store. I could go to the library and the bank. I could also go to the neighboring city, Kilgore, Texas. What I could not do, however, was live another night under my sister's roof and live with myself afterward. There was only so much I could take, after all.
"This sucks," she muttered. "I was really loving having you here."
You mean you were loving having a live-in babysitter that could watch your kids any time you and your husband wanted to go do a round of "I'm not having sex, we're folding laundry"? I asked. Izzy's face flamed. Rome, who was leaning in the doorway, started to laugh. "It would have happened whether you were watching them or not," Rome said, sounding amused as hell. "The youngest is tiny. She's more than capable of sitting in her bouncer for a few minutes." I gagged. "But y'all are loud, and this house really doesn't hide all those sounds like you think they do." Izzy opened her mouth and closed it like a fish. Then her face flamed some more.
"Then why didn't you say something?"
she managed to choke out. I looked at her. And be pushed into having this awkward conversation while I was still being forced to live here? Izzy's mouth snapped shut. "You need help moving anything to the new place?" Rome asked, done with the conversation. I turned to face my brother-in-law. It was weird being able to almost look someone in the eye. Rome was a massive man, one that was almost my size. He was an inch shorter than me, but he could easily hold his own in the bulk department. I walked to him and offered him my hand. "I'm good." He shook my hand and then dropped it, lifting his arm so that he could tug Izzy to him and wrap his arm around her shoulder. "I'll see you at the club meeting tonight?" he asked. I looked down at my sister, then at my friend, and nodded. "Yeah, I'll be there," I muttered. With that, I walked out and didn't look back. It was as I was parking my bike in the driveway, staring up at the house that I'd once shared with my fiancée, that I finally realized that maybe this wasn't the best idea as of yet. Not because the house brought back bad memories, but because it brought back good memories. Times when Vanessa and I were planning our lives. We'd bought this house about 3 months before her death. It had been a big deal, seeing as we were both living on cops' salaries. Neither one of us had ever lived in our own places before, making it an even bigger deal. Hell, Vanessa hadn't lived in the house at all. After buying it, we'd had it renovated. New flooring put in throughout the whole house, hardwood floors in the living room and kitchen, tile in the bathrooms, and carpet in the bedrooms. The bathrooms had also gotten complete overhauls, as well as the kitchen. Though Vanessa hadn't had much desire to be involved in the renovations, I had. I'd chosen the paint colors and the tile, the carpet color and the pull knobs on all the cabinetry. Hell, I'd even chosen the color of our front door. A front door that was painted a bright red and looked just as fresh now as it had all those years ago when I'd first done it. Though, likely, that had a lot to do with my sister and her extensive upkeep on the premises. When I'd gone to prison, I'd asked my sister to sell the Harley I was currently sitting on to pay the house payments for me. Instead, she'd kept the bike and had gotten a second job also she could have it for me when I got out. Which she did. And now I was looking at a house that I still had to pay for without a job to pay for it with. Getting off the bike, I stood up and stretched my arms above my head, feeling my shirt right up and not caring. Absently, I dropped my hands back down to my sides, not bothering to tuck my shirt back down as I did, and stared at the front door. The first step was the hardest. I remembered the exact conversation I'd had with Vanessa about the color. "What do you think about blue?" I asked.
"I think that you should just paint it a color," If I had to choose, it'd be a brown or something that wouldn't draw attention. Something that wouldn't show dirt well, Vanessa laughed. My partner in both life and work was a minimalist. She liked order and functionality. What she didn't like was pomp and flair. And a blue door was exactly that. "What about red?" I asked, ignoring her. She sighed. "I don't care, Slate." I grinned and looked over at her sitting in the squad car next to me. "Why not?" I asked. "This is our place we're talking about. You should care that the color of the front door is nice." She rolled her eyes. "I care if the door works. I care that the door holds out intruders. What I do not care about is the color." My stomach rolled at the memory. It rolled again as my eyes caught on the stupid nameplate that I'd carved out of wood, stained, and then hung up beside the door that she repeatedly said she didn't like the color of. "Babe, when I said that I didn't care about the color, I didn't mean paint the damn door fire engine red," she murmured as she stared at the door in horror. "What were you thinking?" "I was thinking that you said you didn't care what the color of the door was. And I liked the color red," I muttered darkly. "How was I supposed to know that you actually cared?" Jesus Christ, how was I supposed to navigate that minefield? Vanessa was the worst of the worst. At one point, you would think that you could treat her like a normal person, as if she actually knew what she was thinking and spoke exactly what she thought. Then there were the times like when she went back on her word and actually acted like a girl. "I can paint it a different color," I sighed. "What do you think of the nameplate by the door?" "I think that you'll have to put my last name under it," she snickered. "I'm not a Solis." I looked at her like she was dense. "You will be. Remember? That's what that little ring on your left finger is for." She scoffed. "I won't be changing my name, though, silly." I viciously shut those memories down. Those memories led to nowhere that I wanted to be. No, sir. Forcing myself to take the first step forward, I put one foot in front of the other, then cursed when I realized that I forgot my bag. It was as I was turning on my heel that I saw her. She was lying on the hammock, the one that I'd put up before I'd left all those years ago. Honestly, I was surprised that it wasn't disintegrated. I was also pissed. All of a sudden, so pissed. I crossed my arms over my chest and contemplated what to do. It wasn't that she was in my yard and using the hammock that was mine that pissed me off. At least, not all of it, anyway. What pissed me off is that she used it, and it annoyed me. Which had to be why I did what I did next. Walking up to the blonde, whose hair was so long, thick, and curly that it was snaking through the gaps of the rope material that was supporting her, nearly going all the way to the ground as she slowly rocked back and forth, I stared. It was then that I realized who the blonde was. It was her. The girl, Harley, that visited Trey. The woman that I hadn't seen in well over 3 months since I'd left the penitentiary. Elation and exultation barreled through me, and I nearly turned around and walked away. But I had a thing about people touching my things. It had developed in my first year being in the pen. Your things were not your own. It didn't matter if they were actually yours or not. The guards, at least a few of them, and the other inmates didn't give a shit. They wanted your goddamn book? Well, if it was a guard, you were just screwed. If it was another inmate, you better be willing to fight for it if you actually wanted it. And so a deep-seated feeling of needing my shit to be mine and only mine had developed. It also hadn't abated. Hell. Just last week, Astrid had walked up to my plate and started eating off of it. I'd had to seriously control my knee-jerk reaction in yelling at her. It wasn't that I minded sharing. I just felt like it was something that needed to be asked first. Crossing my arms over my chest, I looked down at the woman and studied her, wondering how long it would take her to realize I was there. The answer? Never. Ahem, I cleared my throat. She sighed and squirmed, drawing attention to her tight black tank top. It rode up slightly over her belly, and I had to fight the urge to trace my finger along the line of exposed skin between her shirt and her high-waisted pants. Pants that were seriously high. Like, I'm talking almost up to the bottom of her ribs high. She must have been sleeping hard if her shirt had that much time to ride up that far. I cleared my throat again, this time causing her to shift all over again, bringing her pink-socked foot up and out, causing her pants to ride up slightly, making the fabric at the apex of her thighs rise slightly, meaning the fabric pushed between her pussy lips, giving me a very real indication that she probably wasn't wearing any underwear. I felt myself harden. In order to hide that fact, I cleared my throat even louder and then said, "Ma'am." She blinked her eyes open, and once again I was hit with those light seafoam green eyes. She frowned in confusion, but didn't freak out when she saw a 6'5" man standing over her, nor did she really show any reaction to me at all, other than annoyance that I woke her from her nap. "What?" she snapped, bringing her arm up to glance at her watch. "Ugh, I still have an hour." My lips twitched. "Still have an hour?" I asked. "Yes," she said, "to make my nap goal." "Your nap goal," I found myself saying. "Who has a nap goal?" She pursed her lips. "I do." I didn't know what to say to that other than, "Well, I'm sorry to bother you. You know, since you're outside and in the yard, and I'm probably not the only one that will wake you up today." She curled her lip. "You are. Everybody else knows to leave me alone." I opened my mouth and then closed it. "I just literally had my bike 5 feet away from your head," I said. "How was I supposed to know that you were sleeping toward your goal, not to mention you're in the middle of a neighborhood where anyone or anything could make noise? Hell, I could have gotten out my lawnmower and done that without even knowing that you were there." She closed her eyes again. "Those things don't bother me," she said. "What bothers me are men waking me up with their loud mouths." "You're telling me the pipes on my bike didn't wake you up?" I said. "My mouth did?" She nodded. "Glad you could get that through your thick skull." I opened my mouth and then closed it. "How?" She sighed and blinked one eye open to glare at me. "I grew up around motorcycles. I get my best sleep when one's humming in the background," she said. "My house is too quiet, which is why I'm out here at all. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to get back to the rest of my nap." I crossed my arms over my chest. "Well, now that we're on that subject, I do mind," I said stiffly. That was about the time that the screen door of her house creaked open, then slammed shut. My eyes lit on the large man. He was tall, about 6'2" or so, with dirty blonde hair that was perfectly styled and a complexion that screamed, "I have a nighttime skincare routine." He was wearing a nice pair of khaki slacks, a button-down shirt, and a brown leather belt. I couldn't see his feet, but I could almost guarantee he was wearing a pair of loafers. "You okay, Harley?" he asked. Harley gave a thumbs up without opening her eyes. "This man was just about to leave me alone," she called out. Actually, I wasn't, and my next words said so. "You're in my hammock," I said softly. She opened her eyes and stared. "No, I'm not." "Yes, you are," I said. "Those trees that hammock are attached to are my trees as well. You're in my yard." She glanced around, causing her hair to pull up from its near-precarious position of scraping the ground. "Bullshit. This is Dre's property line." She gestured to where my driveway started. No," I disagreed immediately. "If you were going by that, then at least a quarter of the brick on the side of my house would belong to y'all. Dre. The made-up man on the porch must be her man. The one she spoke about all the time during her visits with Trey." I felt my stomach sour. "Well," she paused, "I've been napping in this hammock for a year now. Every day for an hour and a half, when I'm off. Even if it was on your property, which it isn't, you can let me use it." I could have, had she not been such a little shit about it. Oh, and asked. "I might have, had I not put it in for me," I said. "And this had not been my property." "Dre," Harley called. "Is this your property or is it his?" Dre shrugged. "I don't know." Dre looked bored. He was also staring at the house across the road as if there was something or someone he was practically willing to come walking out of it. She sighed. I'll get some surveyors out tomorrow. In the meantime, you can let me stay here, right? I felt my stomach clench. No, I could not. I just couldn't. No, I said. And if you really want to see the property line, you can look at the difference in our grass. Mine is St. Augustine grass and yours is Bermuda. Look at the differences in color right now. She did, then frowned. Mine's brown, and yours is dead. Mine wasn't dead. No, I disagreed. Mine's just dormant. It'll be greener than yours by midsummer, though. She was rolling her eyes. What does this have to do with anything? Mine's also thicker and more lush. I laid each piece of sod down with my own bare hands, I said. Yours was spread by seed. She rolled her eyes. Again, not seeing the problem. I'm just saying that you can clearly see the difference in the grass between my property line and yours. It's a very distinguishable line if you only cared to look, I gritted out. And anyway, she said, you literally have been gone for forever. Have you ever heard of use it or lose it? I clenched my hands to keep from grabbing the sides of the hammock and just dumping her onto the ground. Yes, I said. But unfortunately other circumstances kept me from using it. Now that I'm home, though, I can guarantee you that I'll use it. She waved that away with a sweep of her hand. I'm getting seriously annoyed with this conversation, she said as she stood up. I'll check you later. With that, she swayed inside, her shapely ass taunting me as she moved across her yard. I watched her go for all of a half a second before I nearly slapped myself on the forehead. Married. She's married. Married, married, married. I chanted that to myself as I walked to the bike and grabbed my pack. Hand clenched tight around the handle of my bag, I made my way to the front door, then used the key that I hadn't used in years to open the door. The first thing to hit me was the smell of pine sol. The second was the fact that every single trace of Vanessa was gone. Thank fucking God. Tossing my bag onto the couch as I passed it, I made my way into the kitchen and washed my hands, thankful to see that my sister had stocked it for me as I'd asked her to do a few weeks ago. And as I looked out of my kitchen window that had a pretty set of curtains that I most assuredly hadn't put up, and watched as the blonde from next door came waltzing out and got back in the hammock, I knew then that I was screwed. Walking to the back door, I paused by a set of panels, chose the one I wanted, and then turned it on. The satisfying screech of a very pissed-off woman rent the air, and I grinned as I walked back to the kitchen window. Seeing her there, lying on my St. Augustine grass, soaking wet now from the sprinklers that were going full blast right next to her, I couldn't help the smile that formed across my face. Maybe this wasn't going to be so bad after all.
Chapter 2. Y'all'd've. Triple contraction. Y'all would have. Actual words used in the South. Harley. This is all you could find on him? I asked Janie. Why are you using valuable resources to run a complete background check on your new neighbor? My father, Max Tremaine, asked as he came into the living room. I suppose it was his right to walk in whenever he damn well pleased and all, seeing as it was his house. But I hadn't expected him back, or I would have done this business elsewhere. Yes, Janie said, ignoring my father in lieu of answering my question. Not much to find, honestly. He was an exemplary person, right up until the time he beat the shit out of that man with his bare hands. It wasn't every day that you heard that, which is why my father, who'd stopped at the side of the couch with his arms crossed, turned his eyes to me and said, You have a new neighbor that beat the shit out of someone with his bare hands. Killed him, too, Janie added. Janie was our resident computer genius. She ran background checks and did all the computer hacking that needed to be done for my father's business. Well, his secret business, anyway. By day, my father and his friends worked at Free, a car restoration business, as well as a customized bike shop. They also did the occasional repair jobs when they felt like it as well, but those were getting fewer and farther between now that time had gotten them to a place where they could be picky. They'd had builds make it all the way to Barrett Jackson's car auction in Las Vegas, Nevada, and had made millions. And don't even get me started on their custom bike builds. They had a waiting list so long that it spanned 2 years into the future, and that was just the ones that they chose to take on. The other side of their business, however, wasn't as glamorous, though way more important. They ran an underground railroad of sorts, doing their best to remove women and children from abusive situations and set them up in new lives with new identities. Hence the reason Janie was needed in the first place. Though Janie was a second generation for free, like I was at times. Jack, another member of my dad's team, and his wife Winter used to be the ones that did the computer hacking. However, now they only did it on a minimal basis, seeing as not only was Janie younger, but she was better.
Killed him?
My dad asked.
Why?
Only my dad would ask why. I wasn't sure if he'd figured out the significance yet, or not of who I was running the background check on, but he would. Oh, he would, and then I wouldn't be getting anything at all, seeing as he worked for my father, or he had while he was in prison. Janie's eyes tipped up to meet mine, and I rolled them. Just tell him. He's going to figure it out anyway. Janie did, sparing no details. Alejandro Solis was... I missed a few beats of explanation because of Slate's full name shivering over me like a caress. Damn, that was a great name. He and his fiancée were working the same shift when a man was called in for drunken disorderly conduct. Slate and Vanessa responded. Before they could even get out the door of their cruisers, the drunk was firing shots. One hit just perfectly and lodged into her stomach. She bled out in seconds because the bullet hit her aorta. My heart pinched at those words. For Slate to have experienced that with a partner was more than awful. For him to experience the death of his partner and his fiancée all at once, well, that was just awful times infinity. Instead of staying at the scene, Slate drove Vanessa to the hospital. She was dead on arrival. Janie paused. I lost her again as I was thinking about the utter pain he must have been going through while driving her. God, I couldn't even imagine. He found the man first after a search. That's when the beating happened. Took 5 police officers to pull him off of the suspect. I felt my stomach clench at those words. The rage the man must have been feeling for him to need 5 police officers to pull him off. That said it all without me having to explain a single thing.
Why does this sound so familiar?
Dad asked once Janie was done. Because I've already run a background on him once, Janie answered, and you've been working with him on and off since then. My father's eyes turned to me, and he narrowed them. I didn't like the way he was looking at Dre, I lied. My dad rolled his eyes.
You're so full of shit, it's not even funny.
I shrugged. He turned the sprinklers on me. Okay, I wanted the background on him so I could get back at him. But you forgot to mention all the dirty details of his case to me. The look I gave my father was less than amused. My dad shrugged.
You didn't need to know any more than you already did.
That was true. I wasn't in the part of the business where I needed to know that much information. I was an X-ray technician. The only time I was involved was when I needed to do babysitting duty or run the stray letter across a couple of counties to another person. My dad didn't want me involved in this daily part of his life, and I couldn't blame him. It was dangerous. And I didn't do danger. I was a wiener. Hell, I couldn't even live by myself, hence Dre as my roommate. My mother called me a delicate flower, which was true. I was a delicate flower. At 5 foot and 2/3 inches, I was literally 2 2/3 inches from being legally defined as a dwarf. My body type was small. I had curves, of course, but they were definitely proportionate to my body type. I had a teenager's breast size in my adult body. That, and I could fit into youth underwear. Finding anything at Victoria's Secret was never going to happen for me, and I'd resigned myself to that fact a long time ago. My mother had definitely passed down all of her genes to me, and the only thing I'd gotten of my father was his voice. Though he was definitely a whole lot better than me, at least in my opinion. His voice was all smoky and raspy, like a better-sounding Josh Turner. When a person could pull off a song better than the original singer, that was when you knew that they were good. And my dad was good like that. Like, could have gone professional good if he'd only wanted to, which he hadn't. Singing was something he did in his spare time. He sang when he was cleaning the dishes or fixing a leaky toilet. Singing wasn't something he did for a living, which was how it was for me. Well, mostly. At the age of 18, I'd stupidly auditioned for a singing role in an animated film and gotten the part. After doing my singing, I was begged to do more, only I'd quickly realized what my dad had told me. Singing for a living wasn't all that it was cracked up to be. The sheer annoyance of having to do it over and over and over again all day for days, well, that had completely turned me off of ever doing anything like that again. Now, all I did was sing in the shower, and occasionally when I watered my plants, or, in the car at the top of my lungs when a really good song came on. Though, while going through X-ray technician school, I'd sometimes sing my school notes to myself so that I could remember shit better. "Are you even listening to me?" my father growled. I looked up and sighed, leaning toward the table and snatching a cookie that had suddenly appeared in my line of sight. I smiled warmly at my mother and said, "Thank you. I needed this." My mom, better known as Peyton Tremaine, also a nurse at the hospital where I worked, offered me another hot cookie off the plate before placing the rest of them in the center of the table for all of us to snack on. Before my father could ask, my mother held up her hand in warning. "I'm coming back with milk. Hold your horses." My dad snapped his mouth shut and picked up a cookie, shoving the entire thing inside before reaching for another one. My dad was in his late 50s now, but when you looked at him, you saw muscle and fitness, not old. The only real way you could tell that he was getting up there in years was that there was more gray than dirty blonde interspersed throughout his hair now. Hell, his beard was nearly all gray at this point. My mother was much the same, though she didn't look old in the least. If I could age half as well as her, I'd be happy. "No," I finally answered my father's question. "What were you saying?" My mother came back with glasses of milk, being sure to set the one with chocolate milk down in front of me. "Thanks, Okazan," I smiled sweetly at my mother. My mother rolled her eyes at my use of the Japanese word for mother. "You watch too much anime." I shrugged, uncaring. It was true. My life consisted of work and Japanese anime, so sue me. I liked what I liked. "Did you ever start that language course I sent you?" Janie interrupted, curious now. I nodded. "I've got part 1 done. I'm thinking about part 2. But learning another language is hard, and I'm lazy." Janie's lips tipped up at the corner. "You already know sign language and Gaelic," she teased. "How hard could it be?" I learned Gaelic because I'd liked the culture, and one day I really, really wanted to go visit Ireland and Scotland. Japan was also on my list, but I wasn't willing to go there by myself, and I hadn't convinced any of my friends or family to come with me as of yet. So for now, I was just learning languages and dreaming. "How about we go back to the fact that you're running a background check on your neighbor?" Dad suggested. "Why?" "Because he turned the sprinklers on her," Dre said as he strolled into the room. "And she's mad." I pinched my lips together and couldn't hold it any longer, so I blurted it out. "He was a dick," I declared. "He told her to move out of his hammock," Dre continued as he leaned over the table, snatched a cookie, then placed a kiss onto my mother's cheek before taking a seat next to Janie. She refused, told him it wasn't his property, then pretty much gave him shit for 10 minutes. When she pretended to go back inside and went back to the hammock once he was gone, he turned the sprinklers on her. Dad started to laugh. Mom hit her mouth with her cup and covered her smile. I rolled my eyes. "He interrupted my nap," I muttered darkly. "He could have let me finish." "Honey," my dad said, "you run the risk of being woken from your nap every time you take one outside." That was true, but still, it wasn't my fault that I preferred to sleep outside instead of inside. One day, my dream of living in a treehouse in the middle of a rainforest would come true. It didn't matter if I was hot or cold. As long as I was outside, I would get a solid night's sleep, or a perfect nap. Well, perfect until the rude man next door decided that he no longer wanted to let you sleep in the hammock you've been taking a nap in every day that you were off for the past year. I sighed and leaned back in my chair, my eyes closing in annoyance. "I'm not scared when I'm outside," I said softly. When I opened my eyes again, it was to find my father staring at me with a look of adoration in his eyes. "I know, baby," he said. "But just saying," he laughed. "I can put you a hammock on the porch, and it'll be new and not frayed like that other one." I felt a pang of sadness roll through me at the thought. I liked the old better. The thought of no longer having it felt like a shot to my heart. "We'll see," I said, leaning forward to another cookie. "But just saying, you offer him more than spy work like he was doing, and I might very well kill you." My father's eyes crinkled at the corners, and his mouth pulled into a wicked grin. "We'll see." Chapter 3. Sometimes I think that I can handle the day. Then I wake up. Harley's secret thoughts. Harley. He had a hairy chest. Like, not too hairy. Perfect hairy. He was perfectly hairy. A perfectly hairy, I want to lick him from nipple to nipple hairy. Jesus Christ. But saying that, who the hell mowed their lawn in February? There was literally nothing to mow. But there he was, mowing his lawn, and I was watching him do it. Shirtless. Would it be too much to ask him to do it pantless next time, too? Probably. But still I watched him go back and forth over his lawn, taking extra care around the sprinkler heads, and studied his body. He was wearing a pair of black boots, motorcycle, my kryptonite, and a pair of tight jeans that looked like they might have once fit him but were now a little tight in the thighs and the ass. They were probably an old pair of jeans, and he'd grown in bulk. They still fit his waist quite nicely, and honestly I wasn't complaining about the way that his ass fit the jeans either. They just looked like they weren't comfortable for him. He kept pulling at the thighs, glaring down and cursing. I bit my lip and tried not to laugh at his obvious discomfort. I watched him like a hawk, though. I knew he knew I was there. Hell, I'd been lying in his hammock when he'd first come out to jog this morning. Jog. You heard that right. He went on a jog. Almost every single morning. Sometimes it was for a short time, like 10 minutes or so. And sometimes he didn't come back for hours. Each time he did go, though, he made sure to make eye contact with me and tell me that he didn't like it when I was in his yard. I'd raise my coffee cup at him, apologize profusely and falsely, then head to my porch where I'd finish the rest of my coffee. Once he was all the way down the street and could no longer see me anymore, I would go back to the hammock, stretch out and read my newspaper. Periodically, I'd lift my gaze to study the street in the distance, and when I didn't see his tall, dark, forbidding form heading toward me, I'd go back to my paper. It was only when I saw him bobbing in the distance that I'd get up once again and head inside. Most of the time he was gone after that. He'd find something to do in town that kept him away all day. I wondered idly what it was, but other than flat out asking him what he did for a living now that he was no longer in jail, I had to be satisfied with being curious. And since I didn't know anybody in this town that I could ask other than Dre, I would have to continue to be curious. The lawnmower suddenly stopped, and my eyes became more focused on his face rather than his abs. When they did, I nearly swallowed my tongue when I saw him staring directly at me. "What are you staring at?" he called over the length of the yard. I shrugged. "Nothing." "You're staring at me," he said. "Why?" I shrugged. "I was admiring your ankle bracelet." He looked down to where the ankle monitor was on his left ankle, then shook his leg to make the jeans fall back over it completely. Lies. They were all lies. I was staring at your abs. "I'm expected to have this ankle monitor for 6 more months. It was a condition of getting paroled early," he explained. I didn't really care. Was it bad that I found a murderer so attractive? I began, but was interrupted when a couple of bikes turned onto our quiet street and started heading our way. I didn't speak again as the bikes motored our way, pulled over at the end of my driveway, and parked in between my driveway and his. When they were stopped, they extended their kickstands out almost in sequence and dismounted. All the while I watched the man at my side seem to wait for them to arrive with a resigned expression on his face. My smile was wide for the first biker. The second biker, not so much. My dad walked up to me and pulled me into his chest, squeezing me lightly before letting go. The other biker went to Slate and offered him his hand. "Did you make a new friend?" I asked curiously. Dad looked at the biker that had ridden in with him for a brief second, then shrugged. "No idea who he is. Just met him about 10 minutes ago on the ride through town." I nodded my head in understanding. "And he just so happened to be going almost to the same place that you were," I guessed. "Actually," he said, "I'm not here to talk to you. I'm here to talk to your neighbor." I frowned. "What? Why?" Dad shuffled my hair with the palm of his hand, then gestured to my coffee cup. "You got any more of that?" I rolled my eyes. "Of course I do." "Can you grab me some?" he asked. I sighed and nodded my head. "Do you want any sugar, or do you just want it black?" "Black," he answered as he turned and started back for the stairs. "Bring it on over when you get it done." I gave him a thumbs up and walked back to my door, cautiously peering over my shoulder at the two men that were now watching me go. Feeling my heartbeat start to speed up in my chest, I placed a hand to it over my ribs and wondered if I was getting sick. There was no way in hell that I was going over there to talk to the three of them. Instead, I made the coffee, put it in a to-go cup with donuts on it, then took it out to the porch once again. I didn't bother to see if I had their attention. Instead, I walked over to the porch railing and placed the coffee cup there. Once I was satisfied that it wasn't going to fall off into the bushes, I chanced to look toward my father and was unsurprised to see that I had all three of them staring at me. Giving a little wave, I gestured at the coffee to my father and said, "I'm going inside to get ready for work. You need anything else?" Dad shook his head. Slate's eyes narrowed. The other man still hadn't acknowledged me in any way. Thinking it was for the best, I went to my bedroom and did indeed change and get ready for work. Sure, it was an hour early, but I had a feeling I was going to be able to convince Dad that we needed to go eat after this. Whatever this was. My dad was always up for eating. Morning, noon, or night. Snack, brunch, dinner, whatever and whenever he was down. Which was why I hurried even faster. If I wasn't ready by the time my father needed to leave, he'd use it as an excuse not to take me. Slipping into a pair of scrub bottoms that were fitting me kind of loose lately, I checked out my appearance in the mirror and tried to decide if tonight was going to be a good shift or not. I hadn't worked many night shifts with this particular group of staff before, so having to learn other people's habits was wearing on me. I heard a bike sound, followed by some cursing. Thinking that the people were leaving, I rushed through my makeup, putting on half as much as I would have had this been different. With my mascara wand still in my hand, I rushed out of the house while also still applying mascara. It was only when I was all the way down the steps and halfway across the yard that I realized that the loud truck I'd heard wasn't actually anybody leaving. Well, not my father or Slade anyway. Who was leaving was the reason Dre and I had rented the house we had. There was a large truck parked in front of the house across the street, and none other than Dre's man was stepping out of it. Well, Dre's used to be man. My heart ached at the first look at Craig, just as it always did. And like always, the moment he saw me, he turned away. I felt my stomach tighten as I watched helplessly as he looked once more at me, turned, then walked straight into his house without a backward glance. That was when I remembered Dre, who'd been sitting on the couch as I'd exited. There was no way he hadn't heard the commotion, especially when I'd exited the house. Turning, I saw Dre on the front porch, looking like his heart had just been ripped out of his chest. I swallowed hard, then walked up the length of the sidewalk, up the front porch steps, then wrapped my arms around Dre. Dre, being Dre, wrapped his arms right back around me and said, "He's not giving me a chance." I felt my heart thump hard in my chest. "Dre," I murmured, "I think it's time to stop being rational about this. Stop creeping around him like he's going to remember. Maybe you have to give him new memories, new reasons to love you." It had been years. I honestly felt that if he was going to remember, Craig would have. Craig was healed. He was whole. He just wasn't the same Craig that he used to be, and it was time for Dre to take that into consideration. When I stepped back from Dre, it was to find him staring at me with a new determination in his eyes. "You're right." I patted his chest. "I know," I murmured. "Who's the man staring at me?" I turned and looked over my shoulder to see who he was talking about. Slade now had his back turned away from us, and he was standing stiffly with his arms crossed over his chest, listening to something my dad was saying. He also had drops of wetness on his t-shirt from my earlier payback. The other man with him, though? Bayou was married to Phoebe, one of my childhood friends. He was as sweet as can be, according to her, but he was intimidating to the rest of the world. He fit right into that circle of badass just like my father and Slate did. "He's hot," Dre supplied. I snorted. "That's all it takes for you? The death glares that he's sending out don't affect you any?" Dre snorted and shrugged. "I can't help what my eyes see." But there was still sadness there. A deep-seated, never-going-to-heal sadness that made my heart ache every time I saw him. I patted him lightly on the shoulder, then realized briefly that I still had my mascara wand in my hand. "Can you go put this back?" He took the wand, rolled his eyes, then said, "Don't forget the lunch I made you." I gave him a nod, went back inside, grabbed my bag and my lunch, then walked back out to my car to deposit it all inside. The moment that I had it all in, I slammed the car door, then walked back to the huddle that the men had going on. I walked up to my dad, being super careful to be as quiet as possible, just like he taught me, stopped about a foot away, then said loudly, "Dad!" My father's shoulders tightened, and he turned with a glare on his face. "Must you do that?" I smiled sweetly at him. "All's fair in love and war." He rolled his eyes. "I taught you how to do that so you could do it to your brother, not to me," he said. I shrugged. "Do you want to go get some dinner before my shift starts?" My eyes went to the man that was trying hard to ignore me, as well as the man that wasn't trying hard at all. I walked up to the one doing the ignoring, stared him straight in the eye, and held out my hand. "My name is Harley." Bayou looked at my hand and honestly considered not taking it. I could practically see the wheels turning inside his head, as if he wanted nothing to do with me, which was how he always acted every single time I saw him. Well, fine. I didn't need to shake his hand. My father had just taught me never to be rude, so whatever. I dropped it. He held out his hand as if he felt bad for not taking mine, and I snorted and walked away. "Whatever," I said. "Dad, you want to come or not?" My father caught me by the braid, tugged me back around, and threw his arm around my shoulder, anchoring me to his side. "Harley Belle, don't be rude." Dad gestured to the man that was still holding his hand out for me. I rolled my eyes and shook it once, then dropped my hand as if he'd burned me. Bayou dropped his hand to his side and looked relieved to have the encounter over with. He was also looking at something over my head, and not me directly. "Nice to see you," he muttered. He had a nice voice, though. Yum. "You too," I said, then shrugged. "Dinner, Dad? I don't have much time. You should have called before coming over." My dad gave me a squeeze. "I didn't come to see you, baby. I came to see Slate." I stiffened and pulled out of his arms. "You didn't." Dad's eyes were crinkled at the edges. "You were the one to give me him." He tried to make this all right. "He sprayed me with the sprinklers," I cried out, this time waving my arms as if it would help. Dad sighed. "You're on his property." The man that was now very much paying attention to me snorted. I narrowed my eyes. "If you do this, I'll never make you another peanut butter and honey sandwich again." Dad looked amused. "It's already done, baby." I opened my mouth, then closed it, opened it again, made a sound of frustration, then started marching toward my car. I stopped halfway, turned, and looked at my dad, who wasn't looking at me. Slate was, though. So was his friend Bayou. I narrowed my eyes at them, then decided two could play at this game. Heading inside, I walked over to Dre, who was busy sitting on the couch, looking mighty forlorn. "Come on," I said as I walked past him. "You're going to dinner with me. But first, you're going to show me how to work this goddamn sprinkler system."
Chapter 4. Excuse me while I go slip into something more alcohol. Coffee cup. Slate. My married neighbor bugs the absolute shit out of me, I found it prudent to say. Izzy, who was busy pulling her kids out of the car, paused and turned to look at the neighbor's house. "Harley?" she asked. "Are you talking about the one over there?" I looked to where she was pointing and nodded. Faintly, I heard a car approaching,
and knew that it had to either be she who shall not be talked about or the neighbor who'd had a moving truck over yesterday. I was seriously hoping it was the moving neighbor because I didn't want to see her.
She's not...
Astrid came running to me, interrupting what was about to be said by her mother. The way she did it, however, was by running toward the street to ease around the vehicle her mother had parked in front of. I felt my heart lurch into my throat, and I started around the truck just in time for Astrid to screech her happiness at seeing me. At first, our relationship hadn't been such a happy one. Astrid had been scared to death of me. But over time, Astrid had slowly warmed up to me, and by the end of my stay there, we'd come to be great friends. "Hey, baby," I said, scooping her up and pulling her into my chest. My eyes met Izzy's, and we exchanged an "oh my God" look together. I turned to look at the car that vaguely I'd heard screech to a stop the moment that Astrid had darted out into the road. It was her. I gave her a chin lift and turned back to Astrid, who was busy animatedly telling me about her day. Wait, I said as I walked back to the front driveway. "Start over and tell me what you just said again."
"I have a boyfriend," she repeated enthusiastically.
I looked over at Izzy, who only rolled her eyes.
"A new boy showed up at the daycare today," she explained.
Well, actually, what it sounded like was a new boy something day, but Izzy helpfully translated for her daughter. I grinned and winked at Izzy, who was rolling her eyes at her daughter's excited babbling. I only caught every other third word, but eventually I got the gist of her new friend being a boy and him being cute. Well, as long as coot meant cute, that was. "You got the other one?" I asked, gesturing to where Izzy was trailing behind. In answer, Izzy handed me the car seat, a look of relief crossing over her face as she did.
"Thanks," she murmured. "I strained my shoulder at work yesterday, and now I can barely hold anything heavy. I've been trying to use the other arm, but now that arm is getting sore from all the heavy lifting."
I was about to open my mouth to scold her for not telling me at first, but Astrid wriggled in my arms. I set her down, and she ran toward the hammock, throwing herself at it. I watched in horror as the hammock spun. Astrid, holding on to it for dear life, went ass over tea kettle and ended up on the other side, on her back, staring up at the sky. It had all happened so fast that I hadn't even had the chance to tell her no. Then the crying started, and I felt like my heart broke 1,000 times. Before I could get to her, though, that woman who I'd been studiously avoiding made it to her, picked her up, and looked at her. Astrid stopped crying, then threw her hand around the random stranger's, to her anyway, neck. Izzy sighed and started toward them.
"I swear she gets her gracefulness from me,"
Izzy exclaimed as she made it to Harley.
"This was totally a power move," Harley teased. "She tackled that hammock so hard that it never stood a chance. She's fierce."
Izzy chuckled. Astrid lifted her head up to get a look at the woman holding her.
"Hello," Harley said to Astrid.
Astrid blinked back large tears.
"Hi."
"You okay?" Harley asked. Astrid nodded and wiped the tears and her snot with the back of her hand. I grimaced when she put her hand back down on Harley's shoulder. Harley took it like a champ, though. She didn't flinch once.
"Well, that's wonderful," she said softly. "That was a pretty big tumble you took. Do you want to get in the hammock?"
Astrid immediately shook her head.
"It's my favorite place to take a nap," she whispered. "You just got to go slow when you get in it. Otherwise, you'll land on your back like you just did. Want to know why I know that?"
Astrid blinked owlishly.
"Because I've done it. Plenty of times." She snickered. "Sometimes things startle me, too, when I'm taking a nap. I've fallen in front of the UPS man, the exterminator, and the water meter reader." "What's a terminator?" Astrid asked. "An exterminator is a man that comes by your house and kills all the bugs," she explained, "because I don't like roaches or spiders. They scare me to death." "Is that why you sleep out here?" Izzy asked teasingly as she walked up to the two.
A look passed between the two women as Harley handed off Astrid to her mother.
"Yes and no," she said, surprising me. "But the reason I sleep outside doesn't really have to do with an actual bug. More like one of the human variety."
With that cryptic comment, she walked inside and didn't look back. Izzy caught up to where I'd somehow frozen in the middle of the lawn and gestured to my house.
"I brought her lunch. It's sitting in my front seat," she said.
I nodded my head and turned back around, but not before taking one final look over my shoulder at where the woman had disappeared. "Good," I said, "because all I have is chicken, brown rice, and veggies. I need to go to the store." Izzy made a gagging sound. "I need to start doing that again myself. I'm having trouble getting this baby weight off." "What baby weight?" I paused. "Your ass was always that big." Izzy gasped and socked me in the gut, but not hard enough to hurt. "I can't believe you just said that," she screeched, a laugh following the outraged cry. I grinned at her. "Yeah, that was mean. You walked right into it, though." She snorted. "I did." After dropping the baby carrier holding my newest niece, Alia, sleeping peacefully inside the front door, I walked back out to Izzy's vehicle and opened the front door, pulling out the food that she'd brought with her for Astrid. Apparently, she thought me watching her for 2 hours required her needing food enough to last her throughout the weekend. Hopefully, she didn't plan on leaving them with me that long. I'd only agreed to 2 hours while Izzy went to her checkup. Or whatever. My mind had mentally checked out when she'd said vagina and birth control and Rome in the same sentence. My eyes automatically went to my neighbor's house, as it was wont to do lately, and I nearly grinned when I saw her sitting on her front porch looking innocent as hell. She lifted her gaze and our eyes briefly met. I knew exactly what was going to happen the minute that I went inside. She was going to lay in my hammock. I'd noticed how she came home every single day, whether it be the middle of the night or the middle of the day, and immediately went to the hammock. At first I was thinking that she just sat in it to unwind, but the more I watched her, the more I realized that she was actually using it as a bed, and not a resting place for the moment. She slept in it for hours. And after the first couple of days of trying to run her off, I'd decided fuck it, and let her be. And she'd be for hours. Hours and hours, in fact. I knew without a doubt that as long as it didn't rain at all today, she'd be in it until early evening as she slept. I also wondered why. Was there a reason that she didn't sleep inside? Was her husband a bad man? Was their marriage on the rocks? I'd heard fighting over there yesterday, and the two had come out on the front porch on the way to their car. He'd been berating her for something that she'd done at work, and I'd secretly agreed with him. Apparently, she'd helped subdue a combative patient and had gotten an elbow to her cheek for her trouble. He'd flat out told her that she was too small to be doing stupid stuff like that, and she'd reminded him that she was working and wasn't allowed to make the decision not to help. Whatever the problem had been, the thought of her being in trouble at work and not being able to handle the situation was extremely unsettling for me. It was even more unsettling than I gave a shit. I shouldn't be paying so much attention to another man's wife. Which was why I practically yanked my gaze away from the eyes that were on my mind way too often and headed inside without another glance. But did that stop me from peering out my kitchen window an hour later? No. And the hour after that? Again, no. I was all too aware of exactly how long she was out there, and I wasn't too happy about it. Chapter 5. Of course I speak my mind. My head would explode if I kept all this bitching to myself. Coffee cup. Slate. "I'm not too sure what you want me to do," I admitted to the man that had walked straight up to me and offered me a job. He was also the father of my cute little married neighbor. A cute little neighbor that had turned the sprinklers on the two of us. Luckily, Bayou had been at his bike getting some paperwork for me at the time. Otherwise, he'd have been just as wet as Max and I had been. Max Tremaine, one of the co-owners of Free Custom Motorcycles. Max also had a little side business going on that was much more lucrative, at least for everyone involved but them. A few years ago, when I'd been approached by Max, who'd visited me at the pen, I hadn't known what to expect. Bayou had vouched for him, as had a few of my contacts. But it wasn't until I really saw the difference that they made that I finally realized that Free was an organization that I really wouldn't mind sticking my neck out for. And sticking my neck out for them had happened quite a few times in the years that I'd been helping them. It had also cost me a few months extra time inside, due to a little favor that I was working on for them. I was happy to leave that joint, no doubt about it. But I was also kind of unsure about what I would be leaving behind. though Max had assured me that Trey could keep up the mantle where I'd left off. And it wasn't that I was doubting that the kid could do it. I was doubting that he'd stay alive while doing it. "I want you to work with me," he paused. "For me, instead of with me. Whatever. It's time that fresh eyes started working on this business. And you have another member already here to help you situate yourself and find your place." He gestured at Hoax, who'd arrived not long after the sprinkler incident had happened. I didn't know Hoax well. I knew Bayou. I knew Rome. However, in my time on the inside, while apparently I'd been patching in, according to Bayou, I'd never seen the rest of the Brotherhood. Sure, I'd seen them after I got out. There were times that they all met at a restaurant in town and we all shot the shit. However, I wasn't in just yet. Not all of them trusted me, and Hoax was one of them. Though I had a feeling that was his military background and his suspicious nature coming out in him. I honestly didn't blame him, though. I was an ex-con. I was also not the most approachable of men. I didn't go out of my way to make myself known to them either. I hadn't really wanted to be in a motorcycle club. But Bayou and Rome had pulled me into the fold, practically kicking and screaming, and I'd had no other choice but to go with the flow. I'd yet to put the cut on, either. And in everything that I'd done, that was likely the most suspicious, at least to the MC brothers. I was too used to being a loner, though. It wasn't like I could put that vest on and become a different person. "Why me?" I asked. Max rolled his eyes. "You don't think you did much, but you did," Max began. 2 years you informed for us. Stuck your nose into business that you didn't have to, and whether you want to think it or not, that was a big fucking deal. We know that it's every man for himself in prison." I didn't say anything to that. "Just fucking take your job," Hoax grumbled. "What's it going to hurt? Not to mention, you sit on your ass all day and live off your dead fiance's money. That's got to burn." I turned only my head and stared at the man. His words angered me, but I'd be damned if I allowed him to see that they did. "I don't live off my dead fiance's money," I informed him, "though you might think that I do." "Then whose money are you living off of? Because you only got one really big cash payout in the last 10 years, and it was that," Hoax countered. "Your parents own a cleaning business. You were a cop. You also didn't have enough time to accrue that much fucking money. Trust me when I say I know how that works. You got the money somehow." He was right. But it wasn't my dead fiance's money, not really. I'd done a job, and I'd gotten paid for it. 2 very different things. Not that I would ever tell them where or how I got the money. For all they needed to know, that money was my fiance's life insurance payout. "But you are right, at least partially." I sat back in my chair. "I do want a job, which is why I got one at a bakery." That was a total lie. Though, not really. My abuela had asked me to work for her part-time. Not because she needed help, but because I thought I was wasting away inside of my house. Max groaned and sat back. "You're going to work at a bakery?" Max asked incredulously. "I offer you a job that's mostly inside, fielding calls, running background checks, and doing mostly the same work that you were doing at the police department, and you want to work for a bakery? We have benefits." My lips twitched. "Actually, the bakery does have benefits. In the form of cookies and bread." My mouth twitched. "It's only part-time," I soothed his outburst. "I'll give you Monday, Thursday afternoons, and Fridays. If I like it, I'll leave the bakery. If I don't, then I'll still have my job there." Max held out his hand. "Deal." A while later, we were seated at a corner booth in a Mexican food joint that looked like it was carved out of a hole in the wall. Hoax rolled his eyes. "If he doesn't want the job, why force him to take it? The benefits aren't that good." Max flipped him off. "They're better than nothing. Now let's eat." Hoax looked down at the chips and hot sauce. I reached forward and grabbed a chip, piling on the hot sauce. I nearly groaned when I ate it. There were a few things that I'd missed, but chips and hot sauce, that was definitely one of the biggest ones. And still, after 3 months and 2 weeks of being on the outside, it still wasn't enough. I would inhale 3 of these small bowls of the shit before I'd even realized that I'd done it. My eyes caught Hoax's pained ones and my brows rose. "What's wrong with you?" I asked curiously. "Are you on a diet?" Hoax's eyes flashed with anger. "No." "He can't eat Tex-Mex or it makes him shit," Max explained as he dug into his own hot sauce. "And since we're heading to a job after this, he can't eat it. We don't have the luxury of 45 minutes for him to sit on a toilet." My eyebrows rose as I shoved another chip into my mouth. "Crawfish does that to me," I offered. "Sucks, because I love crawfish." Hoax made a face, then sat back and sucked on his water. "We're not taking any piss breaks either," Max said, eyeing how fast he was drinking the water. Hoax finished his water, then set it on the table with a sharp clack. "Why are you giving me shit today?" he asked. Max narrowed his eyes. "Sam got you and your buddy to cover for him. He's gone fishing every fucking day this week. Do you want to know what I've done? Work. I've fucking worked. And when I finally find someone I trust enough to do my part of this job, you try to run him away because you're being a little bitch. If you want him to be a part of the club, why don't you ask him to be a part of the club, instead of just assuming that he's shafting y'all? The man just got out of prison. He spent every single day for the last how many ever fucking years shitting next to someone. Is it a surprise that he wants to be alone?" Damn, Max really had hit that nail right on the head. Hoax's eyebrows went up. "I'm not trying to get him not to take the job," Hoax countered. "In fact, I would like him to take the job so I could stop listening to you whine like a baby." My lips twitched. "And yeah, so I'm a little salty that he won't come to club functions. That's my shit to deal with, not yours. But we'll get there. If you're wondering why I'm having a bad day, it's because my wife decided that she wanted to kick me out of the bed last night because I moved my toes too much." He sighed and brought his hands up to lace behind his head, displaying a new tattoo on his bicep. "Do you know how fucking hard it is not to laugh at her weirdness?" Max's lips twitched as he reached for another chip. "When Peyton was pregnant with Harley," he said, "she used to hate being touched on her lower back. When I used to walk next to her, that's where my hand automatically went. One day we were walking in the middle of the mall and all of a sudden she just stopped and burst out crying. It took her 15 minutes to stop, and all the time we were standing there, people were looking at me like I'd just called our relationship quits or something." My lips twitched. "So, you're saying your daughter gets her dramatics from her mother?" I asked curiously. "Because this morning, as I was leaving, I started my bike, which happened to be parked really close to the hammock. It woke her up and she stomped into the house like I'd just started it in her bedroom and not next to the hammock that's on my property that she refuses to stop using." Max chuckled. "That would be my Harley Bell," he said, shaking his head as a laugh kicked up the corners of his lips. "She was my pride and joy. Still is, really. Her brother is great, love that boy to death, but Harley's my baby girl. That's why it kills me she's already learned some lessons the hard way." I frowned. "What? You didn't know why she sleeps out there?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, I just figured she was weird." Hoax snorted in laughter. Max shook his head. "Harley was in college when her roommate's boyfriend decided to break into her room and nearly rape her while she was sleeping," he explained. "Ever since, she has had a fear of sleeping alone. Honestly, I'm convinced that's why she works nights. That way, she can sleep during the day." Irrational anger started to course through me, all for a woman that wasn't mine. "What happened?" I asked, leaning away from the table of food and pinning the man with my eyes. "Nothing, really. Her best friend, Dre, walked in on him in the act. Dre had been home due to a stomach bug. Their roommate's boyfriend hadn't realized that he was there. Dre pulled him off of her and beat the absolute shit out of him," Max said. "But ever since, Harley's been traumatized, scared of her own shadow." I could imagine. Harley was a small girl. It wouldn't take much to overpower her. Not much at all. "Dre's there," I found myself saying. Max shrugged. "Having Dre there helps, but she's not willing to admit that she has a problem, so she pretty much just sleeps outside. Though that was something she's done forever, so it doesn't look as suspicious to everybody else. I know my baby girl, though. I felt my stomach clench. Again, I hated that. I hated it even more that I could do nothing for her. Nothing but allow her to sleep in the goddamn hammock. What happened to the roommate's boyfriend? I found myself asking. Jail, he answered. He was one of the ones you informed on for us. I wish I'd known that while I was there. I would have fucked him up extra just for the pure joy of it. Hoax muttered something similar, and we shared a knowing smile. If I'd have only known. It was an hour later that I was walking into my abuela's bakery and being surprised for the second time that day. It wasn't because of the fact that my grandmother glared at me over her cookie display case, but because of the fact that none other than my pain-in-the-ass neighbor was sitting in one of the booths in the far corner of the room. "What are you doing here?" came from my grandmother. I turned to her, ignoring my neighbor and how much I wanted to pull her into my arms, and turned to my grandmother. "I'd like a couple of those," I pointed at the cookies. My grandmother huffed and pulled 4 out of the case, putting them onto a plate and handing it to me so hard that one of the cookies almost fell to the floor. I caught it with my expert skills, then took a big enough bite that half the cookie was devoured. "It's good," I muttered around a mouthful, "though the bottom's a little burnt." My grandmother huffed indignantly. "You lie." My lips twitched. "You have any milk?" I asked. My grandmother didn't sell milk at the bakery, something in which I'd been urging her to do for a while now. I mean, who the hell would be able to eat something sweet and not want milk to chase it down with afterward? However, she'd tried to sell milk before and it mostly ended up going bad and she lost money on it. Now she no longer sold the milk, but always kept some in the back for when I'd come. Or used to. The way she smiled slowly, she apparently still did. "Thank you," I grinned. My grandmother couldn't contain her smile. "Go sit down while I grab you some," she ordered. I did as she asked, taking a seat clear across the room from where my wayward neighbors sat, and pulled my phone out of my pocket. I was halfway through an email asking for information. My contacts were quickly learning that I was out and wanting my expertise, when my grandmother set a large glass of milk by my side and walked away. "Thank you," I called back to her. She lifted a hand and went back to her station behind the counter, only this time with her back turned to the door as she got some cupcakes decorated. My lips twitched and I went back to the email requesting help. It was from an old friend on the department, and it had to do with a case we'd worked a long time ago. The case was about a serial rapist. A slew of women had turned up within a 2-week time period reporting their rapes, and all of them from different walks of life. Each case had other things similar, though, such as their location, always a house or apartment, and they always lived with a roommate who just so happened not to be there that day. Which might have been what got me about Harley's predicament, the similarities to the ones I'd been working right before I'd been sent to prison. The ones that I'd been working on with Vanessa. Anyway, long story short, the rapist was caught and sent to jail, though not my jail, unfortunately. According to the email I'd gotten from Logan, who'd been a rookie cop working on his first couple of cases, the rapist had gotten out of jail 3 years ago and hadn't been heard from since. The reason for his email, however, was a very similar case had popped up just a few towns over from us in Uncertain, Texas, and Logan wanted me to know about it. Evidently, he found quite a few similarities in the case, and felt that I might be able to look into it, or find someone else that could look into it for him. Which I could, and would. Finishing off my last cookie, I fired off an email that I would take a look at it, then stood up. That was when I saw him. Charles. An ex-best friend who I hadn't seen in a really long time. Since before jail, at least. I gave him a chin lift and said, "How's it going?" Charles narrowed his eyes, lips thinning, and shrugged. "Good. Nice seeing you." He didn't act like it was nice seeing me. "How's work?" I asked. Charles's hand fisted at his side, but he still smiled at me like it didn't pain him to be in my presence. "Fine. Moved to the sheriff's department just last year. I don't work for the BBPD anymore." Bummer. Not. I actually liked that he didn't work in the same town that I did. It would make seeing him less of a possibility. "How's life treating you?" I asked. His jaw ticked. Okay." He suddenly looked hostile. "You okay?" I asked. I wish I knew what the hell I'd done to make him hate me so much. Fine, he shrugged. See you around. I doubted it. Now that he knew that I was in this place, he'd probably never come back. But he had to have known it would happen sooner or later. I mean, he knew that my grandmother owned the place. When the door slammed behind him, I sighed and looked behind the case for my grandmother, but didn't see her. Shrugging, I walked around the display case, did a quick wash of my hands because my grandmother would lose her shit if I didn't, and started helping myself to another cookie, this time in a different flavor. I heard from the other side. But what the fuck? You can't just go behind there and help yourself. Not only is that not allowed, but it's also unsanitary. I washed my hands at the sink. I gestured to the sink that was practically hidden from view thanks to the tall display cases. And what's it to you what I'd do? This is my favorite bakery, she countered. What's it to me is that I don't want that sweet old lady fucked over by someone like you. Someone like you being a convict. My brows rose. Someone like me? I asked sweetly. Her eyes narrowed. Someone mean? And a rule breaker? Listen, just get out from behind the counter, or I'll be forced to take matters into my own hands. I reached into the case for another cookie, then pulled out a cinnamon twist in a case lower than that. Once I had both onto my plate, I walked over to the coffee pot and helped myself there, too. I told myself I wasn't taking my time just to see what she would do, but I was. Getting her riled up and watching her getting riled up was making me want to laugh. Each step I took, not in the direction she wanted me to, made her eyes narrow farther and farther. It was only as I hopped up on the metal counter, spun my legs around, and stayed there that she got serious. And I only knew she got serious because she said so. Listen, I'm about to get serious, she informed me. Don't make me do it. I added cream, even though there was some at my table, and watched her the entire time. Her eyes narrowed. Then she opened her mouth and called my grandmother. Abuela, Harley cried out. There's a large man sticking his hands in your display cases. My abuela appeared as if she was conjured by God himself. Her eyes narrowed on me and her hands went to her hips. What do you think you're doing, boy? Her accent was particularly thick when she wanted it to be. I held up the now empty coffee creamer and said, I didn't want to interrupt you. I had a feeling you were putting stuff into the oven. She looked at the pot holders on her hands, then back at me. You lie. Again. She shook her pot holder hand at me, and I had a feeling that she was pointing, but I couldn't quite tell due to the pot holder. Me? Never. I placed the coffee creamer canister back onto the counter and turned to her. Are you ever going to give me a hug? She frowned. Are you ever going to come over here more than you're doing right now? Actually, I asked. Yes, I'm going to work for you part-time. I told someone I was going to, and I don't want to be made a liar. I don't need any help, she lied. I rolled my eyes. My grandmother likely didn't. At least, she didn't think she needed any. She probably did, but was so used to doing everything herself that she'd convinced herself that help wasn't needed. Up until a couple of months ago, when Izzy started seeing Rome, she'd had help from our other family members. However, when Izzy decided to leave the family business, my grandmother had been forced to choose sides. She'd already been wavering due to how my family had treated me after I'd announced that I was marrying Vanessa, but how they'd treated Izzy when she'd informed them she was taking time off to help with a dying child, well, my grandmother was done. She washed her hands of them, which meant no more help from the children who really only wanted food in exchange for helping her for an hour during rush hour. I'll be here at 5 every morning and leave around noon. I have another job I've been forced into working, I explained. I heard a cute little growl from behind me and turned to see Harley with her eyes narrowed, sending death glares at me. I hadn't forgotten about her. I just found it fun to give her hell. You know this person, Abuela? Harley asked. You want me to call the cops? Abuela seriously looked like she was considering it for a moment before shaking her head. No, he's my grandson. Harley gasped. Y'all look nothing alike. That was true. I was the black sheep of the family. My grandmother moved to the United States from Mexico when I was 14, as had my father's parents. I, on the other hand, had the dark hair like my family, but That was where the resemblance ended. I didn't know Spanish well because I had lived in the United States my whole life. My parents had spoken Spanish, so I knew more than I was willing to admit, but at the age of 14, I refused to answer to Spanish. When my grandparents moved in with our family, all they did was call me names and demand stuff of me in Spanish, so I refused to answer. My skin tone was light, unlike my siblings, meaning I looked like the red-headed stepchild of the family. Speaking of red hair, even my beard had a hint of red to it, when in the right light. I was tall, much taller than the rest of my family by at least a foot. I had muscles compared to my father and brother's short stockiness, almost fat. And my eyes weren't the brown of the rest of the family, but hazel. They changed with my emotions, the weather, or whatever shirt I happened to be wearing at the time. My grandmother, however, liked to point out that the man she slept with to conceive my mother had the same jade green eyes and red hair. "I slept with a Highlander," my grandmother said. "Slate here, he's all him, down to the red tint to his hair when the sun hits it just right." My grandmother's eyes shined with amusement as she said that. "You were married to a Highlander?" Harley gasped. "Slept with," she corrected. "I was young and dumb, but that man was the best mistake I've ever made." Harley snickered. "One of my dad's friends looks like a Highlander. He has the red beard and the green eyes you speak about. His name is actually Lachlan." Abuela's eyes went shimmery with amusement. "Do you want more cookies, Harley?" Harley shook her head and sighed. "No, I have to be going anyway." I took a sip of my coffee and studied her. While she spoke with my grandmother, I finished off my food, then took my time on the coffee. "Shame," my abuela said. "My grandbabies are on their way in. I know that Astrid would have liked seeing you again." Harley smiled. "I have to go into work tonight, or I would totally stay. But I'll be back tomorrow." Abuela smiled, then walked to the display case and pulled out one more cookie. "For tonight, when you get tired of all those jerks you work with," my grandmother declared. Harley smiled and took the cookie. "You're too good to me." They shared a secret smile, a smile that slid off Harley's face when she saw me staring at her. "Anyway," she said softly, peeling her eyes away from mine. "Y'all have a good night." With that, she walked out and didn't look back. It was only when the silence went on for too long that I realized that I'd watched her walk out the door and my grandmother had watched me watch her. "You go there," my grandmother said, "and you'll get burned like you did with that other girl." I made a face. That other girl meaning the girl that I dated in high school. The one that I'd loved to hate there in the beginning. She'd gone off to college and broken my heart while I stayed here and shouldered responsibilities that I never should have had to do at that young of an age. I should have been able to go to college, too. Should have gotten to use that college football scholarship instead of staying home and being forced to work in the family cleaning business. Should have, could have, but didn't. Whatever. My grandmother laughed just as the bottom of the sky opened up and it began to rain. "Shit," I muttered darkly. "Better go," my grandmother urged. "It's not supposed to stop until next week. April showers bring May flowers." I rolled my eyes. "Abuela, it's only February." She shrugged. "Whatever." Her use of whatever was amusing, to say the least. After giving her a quick hug and stealing a cupcake, I headed for the doors. After eating the cupcake in 2 quick bites, I threw the trash into the trash can by the door, gave one final wave, and headed out into the wetness. Luckily, it wasn't as cold as it had been the last couple of weeks. Today it was balmy and 75 degrees, meaning that spring in Texas had well and truly begun, even though the calendar indicated we had 6 more weeks of winter to go. See, weather in Texas did its own thing. It didn't follow the rules all the other states followed. The rain, however, was quite cold as it saturated my t-shirt. After fumbling with my phone in my pocket, I shoved it into the saddlebags of my bike before getting on and starting it up. It was only as I was a half a block down the road that I realized that Harley was carless. I passed her 2 blocks down from the bakery, and she was already soaked to the bone. I pulled over and called out to her. "Get on." Harley made a face. "I think not." I rolled my eyes. "You're wearing suede boots. You allow water to get into the liner, and you might as well throw those bad boys away." Harley looked down at her gray Ugg boots, then sighed. I'd tried not to pay attention to her outfit, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't. She had on black leggings, a black long-sleeved t-shirt that had Rogue across the breast, and her gray Ugg boots to finish off the ensemble. Her hair was once again plaited down each side in piggy tails, and it took everything I had not to reach out and tug one. God, what the fuck was wrong with me? Ugh, she grumbled. Fine. I scooted farther up the seat to allow her room to get on, seeing as I didn't have a seat for an extra person, then grinned when she mounted behind me as if she'd done it every day for her entire life, which, knowing who her father was, she probably had. Idly, I wondered if she knew how to drive a motorcycle, but decided now wasn't the time to be asking her that. Ready? I asked. She hesitantly put her arms around me, and I rolled my eyes. Tighter, princess, I teased, or you'll fall off when I take the first turn. She tightened her hold, and I decided that was likely good enough. Any tighter, and I'd be thinking about the things pressed against me, and not the road. Using my thighs to level the bike, I levered the kickstand up I had no memory of placing down, and started off. The rain was pelting me in the face and neck, hitting me so hard that I could feel the stings burning each time one hit me. I almost laughed when she curled into my back with a squeak. The rest of the ride was spent like that, driving about 35 miles an hour with her tucked into my back and shielding herself from the rain. When I finally pulled into her driveway and patted her thigh, she gasped. Thank God, she muttered darkly. I thought that ride would never end. I tried not to take exception to the fact, but my mind automatically went to the fact that she didn't like being touched by me, not because of the rain. I nodded once. Have a good night at work, princess. She waved at me. Thank you. I tipped my chin up at her and backed out of her drive, only to turn right into mine a few feet later. Since I was already wet as fuck, I decided to put the bike in the garage, which required me getting off, lifting the garage door manually since I'd never had an automatic opener installed, and getting back on the bike to get it inside. All the while, I had the distinct feeling of someone's eyes on me the entire time. However, when I looked up to glance around, nobody was there.
Chapter 6. If you are lonely, dim all the lights and put on a scary movie. Then you won't feel so alone. Text from her dad to Harley. Harley. I didn't know why I was walking into the bakery when I'd already been twice this week. Sure, the cookies were good, but usually I had more control over my cravings, though those cravings weren't for food. They were for a man. I was stalking my neighbor. Well, not stalking per se, more like going places that I knew he would be. Yesterday over the phone, my father had explained that he'd hired Slate to work for free part-time, and I hadn't been mad. After seeing him with his grandmother, a woman that I'd come to adore since moving to Bear Bottom, I'd been looking at him in a different light. And now I found myself going to a bakery that I knew he probably would be at to get some cookies and danishes to take over to my father's house because I knew he'd be there later. What the hell was wrong with me? Slate had bad news written all over him. Honestly, I would be surprised if he ever colored inside the lines. Swallowing hard, I curled my hand around the bar and opened the door, smiling wide when I saw the wall of men in the middle of the bakery. A wall of men that had Bare Bottom Guardians MC stamped on their leather cuts. The silent man that hadn't wanted to shake my head turned, saw who it was, and gently stepped out of the way. Go ahead, he gestured. We were wanting to get something, but we still have to look. This is our first time here. I could imagine his unsureness. The place was a diamond in the rough. From the outside, you wouldn't think that it was as special as it was, but on the inside, well, there was so much to choose from that it was unreal. I smiled at Bayou and walked past the barrage of muscle, grinning at a few of the guys that took a quick glance down at me before making my way up to the front counter, where there was no one in sight. I looked at the metal bell on the counter that said, "Ring for service," then pressed it. Only once, even though after an entire minute nobody came. I looked back at the man that was directly behind me and saw that more people had arrived since I'd come in. I bit my lip and found Hoax grinning at me. Hoax worked for my father and was also married to Prue. Prue and her sisters, Phoebe and Piper, had all grown up on the free compound. My father and 5 of his buddies had formed a compound of sorts when they'd gotten out of the military. As each man had expanded his family, they'd all built houses on the same plot of land. Hence how the compound had formed. Though I hadn't seen Hoax other than at the compound, he still seemed approachable. Technically, I suppose I should have known Bayou a little better, too, seeing as he was married to Phoebe now. But he never came to visit at the same time that I did, and we'd been able to avoid each other quite successfully, not because we were actively avoiding each other, but because we both led separate lives that kept us busy. Busy enough that when I was around, he wasn't, and when he was, I was busy. I'd been invited to a few dinners that they were all a part of, but being the new man on the totem pole at work meant that I worked nights for now. It also meant that when everybody else was awake, I wasn't, and vice versa. I hadn't quite figured out how to manage my time on my day offs either. Here it was well past 2 in the afternoon, and I was just getting my day started. Anyway, excuses aside, I should have likely met Bayou before now. I should have also made an attempt to be around my family more, too, but I hadn't seen that problem until lately. Lately, when Slate came in the picture. "Should I ring the bell again?" I asked Hoax. Hoax shrugged. "I guess," he muttered. I rang the bell again, this time tapping it twice. Slate's voice carried loudly out of the kitchen. "I'm fucking coming." Slate finally came back out of the back room with a tray of what looked to be blueberry muffins, and my mouth watered. For 2 reasons. A, of course, the muffins. B, because the way he was holding the tray put his forearms on display and made his biceps look huge. Do you need help?" I gestured to all of the people that were now in line. He rolled his eyes. "No, been doing this since I was a kid and old enough to count money." I tried not to be offended by the roll of his eyes that clearly said, "You're joking, right?" "Then possibly you can take my order sometime this week," I shot back, unable to control my simmering anger. Slate placed the muffins, which were in fact blueberry, into the display case and turned to me. "Yes," he replied silkily. "What do you want?" I rolled my eyes. Could I get away with saying one of everything? Give me 12 of those blueberry muffins, 12 of those cinnamon twist things." I paused. "A dozen of those cookies right there," I pointed, "and a glass of milk." "We don't sell milk," he informed me. My brow rose. "But you had milk the last time I was in here." "I'm also the grandson of the owner," he shot back. He did have a point. "All right," I said softly. "Then that's it." Slate got the delicacies in record time, and he was right. He did look like he was fully competent. By the time he had me all rung up and I was handing him my card, he was staring at me. "What?" I asked. "You can eat any of those cinnamon twists now?" he questioned. I thought about that, then shrugged. "Maybe," I volunteered. "If you do, I suggest you warm it up. They're way better," he offered. "Just one," I said. "You can warm it up while I take these out to the car." He opened the box up, took a sheet out of the box that he used to grab all my food with, then plucked another cinnamon twist out of the case and popped it in the microwave. Once that was done, he gestured to the man that was behind me. Hoax. "Hey, would you mind taking this to her car? I'm not sure if she can lift it," Slate teased. My mouth dropped open. "Hey!" I lifted my arm up and showed him my impressive muscles. "I have guns, see?" Okay, so they were pretty pitiful, but they weren't anything to sneeze at either. I did CrossFit, I ran, I also was still 5'0". I didn't look like I could lift a flea. "Sure." Hoke shouldered up to the counter and grabbed my boxes of shit, then started back out without another word. I hurriedly followed behind him and got the front door, holding it open for him to exit. He walked directly to my car without me having to point it out to him, and I wondered if there was something about it that screamed, "That's Harley's." I didn't ask him, though. Instead, I hurried to catch up and opened the front door for him. He placed it on my seat and closed the door. "You come here a lot?" he asked as we walked back to the bakery. I shrugged. It's the best bakery in town, besides the one over by the old mental institution, but the owners of that one relocated to Arizona after a freak tornado a few months ago, so it's this place or nothing. Not that I'm complaining." He grunted out a wordless reply and opened the bakery's door for me, allowing me to move ahead of him back up to the counter. The line had grown to about 5 people, if you didn't count the entire group of bikers, and I smiled at a few as I rushed up to the front to get my card and my twist. When I arrived, it was to find Slate once again returning from the back, this time with a cup of milk in his hand. I felt something inside me warm at the gesture. Then he had to go and ruin it. "Thank you," I gasped, excited. Slate rolled his eyes. "Whatever," he muttered. "Just didn't want to hear you bitching the next time I saw you, which seems to be the only fucking thing you do." I gasped. "You really shouldn't be dropping the F-bomb in front of your grandmother," I murmured. "She doesn't look like she likes it when you do that." Slate looked over his shoulder at his grandmother and grinned. I felt that grin in my soul, if my vagina could be considered my soul, because, holy shit, was the man's smile potent. "I really shouldn't be giving away any of her milk either," he pointed out. "Yeah, you saw me do that, didn't you?" With that, he gestured toward the large man behind me, and I skittered sideways and hurried out of the door. And when I took my first bite of the cinnamon twist and moaned, I attempted a look at him over my shoulder. He was staring at me. I gave him a thumbs up with the cup of milk he'd given me, and his lips twitched. I walked out of the bakery with my insides shivering. I also told myself that I wasn't going to stay at my father's place until he got there. I wouldn't. I did. 3 hours later, I was sitting in the compound on my father's porch, acting like I was there for a nice chat with my mom and dad, when in fact I was there because I wanted another glimpse of him. "How was work yesterday?" my mother asked, startling me out of my contemplation of the driveway. I looked over at her and smiled. "It was okay," I admitted, "though there are a lot of staff out with the flu right now. If I make it through this flu season without it, it'll be a miracle." Dad grunted on his chair beside me and stood up, walking inside without a word. "What?" I asked my mom. "His knee is bothering him again. Probably have a storm coming in, so he says." My lips twitched. My father had sustained quite a bit of damage in his time as a soldier. The scarring all over his body was enough to prove it. When the weather took a drastic change, it was more than likely his body would start aching to let him know it was coming. Sometimes, he said, he would know the forecast better than the weatherman. "I heard there's a cold front blowing through tomorrow afternoon," I admitted. "It's supposed to drop 40 degrees in about 3 hours. "Great," my mother muttered. "Your brother's driving in from Fort Hood. That's exactly what I want to hear." I giggled. "That's usually the way of it. How long does he get to stay?" "A night," Dad said as he came back out. "He's doing something in Louisiana that he wasn't at liberty to talk about, he says. He got permission to stop at our house for the night. And then in the morning he'll continue with the trip to wherever in Louisiana he's going." "Are we sure it's even Louisiana?" I teased. Dad grunted out a reply and sat back down, a frosted mug of beer in his hand. A bike pulled into the compound, and I felt my nerves start to quiver. Everything inside me was more than aware that the bike hadn't been coming to the compound long. If he had, he would have kept right on rolling inside. Instead, he had to stop at the gate and input a temporary code. The rest of us had little tags on our vehicles. When we got close, the gate would sense the tags and automatically open for us. "He's late," my father muttered. I bit my lip and looked at the time. "It's because of all that." I gestured toward the boxes of pastries, though I wish I would have been able to keep more of those muffins, and the twists. I'd made the mistake of walking into the center earlier, where quite a few of the men had been in a meeting, my dad being one of them. Needless to say, I had only cookies left, and that had been because I'd guarded that box with my life so I could share them with my mother. The bike pulled up to the center's front, but with a quick look around, he came to see us instead of walking inside the center. "Hope I didn't interrupt," Slate muttered, his eyes flicking to mine, then to my father's, followed shortly by my mother's. "No, Max muttered. "Take a seat for a second and let me finish my beer. We try not to take alcohol into the center. It sometimes scares the women and children, though we don't have any inhabitants right now." Slate nodded and went to the only available seat left on the porch, the one directly next to me, and took a seat. "Anyway, Harley, to answer your question," Dad opened his mouth and yawned. "I was able to find out it's some training exercise that's supposed to simulate a real attack on our U.S. borders. They're going down to the swamps of Louisiana. There's a survivalist compound that they were able to acquire for a few weeks. They're supposed to be blending into the surrounding towns and not scaring the shit out of people while they perform this mission. Your brother's going in as a civilian." That's when I burst out laughing. "Dax doesn't fit in," I found myself saying. "Dax most certainly stands out." I was more than aware of Slate's eyes on me, and I glanced at him out of the corner of my eyes. He was studying my face. "Why do you say your brother doesn't fit in?" he asked curiously. "My brother is what you would consider beautiful," I admitted. "He's also 6'4", weighs 249 pounds, and has tattoos covering almost every inch of his arms, and even one on his neck. He was almost denied entry into the army because of them." "Meaning," my father drawled, "that he's going to stand out. He's most certainly not going to be able to blend in." Slate shrugged. "I don't know, that's about normal nowadays. When I was in, that might have caused a few people to go, Now it's just par for the course. It doesn't surprise me about his almost denial, though. I had this one on my arm and they nearly said, 'Hell no.'" I looked at his arm and felt my lips twitch. Every time I'd seen the tattoo, it caused my lips to twitch. It was a sloth. A really, really big sloth. It started at his wrist. At least the tree that the sloth was hanging from did, and stopped somewhere underneath his t-shirt. The sloth took up the majority of his bicep, as its clawed foot hung on from a tree branch. "Not offensive, though," my father muttered. "Which isn't what Dax's are." My lips twitched. "They're not offensive, really." "You're saying that a topless woman isn't offensive?" My mother finally chimed in, still pissy about that tattoo. My brother had gone out one night, on his 17th birthday, to get a tattoo of a topless woman on his forearm. He'd come home, been proud as fuck about it, only to have my mother lose her shit over it. It was hilarious, and I wish I could have taped it for nostalgia's sake. My mother, who was my height, ripping my brother, who'd been well over 6 feet at the time, a new asshole in front of everybody, well, that was one for the books, and something I'd cherish for my entire life. "It happens, I suppose," Slate said. "So, did you pull some strings to get him in?" Max grinned. "I would have, but he ended up sweet-talking his way in all on his own. Kid's a charismatic little fuck when he wants to be." Slate snorted. "Must be nice. I've never had that ability. When I tried to talk my way out of shit, it always ends up digging my hole deeper." I turned to my mother. "Mom, you must have met the neighbor that turned his sprinklers on me, right?" My mother's brows rose. "Actually," she said, "I have. I met him last night, but your father failed to mention the sprinkler part." Slate's cheeks colored. Let me repeat. Slate's cheeks colored. Score! "Your daughter also failed to mention that she was lying in his hammock in his yard. When she had that pointed out to her, she gave him attitude," Dad supplied helpfully. I gasped. "Why must you take everybody's side but mine?" Dad's eyes met mine. "Baby, trust me when I say being forced to be somewhere you don't want to be, for a length of time that is irrationally long. It's torture. Being home in your own environment is crucial to sanity. When he came home, he found you on his shit. What did you think was going to happen?" he asked. I felt my stomach clench. I hadn't really thought about it that way, to be honest. I just noticed that the hammock hadn't been used, ever, and I'd had no problem in using it. Now thinking about how Slate had his choices taken away from him, as well as his every move dictated, well, that made me rethink the petty games I'd been playing with the hammock this week. Shit. My eyes flicked to Slate, but he was busy studying something off in the distance. I reached for another cookie to keep my mouth occupied. "Why were you in prison?" my mother asked nonchalantly. I nearly choked on my cookie. "I killed my fiancé's murderer," he answered truthfully. "Beat the shit out of him. At the time, I wasn't really trying to kill him per se, just make him hurt like he made Vanessa hurt. Turns out that the guy had an underlying medical condition that was not conducive with being beat up. I didn't have a clue." "Bummer," Mom teased. "One less asshole to be on our planet, breathing in air." I gasped. "Mother?" She shrugged. "I was working the night that y'all came in." I felt something in my belly twitch. 2 police officers getting shot was a big deal for our tiny town, she said. "You were a hero." Slate snorted. "A hero? Yeah, a hero would have saved her. I just let her bleed out in the squad car." "I remember them saying that you held pressure on her wound and drove her to the hospital, all the while with a gunshot wound yourself," she countered. "One that was making you bleed out almost as fast as her." Slate's face went hard. "Almost," he agreed. I shoved another bite of cookie into my mouth. I knew this was an uncomfortable subject for him, and I was torn between changing the subject and asking more questions. Instead of doing either, I shoved my mouth full of cookies and tried to control the urge to reach for his hand and tuck it into both of mine. A hand that would have engulfed both of mine easily. "You pulled up into the ambulance bay, sirens blaring, and then passed out as soon as you got into park," she said. "I was clocking in when I saw you pull up. The entire emergency room exploded in activity. I had to give a statement to the police on what I saw since I was right there when you pulled up." Slate's face scrunched up. "Then you got fixed up, loaded up with blood, and you were out the door a couple hours later," she murmured. "Walking out AMA." AMA was against medical advice. Slate looked like the type to do that. "Had some unfinished business," he admitted. What he'd done had been something that every single person in the world would have done if they were placed into that situation. My phone rang, and I glanced at the readout from where it sat in my lap, and grimaced. "Fuck," I muttered darkly. "What is it?" Dad asked. "Work," I muttered, picking the phone up and answering it. "Hello?" I sighed. "I will give you $1 million bajillion to come in tonight," my boss Mel pleaded. I looked at my watch. I haven't eaten dinner yet, and it was nearly time to go in. "Eat it, then come," she urged. "I'm short-staffed. There's nobody able to come in. We had 2 more call in with the flu." "Fuck. Today was my only day off," I whined. "Please," she begged. I sighed and looked at my watch again. "But I was going to watch Netflix and chill." "You can have tomorrow off instead," she pleaded, "and Saturday. I have the as-needed chick coming in, but she's off on vacation. She said she could be back in tomorrow night." I thunked my head down on my upraised knees. "But Netflix and chill." Mel started to laugh. "You do know the meaning of Netflix and chill, correct?" she teased. "And last I heard, you only had a gay man living with you." I sighed. "Hey," I said stiffly, "Dre may be gay, but he's not immune to my charms." She started to snicker. "The day that man turns away from his man will be the day that this world ends, honey, and I bought you a present. It starts with a bag of and ends with M&Ms. I snickered. "I'll see you in a few minutes, Mel. Just swear to God you better be aware of the shit that's about to be thrown down tonight. It's a full freaking moon." She sighed. "Oh, I know. Why do you think I had to call you?" With that, she hung up, and I groaned and dropped my head back to the chair behind me. "You have to go in?" my mother asked quietly. I grumbled something unladylike under my breath and raised my head. My breath hitched in my throat when I got my first good look at the man, now looking at me like he had a new exciting shininess to me. "What?" I asked curiously. "Dre's gay?" I frowned. "Yeah, is that a problem? Are you homophobic or something?" He shook his head. "No, but I thought y'all were married." I burst out laughing. "Dre and me, married." I laughed my ass all the way to the car. Chapter 7. Some of y'all have never turned Leonard Skinner up when he told you to, and it really shows. Harley's random thoughts. Harley. The turning point in our love-hate relationship came the night that I went to work, and he saved me from being murdered, which I suppose would do it for normal women, too. The day started out like any other. Honestly, I'd been in the middle of my shift. The morning had gone about as planned, other than being a little short-staffed and having to run from floor to floor on my own. I'd just arrived on the ground floor, the floor that the ER was on, and had stepped inside and was talking to a nurse about what was needed for 2 patients when it happened. "Wow, looks like you got a busy day ahead of you," I said softly. "We got a girl over there that shot a man in a motorcycle club, and the man she shot all the way at the opposite side of the room, but still in the same room. I can feel the murderous glares coming from the motorcycle club being beamed down the hallway at her, and she's just sitting there smiling." The nurse rolled her eyes and led me first to a room. "This is the one that needs to go first. He's got a compound fracture poking out of his skin." I went in and assessed the patient with a glance, nodded my head, and said, "One of you are going to have to help me push him." The nurse nodded. "Come with me. I'll go see if one of the orderlies can take them with you." I imagine that I'll need one for that one, too. I gestured toward the next room. "Can I keep him for about an hour?" The nurse laughed. "No, but if you call us, I can send the next patient up with you." I sighed. "We're so short-staffed, it's not even funny." The nurse agreed right along with me. We had 2 nurses calling sick due to the flu, one for flu-like symptoms that were coming on, and 2 technicians. Needless to say, I'm wiped, I imagined. That's what took our staff out, too. She just shook her head and stopped at the nurse's station. I did as well, but looked down at the chart that was in my hand. Something on the patient's paperwork caught me off guard, and I began backing up, thinking I might need to double-check that before I went. With my back turned toward the main part of the room, I was keeping an eye on my chart and not where I was going. My back hit something solid, and I turned to apologize almost immediately. "I'm sorry, sir." I paused when I saw the man continuing walking as if I hadn't just hit him with everything I had. Sure, it had been unintentional, and my bulk was that of a prepubescent boy, but I'd done it. Then I saw where he was going and hurried to catch up to him. "You can't go in there. She's in police custody." Slap! I hit the floor and began to roll. There was no other way to stop it. My face had exploded in pain, and all because the man that I'd been trying to stop had backhanded me. He'd backhanded me. I was busy saying what the fuck in my head for what felt like an eon. It was only as I was scrambling to move backward that I finally realized that one hit might not have been enough. When I heard a deafening crack, my eyes peeled open just in time to see Slate's massive bulk standing over the man that had fallen to the floor. Fall into the floor with one punch from his fisted hand. Then the almost comical show of the man popping back up began to happen. He'd get up, run at Slate with murder in his eyes, and Slate would slam him back down. Over and over again this happened. I managed to stand up at some point. I wasn't sure how or why, but I found myself with my back against the nurse's station. I just thought about moving to the other side of the nurse's station when the man that Slate had been playing as a fool paused, pulled a gun out, and aimed it directly at me. I did as any daughter of Max Tremaine would do in that second. I dove for cover and made sure that my ass wasn't exposed. I would have accomplished it, too, had the man that had a gun aimed at my head not kicked a cart full of medical supplies at me, kicking me off my trajectory, and practically throwing me against Slate's legs. "Drop it," an angry voice boomed. I looked up to see a cop with a gun aimed at the gunman. The gunman's eyes went electric as he practically vibrated with rage. His eyes on the cop and no longer me. I took my chance because I knew without a shadow of a doubt that Slate would protect me with his life if it came down to it. And I didn't want it to come down to it, not at all. Once I was securely behind the cart, I poked my head out around the side and watched. "No!" The gunman shook his head, fingers tightening on the butt of the gun. "I will not!" You've already committed a felony for assaulting a healthcare worker. The cop gestured with his chin to me, or where I would have been had I been in my earlier spot. Slate, however, was guarding the goddamn cart with his body now, making my heart feel funny. He had an IV stand in his hands, and he was holding it as if he would swing it at anything that ever aimed to cause me harm. Am resisting arrest, as well as whatever else we can pin on you. Don't make this worse than it has to be. The man swung his gun in a different direction, this time at the psych patient, who was no longer smiling, but still looked way too serene to be in a gunman's crosshairs. I told you this was a bad idea, he hissed at her, that you should have stayed home and left well enough alone. She's alive, the woman said in a near monotone voice, no inflection whatsoever. And she has Linny. The gunman scoffed. Who fucking cares? What is your obsession? If you just left well enough alone, I wouldn't be here on Dad's request. Then maybe you should stop being Dad's little bitch, monotone girl suggested. The gunman burst out laughing, but stopped just as quickly when he saw a security guard creeping up behind him and swung the gun around. No! The security guard got the message and backed up without a word. My eyes went back to the gunman. And the man swung his gun back, aimed once again at monotone girl. The woman didn't look scared at all. How did you not get scared when there was a gun aimed at you? I'm not Dad's little bitch, you are, which is why I'm fucking here instead of doing other important shit like... He trailed off. Put the gun down, the cop ordered. Can't, the gunman said. I'm under strict orders to bring her home or what? Monotone girl laughed. This time, with a little bit of her crazy leaking out in the manic state of her eyes. Come on, tell us, or what? The man looked at her sadly. I'm tired of handling you anyway, Tara. You're exhausting. I'm exhausting, she agreed, but I'm Daddy's baby. I'm Daddy's one and only girl. I'm Daddy's ticket. Maybe, he agreed, but honestly, so is Theo. If you're not here, then it all goes to Theo. The woman went absolutely wild. There were literally no other words for what happened next. Don't say that, she screeched. The bed tipped over. The officer that had seemingly come out of nowhere tried to catch it, but instead of holding it steady, they both went down. Which was how both the officer and the woman ended up getting shot. The gunman shot two off before anybody could react. The officer took one to the foot, and the woman took one to the head. Then, as if in slow motion, Slate moved. Before anyone could get a shot off, the gunman was down, with hundreds of pounds of muscle and bone hitting him so hard that I could swear I heard things crack. My last stray thought before everything was quiet was that, I hope I don't have to do an X-ray on him. Turns out, there was a lot of paperwork to do when someone was shot right in front of you. Who knew? My eyes kept trailing over to the man at my side. The man that hadn't left my side since it had all happened. Well, mostly, he'd left it to tackle the shooter. He'd also left it to give his statement to a couple of detectives, though saying that, they hadn't really gotten that much out of him, seeing as there'd been 3 sworn officers in the same room as us all when it had all gone down. Wade, a man that was in the same MC as Slate and worked for Bare Bottom Police Department, was a nice man and very attractive. He was tall, built a lot like my father was with the muscular arms and chest, but he looked stocky as well. Then there was Z, another cop that was also in the Bare Bottom Guardians MC, though he worked for the county and not the city's police department. Then there was the other officer, the one chatting up a nurse at the nurse's station when I'd come on the floor. The one that had been shot and would likely lose his job for the shitastic performance at protecting his now very dead charge. The woman who'd been shot in the head was dead. D-E-A-D. Very dead. Though they tried to do CPR on her, there was no saving her from that. There was just too much blood outside her body, and not inside. Though from what I'd heard the men muttering, the woman was a real piece of work. I'd only heard bits and pieces, and I knew that I was going to beg my dad for more information later, but from what little I had heard, she hadn't really deserved to be saved. which kind of shit me to say, but it was what it was. Is this all I have to do? I asked no one in particular as I finished writing my statement out. Sign and give it back because, dear God, I'm ready to get the hell home. My father had already come and gone. After checking to make sure that I was all right, taking one look at my face and seeing the damage from the backhand, he'd left. I was fairly sure he was going to visit the man that had done the hitting, but at that point in time I was just way too tired to give a shit. Speaking of, my brother had been with him, and he hadn't so much as said a single word to me before he'd turned around and left as well. Though that had been hours ago now, and I still hadn't seen them. Which kind of sucked, seeing as my brother was home for like a half a day and then he was leaving again. Just sign it and give it to one of those detectives. Slate, who was sitting beside me, rumbled. I looked up to find the detectives that had questioned us, and found them standing over by the still rather large congealed pool of blood that was on the floor where Slate had tackled the gunman, Andy. Andy's head had hit the floor so hard that it had split open like an egg, and funny enough, I was the one to x-ray him. Cool, I muttered, standing up. You have a post-it note stuck to your ass, he said as I stretched. I reached back and patted my butt, not finding anything. Where? I asked as I tried to turn and find it, but my body was stiff. Not only from it being a long day at work, but from being slapped across the face so hard that my neck had received whiplash. There, he pointed to it. I still couldn't see it. Just get it off, I ordered. He reached forward reverently, plucked the sticky note off my ass, then placed it back onto the counter that I had been sitting on. He'd been leaning on it, which explained why he didn't have any notes on his ass. Not that I could see his ass in this current position, though I had seen quite a bit of it today from where I'd been allowed to admire it for hours. Did it at least say something good? I asked curiously. His lips twitched as he turned to read what the note said. No. I squinted at him. What did it say? No rectal temp required, he said without cracking even an iota of a smile. You're shitting me. I moved closer. It doesn't really say that. He pulled off the post-it, turned it around, and showed it to me. Oh, God, I snickered. That would have been bad. His lips twitched. Yeah, it would have. You're welcome. I patted him on the hand, then turned to take my paper to the detective. I haven't turned an essay in since I was in college, I told them, and even then it was written on the computer. This form of essay I haven't done since high school. 9th grade literature, to be exact. My hand hurts. The detective in charge took it. Thank you. I grinned at him. Can I go? The grin was totally false, but smiling never hurt anyone, and it wouldn't hurt me. Yep, he said. Do the cops that first question do have your number? I nodded. That, and it's on the paper there. It asks for a number as well as my driver's license number. I didn't put my social security number because I didn't see a reason for you to have that. The one that was closest to me nodded, but I could tell he would have said something more had I not felt a rather large, dark presence creep up to my back. Here's mine. Slate's dark voice shivered down my spine. We're heading out. Thanks, Slate, the detective said. I'd say any time, but... Slate left that hanging. After offering each other his hand, Slate caught me by the elbow as he said, Your dad called and asked me to bring you to a restaurant right around the corner. Mexican. Apparently my whole club is there too, which means I'll be forced to stay too. I looked up at him but didn't try to pull away from his touch. You don't like your club? I asked. He shrugged. I'm more of a solitary person. When I told them I'd help them while I was in prison, I had no idea that strings were involved. I just wanted to find something to do to relieve me of the daily boredom. It's rather monotonous in there. I could imagine. The idea of not having anything to do all day, every day sounded like it would really suck. I was addicted to Netflix. Even more so, I loved eating food. Which was why I said, Don't worry, I'll sit next to you and chat your ear off. That way my family will think I'm fine and nobody will bother you too much from both sides. Just one. Something crossed in Slate's eyes, but it was gone so fast that I almost imagined that I'd even seen it to begin with. That sounds like I might actually owe you one once this night is through, he muttered. I looked at my watch. Actually, I said as I looked at my watch, it's only 2 in the afternoon. Or almost 2. It's really closer to 1:45, but I'm saying 2. We won't spend more than an hour or 2 there anyway. I'm freaking tired. I need a nap. Thought you wanted to spend some time with your brother, he asked. You're only going to stay an hour? I thought about that for a long moment, then cursed. Shit, you're right. If I didn't spend time with him now, I wouldn't get time with him later. Maybe not for another couple of months at least. You make sense, I admitted. Fuck, I'm tired. He looked at me out of the corner of his eye. No sleep yesterday paired with working all day on top of all that excitement at the end of your shift. There's no wonder you're tired, he admitted. I felt my lips quirk up at the corners. So, how did you spend your night? I asked curiously. He grunted out a reply of, spent from 6 to about 10 in the evening sleeping. Got a call at about 10:15 saying that someone, that Tara chick that was popped in the head, had broken into Liner's house and shot him in the arm. He's the one you came in and peeked at really quick when you first got on the floor. She frowned. Were you in the room? Slate shrugged. Mostly. I was leaning against the vending machine right outside the door to his room. I was hidden by the machine because the baby cop protecting Tara kept looking at me like I was going to haul off and murder each of the staff. I think that's really why he was at the nurse's station instead of where he was supposed to be. I rolled my eyes. If he couldn't tell that Tara was the more dangerous one in the room, at least at that moment in time, then he shouldn't be a cop. His eyes looked down at me as he said, You ready to go? I felt like there was something else there, something that I was missing. But I didn't say anything to that. I have to go up to X-ray and get my bag and stuff, I muttered. Do you want to wait here for me? I paused. Though I do have my own car, I can drive it and meet you there. He shook his head. Your dad let your brother take it. It's at the restaurant. I rolled my eyes. Why does that not surprise me? He shrugged. In answer, though, I'll just go with you. I'm parked out front anyway. We can just take the elevator to the first floor instead of ground and go out that way. Why are you parked out front when your buddy went into the ER? I questioned as we began walking. I noticed idly how the doctors, nurses, and visitors were the ones to get out of his way, and not the other way around. I looked way up at the man that was so much taller than me and could see the reason why. Not only was he dressed in head-to-toe black other than his jeans, which were also so dark that they could have passed for black in dimmer light. He was wearing a scowl the size of Kilgore on his face, and his arms were fisted at his sides. The veins in his arms were bulging, and even me, not being a nurse, I still looked at them and thought they were rather large and juicy. I wanted to run my finger down one particular vein that started at his pinky finger and traveled all the way up his arm to disappear into his t-shirt. My face was nearly eye level with a tattoo, and I tried to surreptitiously look at it without drawing attention to the fact that I was. It was a skull, of course, but it also had script writing underneath in a different language. One that I'd never learned, obviously, because I couldn't figure out what it meant. I'd have to Google it later when I got home. Another woman quickly pulled her son, who was busy facing the iPad he had in his hand, and not paying attention to where he was walking, out of the way and onto the correct side of the hallway. She almost looked scared when she did it, causing me to look up at Slate's face and chuckle. You know, I said with a slight laugh, I could use you when I'm running from floor to floor. Most of the time I'm on a time crunch, but nobody ever sees me. When they do, they're not really in that much of a hurry to move out of the way. His face turned down, and he looked at me questioningly. Your scowl, I said. It's intimidating. He shrugged. Can't help my face. He was right. He couldn't. Not that he needed to or anything, Really, he just looked like someone that should be taken seriously. I had a feeling that when he was a cop, he was likely even more intimidating. I'll bet he looked good in a uniform. I didn't say anything was wrong with it, I told him as we stopped at the bank of elevators. All I'm saying is that you're scowling. You don't have to scowl. Not that I care if you scowl. You can scowl all you want. His lips twitched right when the elevator door opened. That's when I saw a group of people in there, all of which looked to be laughing about missing their stop on the first floor, seeing as none of them got off, and they were all laughing about their mistake. They also looked kind of drunk. What the hell? "Oh, there's room," one man said as he scooched back. "Sorry we missed our floor. Come on." I stepped on, or rather, started to step on. But Slate grabbed my hand and said, "We'll wait. Thanks, though." The drunk man shrugged and pushed the door close button. When the doors closed, I looked at him questioningly. "They smelled bad," he muttered, "and I'm not squeezing in there with that. Fucking gross." I nodded in understanding. My nose is all stopped up. I can't smell a thing. He grunted out a "you should be thankful" and pressed the button to go up a second time. This time, when the elevator arrived, there was only one person on it, and that one was too busy playing on her phone to even pay attention to either one of us. "People and their electronic devices," Slate muttered. "What the fuck? When did that get so important? Why not live and experience life? You can't find what you're looking for in a goddamn screen." I looked at him with surprise. I never really thought about that, but I guess I am quite guilty of doing that also, I admitted. He looked over at me. "I've been with you for hours now, and not once, besides when your dad called, did you ever look at your phone." He indicated the woman that had just left the elevator. "She didn't even look up." I pressed the button for my floor, turned my back to the wall, and leaned against it. "I suppose you're right, but there were extenuating circumstances. For example, you. Yet I didn't say that part aloud." "Still," he muttered darkly, "it's just fucking annoying. What's even more annoying is to find people texting and driving and almost running me off the road. It's like I have to pay double the attention that I used to, based solely on the fact that people can't keep their goddamn eyes on the road." That was true. I had my dad install a train horn on my car. I smiled brightly. It takes up a lot of my trunk, but it's so totally worth it to honk at people that are on their phone. His lips twitched. "That's actually kind of funny." The elevator doors opened, signaling we'd arrived. "Come on," I said with a tilt of my chin. "Come to the locker room with me." He followed me this time instead of me following him, and we arrived in time to see shift change happening. The woman that was taking over for me waved. I waved back. "Good luck out there. It's a mess." She snorted as she held the door of the break room open for me. "I've heard. Have a good one." "You too," I said, pushing the door open wide. Slate caught the door and held it for me to pass through, and I did, going under his arm like I was a small child instead of a fully grown adult. His eyes took in the small room as I walked to my locker, and his face lit on the cookies, or what was left of the cookies, that I'd bought from him just that afternoon. "You shared?" he asked as I spun my lock. "Cursing when on the first try it didn't open." "No," I snorted. "That was my lunch. I just didn't get a chance to clean it up before I was paged back out." I fucked the combination up again, causing him to study me. Then I really wasn't going to get it. "I guess I don't really need my purse," I muttered darkly. He walked up to me and shouldered me out of the way slightly. "What's the combination?" 23-7-44, I murmured. He popped it open with the first try. I glared at him. He shrugged. "You went around twice instead of once the first time around." That was true. I never remembered how many times I did it. I should have bought a key lock a long time ago. I missed it more than I got it at this point, and having him this close to me wasn't helping matters. Grabbing my bag, I shouldered it and slammed my locker closed before once again locking it. "If you could come open it for me before and after each shift, I'd appreciate it," I teased. His lip twitched, something that had been happening a lot tonight, and I felt almost giddy. "Ready?" he asked. I nodded and reached for my trash on the way out the door, tossing it in the trash can as I left. He watched me do this, then held the door open for me once again. I didn't duck as I went under his arm, but my hair did brush his arm as I passed underneath it. "Almost made it," he teased. The ride down the elevator was less exciting this time, but we did happen to get on the same one that had the drunks on it earlier. I could smell the alcohol still, 10 minutes later. He didn't say a word, and neither did I as he led me into the parking lot toward his bike. It was parked in a prime spot, right outside the front doors. "Nice," I said, as I handed him my bag to tuck into his saddlebags. He took it, stuffed it in, and then said, "Sometimes luck is on my side." He said it in such a way that made it sound like normally luck wasn't on his side, not at all. And that made my heart hurt for him a little bit. He closed the bags, then got on. I noticed this time, however, that there was a little seat on the back fender, unlike last time. Then, without a second thought to who Slate was, or why I was so excited to be close to him all over again, I got on as well. For a second time in just as many days, I was on the back of his bike. This time, though, I didn't bother to get as far away as I could. I got close. I also noticed him press back into me. Just the most infinitesimal of presses, but it was enough. Slate ended up being almost right. By the time we got out of the restaurant, it was almost 4, and the bed was calling my name.
Chapter 8. Having a Snickers for dinner is acceptable when you're an adult, right? Slate's secret thoughts. Slate. I could tell with an almost certainty that today wasn't going to go at all how I had planned, especially how it had started. After getting the phone call and finding myself at the ER, I'd been on alert. I'd felt like something was wrong, yet I couldn't quite put my finger on why. After finding that I intimidated the staff and the brothers of the MC, and MC I still wasn't sure really wanted me there, I'd spent the majority of the time outside listening, meaning I knew almost the instant that Harley was in danger. As soon as I saw her hit the ground after being backhanded by that man, something inside of me had switched from off to on. Taking one look at her crumpled on the ground holding her face, I had nearly lost it. What I wouldn't have given for the ability to have a weapon on me. How it had gone down had been me standing like a dumbass in front of Harley, hoping that he wouldn't aim the gun in her direction. Seeing her crawl on that dirty floor, trying in vain to escape, had made my heart ache with something I wasn't really willing to admit I felt just yet. After I'd seen my chance, I'd taken the gunman down, and now I found myself going to dinner when all I really wanted to do was go home and decompress. Though it helped that Harley was on the back of my bike 2 minutes ago and walking inside with me now. When we finally arrived, it wasn't hard to find the MC and the rest of our group, nor was it hard to realize that they'd started without us. Drinking, that was. The ease in which we found them was likely due to the fact that they'd cordoned off a section of the restaurant and they were being a rather rambunctious lot. "Wow," I said surprisingly, coming to a stop just shy of being in the actual restaurant. "They didn't waste time, did they?" Harley's eyes shone as she took in the group. "No," she agreed. "They sure didn't. Do we even need to be here?" She sounded tired, really tired. I looked down at her to see her eyes wary and exhausted, as if she wanted to be here about as much as I did. "Your brother's in the corner there," I murmured. The brother had come in for all of a minute and a half. He hadn't said a word. All he'd done, in full uniform I might add, was walk, stomp in, let his eyes take Harley in from head to toe, and then march right back out. He hadn't even seen me standing there next to her, or if he hadn't reacted to that. Her brother wasn't wearing the military uniform anymore. This time he was in a black t-shirt, jeans, and a baseball cap. He had his arms crossed over his chest. And yes, I agreed. He definitely had quite a few colorful tattoos, and they had nothing to do with the actual color of them. His eyes were the first ones to come to us, stalling there at the entrance of the restaurant that neither one of us wanted to be at. His lips tipped up at the corner as he saw his sister's rather unhidden annoyance. "He's a butthead," she agreed. "But I love him." "He looks like a much younger version of your father," I found myself saying.
Obviously, that's rather understandable why he does, but shit. They could be each other's clones. Harley sighed and grabbed a hold of my shirt, pulling me in her wake. That's why he got all those tattoos, she explained. Everybody always compared him to my father, and let me tell you something, he's definitely not my father. Not in any way, shape, or form. I looked at Dax, then at the older version, Harley's father. If Max's looks were any indication, Dax would age quite well. And I also wouldn't consider either of them beautiful. Their eyes were definitely too intense to ever be considered pretty, though I wouldn't argue with Harley about that, because she'd probably want to know why I felt like that. And really, only a killer recognized another killer. There are only 2 seats left in the entire group, she muttered. Right in the freaking middle. Your brother looks like he's moving people over, I argued. At least one chair for you, anyway. And he had. By the time we arrived to the large group, Dax had acquired a chair directly next to him, and he was already pointing at it. However, before Harley could sit down, Peyton was up and throwing herself at her child. Oh, boy, she whispered as she hugged her daughter fiercely. You're going to have a beautiful shiner in the morning. Harley lifted her hand to touch the bruise, which caused me to study it. Peyton was right. That bruise was going to be gnarly. She'd be lucky if she could even see out of the eye at this point tomorrow. I frowned and turned around, abandoning her to her fate. Stopping the first person I saw, I asked for a baggie of ice and a towel. The woman's eyes went wide, and that was when I realized she'd recognized me. Not that it was really hard not to, but still. Yes, sir, she stammered. I rolled my eyes heavenward. Dear God. Thank you, I tried for sweet. It didn't come out as sweet. It came out as rather short and abrupt, which was what I was feeling. I'd gone from everyone loving me because who I was and what I did to everyone staring at me like I was going to haul off and kick their asses at any second. Not that some of them didn't deserve it, but shit. I would never do that. Plus, we were in a public place. Even if the thought had crossed my mind, I'd be caught in a nanosecond. She practically ran toward the kitchen, narrowly missing getting her face bashed in by the swinging kitchen door. When she disappeared around the corner, I moved farther up into the mouth of the kitchen and waited patiently. When she came back 2 minutes later, ice in one hand and a towel in the other, shaking like a leaf, I barely restrained the urge to snap at her. Thank you, I murmured, trying to keep my voice low. She backed away like I was going to jump at her any second, and I turned with a curse, heading straight for the woman of the hour. Or at least, my woman of the hour. My woman? What the fuck kind of thought was that? Though technically I'd been having these thoughts for quite some time, it was only after learning that she wasn't married last night that they'd gone from can't have to shouldn't have. Making my way back to the 2 close-together tables, I stopped at where Harley was sitting and handed the ice over. Here, I said, as I dropped my hand in front of her face. Put this on your face. She'd had ice on and off her face for the last couple of hours, but we'd left her bag melting on the desk next to where she was sitting as we filled out our statements. Knowing better than anyone, seeing as my early home life had been quite filled with bruised faces, I urged her to put it back on her face. Ice was best. Ice was always best. Ice made the difference between being able to see in the morning and not. Thank you, she smiled up at me. Slate! I turned to find Hoax, who was a few spots down and across the table from Harley, gesturing me over with a tilt of his chin. Come sit down and eat, man, he ordered. I gritted my teeth and left Harley, making my way around the table and into the corner of the room. The spot was both bad and good. It was bad because I was pinned in and wouldn't be able to move if I absolutely needed to, at least not quickly anyway. It was good because my back was to the wall, and nobody would be sneaking up behind me to do things that I didn't want them to do. Though I had to keep telling myself that I was no longer in prison, the instincts to always protect myself and watch my back were there. They were never leaving either. Thanks, I muttered to Hoax. Is this your girl? His girl was beautiful, blonde, and she had 2 twin babies sitting in her lap. They were cute and chunky. They were also spilling beans all down their clothes and onto their mother's pants. Yeah, Hoax said as I sat. This is Prue. The baby closest to you is Sam. The one closest to me is Dean. I nodded at Prue. Nice to meet you. She winked at me. I've heard a lot about you." I didn't know what to say to that, so I remained silent. "He didn't laugh," the woman across the table from me said. "I'm surprised." I looked at her more closely and saw the family resemblance rather quickly. She and Prue were definitely sisters. Bayou's wife, Phoebe. It had to be. "What would I laugh about?" I questioned, my eyes scanning the menu. "The fact that they paired Sam and Dean together?" she expounded. I frowned and glanced back up at her. "I'm afraid I don't understand why that would be funny," I admitted. She frowned, her eyes studying my face. "You've never watched Supernatural?" she asked in surprise. I shrugged. "I've been in prison for the better part of 10 years. If it's come on any time since then I wouldn't have had a chance to watch it." She blew out a breath. "Oh. You should watch it," Prue piped in. "It's funny, though at the time we didn't name our children after the show's two main characters. We named them after my father and Hoax's father." I nodded as I flipped the page of the menu. "Got it." "Slate," Harley called, making my head jerk up. "What are you getting?" I blinked. "I don't know yet." I was leaning toward fajitas. Her grin was wicked when she said, "Can we get the fajitas for 2? I don't eat that much, and my family already ordered their food. I have no one to pair up with." I shrugged. "That's fine with me." "I want the trio, shrimp, chicken, and beef," she said. "Is that okay?" "I'm allergic to shrimp," I admitted. "That won't work for me." She frowned. "Okay, then chicken and beef." I nodded once. And when the waitress finally made her way back to us, getting not only our drink order but our food as well, I ordered for the 2 of us. And since Harley was once again in conversation with her brother, I'd done it out of habit. I'd gotten her drink choices earlier in the evening, thanks to being forced to spend time there waiting to be released from the crime scene. "Wow. Y'all act like y'all have been married for years," Phoebe teased. I glanced at her as I was handing the menus to the waitress. "We had a lot of time together to learn each other's likes and dislikes this afternoon," I admitted. Phoebe's lips twitched. "That's nice." I snorted. "If you say so. I would have much rather spent it at the bakery or at home. Murder's not my favorite thing in the world." Phoebe's eyes went soft. "No, I imagine it's not. You used to be a cop?" I nodded. "What did you used to do? Were you specialized, a detective or anything?" she asked as she reached for a chip. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Hoax reach for a chip, too. I waited until he'd grabbed his before reaching for my own. "Yes, a detective," I answered. "At least for about a year before I was sent to prison." "Did you hear that there was an almost riot today?" Bayou asked. My brows went up. "No shit?" I asked. "The junior warden dealt fairly well with it, but let's just say he's changed for life." Bayou snickered. My curiosity was officially caught. "What happened?" I questioned, reaching for another chip. When I looked up, it was to find Harley staring at me. My brows went up and I looked at her questioningly. She shrugged and looked away, but not before a slight blush stained her cheeks red. "Thought he would be smart and go ahead and bring them in. Only, when he did, he turned his back on," Bayou was saying. Except I was no longer interested. I was staring at Harley, who was trying extremely hard not to return her stare to me. And that was exactly how it went for the rest of dinner. I mainly stayed to myself, listening to everyone around me talk, and tried to keep my gaze off of Harley. Though, mainly I did that because each time I looked at her, her brother would catch me looking and narrow his eyes. I caught her looking at me quite a few times, grinning each time that she did. She'd turn her cute glare on me, and I'd go back to whatever imaginary conversation I was having. And by the end of the night, I was even more unsure of what I should or shouldn't be doing when it came to Harley Bell Tremaine. I did know one thing, though, and that was that a starving man could only hold out for so long. Place something like Harley, who was a feast in front of him, and, well, let's just say that there would come a time when even the most well-behaved of men would break. And I wasn't well-behaved.
Chapter 9. If you unplug the Wi-Fi box for 1 second, the whole house acts like they are about to die. Harley to her mother. Harley. It was hours later. I was dead asleep in the hammock when I felt something light touch me on my cheek. My heart went from soothin' and relaxed to I'm about to die in about 2 seconds flat. But before I could totally freak out and fall on my face, seeing as I was in a hammock, strong arms caught me before I could so much as make a face dive for the grass underneath me. "Steady," Slate's slow, melodic voice murmured. I instantly calmed. It wasn't due to his words or anything. It was due to it just being him. Oh, boy, I was such a goner. "Sorry," I muttered darkly. "I tried to sleep in my room, but I couldn't do it. It was too dark, and I kept replaying that woman's head blowing apart and the splatter and gore hitting the wall behind her. Not to mention the other stuff I saw in the dark, when I couldn't force my brain to turn off, to stop thinking about that night." "It's fine," he said, letting me go almost hesitantly. "I just wanted to wake you up before you got struck by lightning or something." Slate's lips were tipped up at the edges when I finally turned to study him. Standing up, I stretched my arms up high over my head and said, "Being struck by lightning is like 1 in a million. "Yet you had one in the same room as you today," he pointed out, "and he's married to a woman that has also been struck by lightning. I love Z and Jubilee, by the way." "That was what those scars were?" I asked incredulously. He nodded. "Wow," I said, "that's—" A boom of thunder had me nearly jumping out of my skin, and all of a sudden, the man at my side found his arm full of 110 pounds of scared Tremaine. That was me, Harley Tremaine, scared of all things scary. He chuckled and led me away. "You really shouldn't be sleeping out here in the dark either," he said as he began to lead me around the hammock. I shrugged. "I can't fall asleep inside. It's nearly impossible." "Is it the light or is it the openness?" he asked curiously. "Both," I admitted, not questioning why he sort of knew that there was a reason that I slept outside. My dad had a big mouth. Another boom of thunder had me jumping hard. "Dre's not there," I murmured. "He's at work. Usually I find an easier time falling asleep when he's there. But that's for about an hour max. I don't know. I really don't. I just don't sleep. Anywhere but right there." I pointed behind me where the hammock lay, and he made a sound in his throat that sounded suspiciously like "fuck." Only I didn't ask him any more on it. I also didn't consider the fact that this was a bad idea. "Do you want to sit with me?" I blurted. He frowned, and I somehow wished that the street lamp over our heads and the quickly darkening night had blocked his face more. I didn't want to see the denial there. He hesitated. Another boom of thunder had me jumping, and my heart started to pound, now due to the fact that the thunder was getting louder, and the lightning that streaked across the sky felt like it was close. I don't know if he saw the worry there, or if he was that in tune with me, but he squeezed my arm. "Come with me back to my place to get my phone," he suggested. "I'm waiting for a call from Izzy about what time I'm supposed to be watching her kids in the morning. She said she'd talk with Rome about it and call me back." I easily turned directions and went back to his house with him, not holding his hand, but feeling our fingers brush every now and then. When he walked beside me, I felt safe and protected. Normally, someone with Slate's height and build that close to me, it'd bring back a sort of awareness of my nightmares, of the man that had nearly taken from me what I wasn't willing to give. Ever. Obviously, I still hadn't recovered from that night. However, I could pretend that I had it together. But with Slate, I didn't have to pretend. I felt normal, felt like I was supposed to feel, felt like I was a girl that was slowly falling for a boy. Something I hadn't felt since that night. We took the steps up to his porch, and he held the door open for me to head in front of him. My eyelids blinked when the lights seared my retinas, and slowly I took in the room in front of me. "Wow," I said softly, taking it all in. "This place is gorgeous." He grunted out a thanks and kept walking. I walked to the kitchen and stood there, looking at the countertops, the backsplash, and the black appliances. "I like that you didn't go with stainless steel," I said. Slate, who disappeared somewhere into the back of his house, came back with his phone in his hand. It was on, and he was flicking through what looked to be messages. "Vanessa wanted all stainless steel appliances," he murmured. "She didn't give one single shit about the rest of the house, but then on the day that I'd already ordered the black appliances, she just popped up and said that Stainless steel was the best, and we should have the best. He rolled his eyes. Each time I look at the black appliances, I'm reminded of the fight we had about them. I felt my stomach sink. I'm sorry, I murmured. He shrugged. It is what it is, he admitted. Do you want a drink or something? I blinked sleepily at the kitchen and then felt myself nodding. I shouldn't stay. I should go back home. Only I found myself delaying. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to stay here with this man and do things I shouldn't be doing. Not that I shouldn't be doing Slate, but shit, the man was my neighbor. He loved to give me shit. He worked with my father. Doing anything with him, and it not working out, would make everything about this situation a pain in the ass. Only my body wanted him. I wanted him. Who was I to deny myself something it wanted as badly as I did Slate? Experiencing the feelings that I hadn't felt in so long felt refreshing, like I was a functioning woman once again. I'd been frozen since the night I'd had everything almost ripped away from me. Ready? He asked. I swallowed hard, looked at his kitchen one more time, then turned on my heel. I didn't want to leave his house. It felt like a place that I could be safe in. Why, I didn't know, but I wanted to stay. I also wanted him to wrap me up in his arms, pull me into his hard body, and do things to me that I'd only ever dreamed about someone doing. He looked at me curiously when I brushed past him. You okay? He asked. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Then, as if the universe knew that I was being forced out of his house, the bottom opened up in the sky and rain started to pour out in great sheets. The force of which the rain hit the tin roof of the house we were standing in was honestly quite startling. Then a boom of thunder sounded, followed by multiple streaks of lightning. Over and over again, the power of Mother Nature sounded around us. Well, he stopped at the front window. Guess we can hang out here, or on the porch. What do you want to do? I sensed that this was a test of some sort. If I chose one, I'd be making a decision. One that was the right one and one that was the wrong one. I licked my lips and said, I like the porch. His mouth kicked up at the corner. Me too. Always have. I felt pleasure rocket through me at knowing he liked the same things I did. I liked it even more that I got the smile aimed at me. Slate never smiled. A smirk here and there, sure, but a smile? No. A half of one, because of something that I said, that felt like I'd won the lottery. He held up his finger for me to wait, then walked to the kitchen. Are you sure you don't want a drink? He pushed. I hesitated. Do you have coffee? He gestured to a coffee maker on the counter. A Keurig. My sister got me this fancy one. If you can figure out how to work it, you're more than welcome to coffee, he said. Honestly, I'm not sure what's wrong with the old way. It was a rare day that I was ever satisfied with just one cup of coffee, so having a maker that only makes one at a time, and you have to litter the world with these plastic little cups each time you want one, seems absolutely silly to me. I grinned, understanding where he was coming from. But for me, I said, as I walked to the coffee maker and lifted the reservoir out of the holder and taken it over to the sink. Who only drinks one at a time, hours apart, it makes perfect sense. Though I use the reusable little cups, I don't litter the world. His mouth twitched. Would you make me one too? He asked. Are you hungry? I thought about that for a second as I went about setting his machine up and getting us both a cup of coffee. Do you have anything sweet? I asked. He snorted and walked to a container he had on the counter next to the fridge. When he came back, he opened the lid, showing me a peek, and I literally felt like I had died and gone to heaven. Oh, man, I said, looking at the mother load of sweets. I'm going to be so fat tomorrow. He scoffed. A little padding never hurt a woman. I had a feeling he really believed that, too. Grinning, I reached for a cookie that had a slice of an apple on top of it. Can we bring the whole thing? I asked as I looked at the cookie I had in my hand, then back at the blueberry muffin. Sure, he said. But don't eat my chocolate thingies, I'll never get many of them. Thingies? I teased as I switched my cup for his underneath the coffee pot. Is that a formal name for those? His lips twitched. I've always called them thingies. When I was younger, I couldn't pronounce the name, so thingies it was. I gestured at his coffee. Want anything in that? He walked to the fridge and pulled out milk. No. Do you? I held my hand out for the milk. I need sugar, too. He walked to a canister on the island and picked it up, bringing it to me. His palm wrapped nearly all the way around it, and I felt things inside of me tighten as I thought about how his hand would look wrapped around my thigh. Spoon? I asked. He touched my hip with his fingers, and I felt electricity jolt through me at the unexpected touch. I backed away, slowly, and his hand reached around my front and captured the cabinet pull that I'd been inadvertently leaning against. "Ooh, I like those forks," I said as I inspected the black silverware. "Me too," he said. "I never got to use them before I went inside." I felt something inside of me twinge at that. I hated that he had to spend time in prison, especially for avenging his dead fiancé. There was a line that people shouldn't cross, and if they did, you should have a free ride to do whatever you wanted to that person. Killing people was wrong, I knew, but killing people for killing your fiancé, well, that seemed fair to me. Here you go. He held out the spoon. I took it, being sure not to touch his fingers when I did. My sister bought them for me, he started, startling me with the intro into his story, seeing as his breath was right on the back of my neck. I thought they were so cool. They matched the kitchen. Vanessa hated them. I made a sound in the back of my throat. Well, that sucks because I think they're pretty cool. It wasn't until we were both walking outside with our coffee that I realized it was somewhat chilly. Crap, I said. I left my jacket on the hammock. We both looked over toward the hammock. The next time the lightning lit up the sky, we saw my one and only jacket on the ground getting pummeled into a muddy puddle. I have a blanket you can use for now, he murmured as he set his coffee down onto the railing and disappeared inside. He came back moments later and handed it to me. I took it gratefully, wrapped it around my shoulders as best I could with the coffee still in my hand, and nearly orgasmed right there on the spot when the smell of him surrounded me. Neither of us said a word for a while after that. Me, because I was trying to decide how to steal the blanket and never return it, and him because he was literally enraptured with the lightning streaking across the sky. It was only when the silence went on too long that my thoughts got the better of me, and words popped out of my mouth that I should have stopped myself from saying.
Chapter 10. If a cow doesn't produce milk, is it a milk dud or an utter failure? Harley to Slate. Slate. You don't seem that broken up about your fiancé, she said. You seem very well put together about it all, as if you have your shit straight and you're not sitting here in a funk thinking in the past. I sat back in my chair and stared at the woman, practically on the edge of my seat waiting for the lightning to light up the sky just so I could get a glimpse of her. My blanket that I slept with every single night was wrapped around her, and my hands were curled into fists as I stopped myself from reaching over and dragging her over to me. I'm not broken up about it anymore, I murmured. I had years in prison to come to terms with the fact that she's gone. I looked down at my hands. But saying that, Vanessa wasn't really mine. Her sharp inhale had me glancing away from her and back to the sky. Was I really about to say this aloud? What? She breathed. Yep, I was. I was going to do it. I'm not the man that got her pregnant, I said, startling the ever-loving shit out of her. She gasped and leaned forward. What? I nodded. You heard me, I said. The baby wasn't mine. She opened her mouth and then closed it. Wasn't your... What? It was obvious that she couldn't get her brain to wrap around my words. The baby wasn't his. I could practically see that thought on the edge of her lips, wanting to spill over.
He had a fiancée that was pregnant with a child that wasn't his. That's pretty much why I'd kept the whole thing a secret. I knew nobody would believe me easily, but for some reason I needed Harley to know that Vanessa wasn't all that she was cracked up to be. About a week before Vanessa was shot, I found out that she was carrying another man's baby, I murmured, going into the tale that had practically ruined me. I heard the swing creak as she pushed herself off and started to rock it slowly with one toe. "How'd you find out?" she asked curiously. I took a sip of my coffee, loving the bitter taste as it slid down my throat. I was at the house, I gestured to the house behind me, working on some final stuff that we had to work on. I was already living there, doing repairs in my spare time. But since the bathroom was still in disrepair, she chose to live at her apartment until we could get it fixed. Harley made a moaning sound from her seat. I grinned and looked back over at her. It's not one of those stories. At least, not yet. She made a sound in the back of her throat and went back to drinking her coffee. Though I couldn't see her face since the particular seat she'd chosen was in mostly shadows, I knew that her eyes were on mine. Since I was paying her medical bills, she'd had all the paperwork for her OBGYN sent to the new address. I went out to check the mail the day that I found out and found a couple of letters that were confusing to me. Something called a quad screen that kinda scared the crap out of me. Another was some results from her gestational diabetes test. It said that they'd been trying to reach her by phone and couldn't. Anyway, after I couldn't get a hold of her by phone, I got on Google and started to research some of the things on the paper that were highlighted as abnormal. When I got to one that was what they considered a dormant condition, unless both parents carried the gene or whatever it's called, I paused. Another thing that caught my eye in the notes that were sent in the mail was a thing called RH. Have you ever heard of that? Yes? Why? She wondered. Well, about a month or two before Vanessa wound up pregnant, there was this blood drive at work, and we got to talking about how we were both O negative. We jokingly said that if something happened to either one of us, we'd be able to donate easily. I shook my head. Anyway, I started to research that on Google too and found out that with both of us having the same blood type, the baby should have been the same blood type too. Both of us had a negative RH factor. Only the paperwork that I was reading said that the baby carried an RH positive factor, and that she would have to receive some injection so that if for some reason her baby's blood would be introduced to her blood, her body wouldn't try to fight the baby as a foreign body or something or other by producing antibodies. Which got me to thinking, how did our baby get a positive RH factor? "Oh, shit," she murmured. Shit. I was already nodding my head. Exactly. So I went over there, papers in hand, and asked her point blank. Lightning streaked across the sky once more. "Yep," I snorted at the look on her face. "That's exactly what I thought, too." She shook her head, her face a mask of confusion. "Why? Doesn't she know from soap operas and books that keeping that secret rarely works?" My lips twitched. I'm not sure, honestly. But yeah, she was surprised that I'd found out. Honestly and truly, she looked so flabbergasted that I'd found out that she didn't know what to say. And what happened next? She leaned forward and placed her empty coffee cup on the edge of the railing, then turned back more fully to me until she was practically sitting sideways in the swing. She was staring at me through the triangle the chains made, and her elbow was resting on the arm of the swing, her chin in her hands. If I could have taken a picture right then, I would have. Just so I could remember what she looked like right then in that moment in time. "I forgot that we were supposed to go out on a double date with my buddy from work," I said. "So I'm standing there, hands on my hips, pissed as hell, trying to have a conversation with her in her hallway, when I hear the booted footsteps of someone on the stairs. But we're in such a heated argument that neither one of us stopped our discussion. I asked her who she slept with instead of me, and I hear a sound out of a man's throat clear from behind me. I whirl around, and there's our friend, standing there like he's been poleaxed." She slaps her hand against her forehead. "And that's when you realized that she slept with your friend?" I began nodding. "Yes, exactly. The look on his face confirmed it, paired with the son of a bitch that came out of her mouth. Harley sighed then, just as a gust of wind blew through and blew her hair back from her face. The lightning that continuously streaked across the sky kept lighting her up in random blasts, giving me views of her face and expression that were making my heart beat fast. "What did you do then?" she asked. Then Vanessa tried to explain how it was just one time and it didn't mean anything, I explained. My buddy Charles, I actually believed. Charles apparently had no real recollection of the night in question. He knew that he'd slept with someone, but he'd had no clue that it was Vanessa. "You believed him?" she asked curiously. I nodded. Vanessa said that they'd both had really bad shifts. I'd been off that day to get a root canal. They'd been partnered up, and a really bad accident involving a child and a pregnant woman occurred toward the end of their shifts. After work, they went to a bar and drank away their worries, though Vanessa stopped before she got drunk, whereas Charles didn't. The cab they got drove them back to Vanessa's apartment, and from there Vanessa took advantage, for lack of a better word. Apparently after they were done, she sent him home in a cab, and then went on living her life as if she hadn't just irrevocably changed 2 lives with the decisions she decided to make. "And what happened after you found out?" she asked. "Did you leave her?" "Not at first," I admitted. At least, not that she knew. I knew that day that she died, though, that I was going to leave her. I couldn't do it. After dealing with all this shit from my mom and dad hating her, paired with me having mixed feelings for her, paired with raising a baby with her that wasn't mine, that Charles told us point blank that he would also be a part of, I just didn't think I could do it. "Your parents?" She sounded confused. "My parents are a topic for another time." I laughed. "They're fucking nuts. And it takes alcohol to talk about them, not coffee." She snickered. "Needless to say, I don't get along with them," I said. "What about Charles?" she asked. "When Vanessa passed, what did y'all do?" "I was going to prison. Vanessa was dead. The baby was too young, his lungs underdeveloped. He didn't make it." I shook my head. There was no reason to drag Charles's name through the mud, so I didn't. "Have you talked to Charles since you got out?" she questioned. I nodded. "Actually, yes. I talked to him a few days ago when he came into the bakery. He's doing well, though he's still single. Whatever shit Vanessa put him through has kind of turned him into a standoffish guy. He's definitely not the friend I remembered having before I went into prison." "You should hang out with him more," she suggested. "He sounds like he could use a friend. Is he still a cop?" I nodded. "He is." Another gust of wind carrying some rain, followed by a loud boom of thunder, had Harley squeaking in surprise. I grinned as I felt the light mist settle over my skin. Why did talking to this woman make me feel like I was free? "My dad calls this baby-making weather," she said out of the blue. "Every time it rains like this, lightning, thunder, wind, it's an inside joke between him and his friends. I think every single one of his friends has a kid that they claim was conceived during baby-making weather." I found myself grinning. "Yeah?" She nodded. "Yeah." I ran my hands up and down the length of my arms, feeling a slight chill settle over me. Normally I didn't get cold. Paired with it being in the upper 50s, I should have been perfectly content out there on the porch. But the wind was now really blowing, and every few seconds I'd get misted with the cool rain all over again, making my body feel chilled. "I can share my blanket," she offered, shaking it at me. I told myself that I shouldn't do it. I told myself that it was a bad idea. I told myself to sit back down and do not do what I was about to do. Yet, I couldn't stop myself. I wanted to move to the swing next to her. I also wanted to cuddle under that blanket and share it with her, feeling her body pressed against mine, even if it was only our arms touching. Somehow I found myself moving in closer. Standing up, I walked over to the swing and took a seat next to her, heart pounding. She lifted the blanket and held it up for me, urging me to move closer. It was a big blanket, king-sized at least. There really was no reason for me to move closer. Yet, I did it anyway. I moved closer until her entire left side was plastered to my right. Her legs were curled up onto the swing, though, making her thigh press against my chest. Instantly, the chill left me, and something else replaced it. Need. God, I wanted the woman. Badly. I knew it was a bad idea. I knew that I should likely stay away. I knew it. Yet I stayed where I was, anyway. Stretching my arm out over the top of the swing, I slowly started to rock us back and forth, hyper-aware of how hot and soft her body felt pressed lightly against mine. She wasn't leaning into me per se, but she wasn't leaning away either. "How many more hours of sleep do you need to catch?" I asked curiously. She took a few seconds to answer, making my lips twitch. Her voice sounded husky. "Probably at least 2 or 3. Possibly even more. I rarely get over 4 hours of sleep a day, but I always shoot for at least 6, though it never happens." I thought about asking her for more details on why she got so little sleep, but I liked the softness of her body. I liked the way she kept leaning farther and farther into me, giving me more and more of her weight. Soon she'd have her head resting on my chest. "I haven't caught any," I admitted. "I had some work to do when I got home." "What kind of work?" she asked curiously. I felt my lips twitch. "The kind that has to do with your dad. Are you privy to all that goes on at Free?" She snorted. "Mostly. I have a few things that I help them with upon occasion, but they try to keep us out of it. Janie, you met her, right?" At my nod, she continued. "Janie kind of wormed her way in, working on the computers and running background checks, etc. When she started making herself really useful, they offered her a job. Me, on the other hand, I don't really have anything to offer them. I don't have any special skills or anything like Janie." Janie was a computer wizard. I'd learned over the last couple of days about a lot of the people that worked for the organization. Janie was the youngest of them all, followed shortly by Hoax and his friend who, for the life of me, I couldn't remember his name. Slowly but surely, the men that created the organization were finding people they trusted to take over, though I wouldn't be one of those people. Max may trust me and want me to do it, but I had other reasons for not wanting to stay. I didn't want to get another woman killed. "I have to apologize," Harley said softly, jumping slightly when a loud boom of thunder shook the still night air around us. "I was the one to give your name to my father." "You were?" I asked curiously. "When did you do that?" She shifted against me and leaned even more into my side, positioning her legs to rest against my hard thigh. "When I first met you a few years ago," she answered. "Did my dad tell you about Trey and Dre?" "No," I answered. "You do remember I thought y'all were married, right?" I heard her giggle. "Trey is Dre's brother." She began the story, telling me about Dre, the home invader, and the memory loss associated with their story. "The man that lives across the street." She lifted her arm and pointed to the house. "The one that had the moving truck in front of it not too long ago? That's Dre's, man." I made a grunting sound in my throat. "That just fucking sucks," I admitted. "Did Dre ever try to get in there?" "Dre's afraid to push him," she admitted. "Anytime Dre gets close to him, Craig starts to get agitated, as if he's remembering something, but he's purposefully suppressing the memories. At least, that's what I think he's doing anyway." I tapped my bottom lip with one finger, thinking. "I've seen him staring at your house before," I found myself saying. Just standing there, watching. I almost went over there and asked him what his problem was. I'm kind of wishing I did now. Harley made a noise in the back of her throat and leaned a little farther into me. My arm snaked just a little bit farther around her, cupping her shoulder and part of her upper arm now. "You're like the smallest person I've ever had snuggled up against me," I found myself saying. She snorted. "I'm vertically challenged. I get it from my mama." I rolled my eyes and grinned. I would have never guessed. "I was like a pound at birth," she yawned. "I was born prematurely. We have pictures of me with my dad's wedding ring around my ankle, and also me in a Sonic cup. They're framed on the mantel at my parents' place." A gust of wind had some of her hair up and blowing across my face, and I absently reached over and tucked it back down, but left my hand in her hair. I wound my finger around one of her braids and slowly ran my rough fingers over the plait. "Why do you always have your hair in braids?" I wondered, finding the hair tie that was holding her hair tightly in place with my fingers and tugging on it without any thought to what I was doing. "I swear to God, I'm always getting food in it, even when it's in a ponytail, so I started braiding it to keep it out of my face and out of my mouth. Wearing lip gloss and having your hair blowing all over the damn place isn't the greatest either." She paused. "But there's really no reason," she sighed, her breath hitching when I tugged the ends of her hair. "That feels good." I grinned. "Yeah?" "Yeah," she agreed. "I love when my hair's played with. Sometimes I'll lay on the couch, placing my head in whoever's lap that just so happens to be there, and make them play with it." I looked down at my lap, then at the swing. There was still plenty of room. "Lay your head down in my lap, then." She didn't hesitate. 1 second she was upright, and the next she was lying down. The thunder, lightning, and wind didn't affect her even the slightest. "Can I take your braids all the way out?" I asked, fingering the hair tie at the end. "Yes," she whispered. The whisper caught on the wind, half of it disappearing before it could even reach my ear, but I took her nod of assent and ran with it. Tugging both ponytails free of her hair, I diligently pulled her hair completely free of the confines she had them in. It wasn't until they were all the way out, her hair flowing wild and free, that I realized just how much hair she actually had. "Holy shit," I said as I sifted my fingers through it. "Your hair is really fucking long. And thick." She snorted. "Why do you think I braid it? I wasn't kidding when I said it was always in the way." She really wasn't. And as she laid in my lap and I played with her hair, alternately running my fingers through it and scratching her scalp, she started to moan. "I'm not sure if you making those noises makes me want to stop or keep going," I admitted. She muttered something under her breath and finished with, "Just keep doing it." Laughing, I did exactly like she asked. It was somewhere in between the moment that I tugged her hair all the way free and when I sifted my fingers through her hair that it happened. I fell in love. Deep, hard, forever. A loud clap of thunder shook the porch so hard that she startled, turned her face into my crotch, and then found the long column of my cock that I couldn't conceal when she was that close. When her lips skimmed over the cloth that covered my cock, I froze, unsure what to do. When she didn't move her face, though, I didn't move her face. Her face just stayed there, covering my cock, until suddenly things just exploded. We both moved at once. I really couldn't tell you who it was that made the first move because it seemed like we both came to the decision at the exact same time. 1 second her mouth was pressed against my jeans, and the next my hands were in her armpits hauling her up my body. Her hair started to blow around us as the wind picked up, and the blanket was ripped from between us and tossed somewhere to the side as we both tried to get at each other at the same time. Her hands went to my neck, pulling me closer as she closed the distance as well. Then her mouth was closing over mine. I took control then, pulling her ass down hard to grind my cock up into her as I also delved my tongue into her mouth. She gasped at the sensation, her tongue hesitantly playing with mine, making my cock jerk at the almost innocent touch. "This is such a bad idea." Her words echoed my thoughts, but neither one of us stopped. We couldn't. With every bit of resistance I had left, I pulled away from her with a breathless curse. "If you want to stop, we should do it now," I panted. "Because if we get to the point where my cock hits the open air, I'm not going to be able to stop myself. It's been years, and I have no control. I'm just shot, totally and completely unable to find the control or the desire to stop, and I don't have it in me to be gentle." She bit her lip, her breasts rising and falling as her breathing came in chaotic bursts. Then she said the 3 words that would almost force me to take it carefully, if we were fucking doing it anymore. But the moment I heard the words come out of her mouth, I shook my head and started to push her away. "I'm a virgin," she admitted. I placed both hands onto her hips and began to lift her off me, knowing without a shadow of a doubt that I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't be the person she needed, a goddamn virgin. She needed hearts and flowers, a nice man with a medium-sized cock. What she would get with me was a quick, hard, dirty fuck with a dick that would probably send her running for the hills. A man of my size and stature was not first dick material. I was second, third, fourth dick material. I was also not a man for a woman the size of Harley. Where I was big, she was small. It just wasn't smart. But when I tried to push her off of me to force her to go, she held on. Like a goddamn monkey. Like someone that was never going to let go. Someone that knew exactly what she was holding on to. "You're fucking nuts," I said as I slammed my mouth down on hers again. She tightened her hands in my hair, pulling hard as she tried to practically climb into my body with me. "Take your shirt off," I growled against her lips, pulling back only far enough that I could get the words out. When I went back to devouring her mouth, she fisted her hands at the hem of her shirt and ripped it free of her body. I pulled back just in time to keep my face from ripping off right with it. "Shit," I breathed, chuckling slightly when she took her bra off in much the same way. "Yours now," she ordered, her words short and terse. I obliged her, taking it off by fisting the collar and tugging it free in one swoop. "That's so sexy," she informed me, running her hands down over my shoulders as she bit her lip. "What?" I asked, taking her in as well. My thoughts echoed hers once again. Her breasts were perky, soft, and full. I wanted to suck her nipples into my mouth until they were red and swollen. "The way you just took off your shirt," she growled, digging her fingernails in slightly. "And then your tattoos, followed by your shoulders and then your abs, but not necessarily ranked in order, but more by which I noticed first. I'm sure when you finally take your pants off, there's going to be a new best attribute." I snorted and stood up, pinning her back to the porch column. The rough wood was probably digging into her back, but at that moment in time I couldn't quite find it in me to care. I would later, when I saw the reddened skin, but right now I just knew that it would be extremely hard to pull my jeans down to get to my cock. "Your pants really need to come off," I murmured, bringing my hand up to cup her breast. She dropped her legs hesitantly from my hips, so hesitantly, in fact, that I knew that she was worried I'd tell her to stop. But we were way past that now. "Don't worry," I teased. "We're not stopping. The time for that came and went about 5 minutes ago when we were both still clothed." She breathed out a relieved breath, then allowed her feet to dangle. That was when I realized I had her suspended about a foot in the air with my hips pinning hers to the wood column. "This will likely cause us some trouble later," I admitted. "But for now," I bent down and ripped her pants down her legs. "We're going to do it the easy way." With that, I lifted her back up again, pantless, and pinned her back to the wall. That was when I realized that maybe we should be taking this inside. But the thought of doing this outside where anybody could see us if they only chose to look outside and study my dark porch hard enough was making me so hard that I was sure this was the horniest I'd ever been. There was no doubt about it. The woman affected me more than any other woman had in my entire life. I should really stop her. I should really keep my dick in my pants. I should really. She sucked my nipple into her mouth, making me groan in defeat. There wouldn't be any stopping. Not today. Not with this woman. Not ever. "Fuck me already," she ordered. "I'm only a virgin in the figurative sense of the word. I've had dildos up my—" She squeaked as I hiked her up higher and started to rip at my jeans. "Jesus," she breathed. "We should go inside." I made a step in the direction of the door, but then her pussy's entrance closed over the tip of my cock, making me freeze. "God," she breathed out roughly. "Push your cock inside of me." I licked my lips and did as she asked, allowing her weight to come down on my cock in slow, even increments. "More," she breathed when I stopped with just an inch inside of her. "More." I gave her more, one slow inch at a time. It was when I felt her start to quake around me that I knew that she wasn't going to last, and neither was I. Taking 2 giant steps to the side of the house, I pressed her back up against it, looked her in the eyes, and slammed myself the rest of the way home. Her breath left her as she screamed. Luckily, she paired that scream with a crack of thunder, causing it to be drowned out. I was sure that if someone had heard that, they'd be calling the cops, and right now all I could think about was getting inside her, over and over and over again. Not the fact that we were breaking the law, nor the fact that we should probably be in bed for her first time. Instead, I was slamming my cock home inside of her, using the house at her back for leverage as I filled her full to bursting. Her pussy started to ripple around me, and I couldn't help but yell out a thank fucking God as she started to come in long, rhythmic squeezes. "Fuck!" I heard her cry out, her sharp little teeth closing over the skin covering my peck. She didn't break the surface, but she did do it hard enough that I knew I'd have a bruise tomorrow. My balls drew up at about the same time, and within 2 squeezes of her pussy around me, I started to come too. My mind was misfiring, and I was trying to figure out what in the hell just happened when Harley's panting breath fanned against my lips as she said, "Let's go inside and do that again." I didn't bother to disengage from her tight sheath. Instead, I hugged her to me tighter, my arm around her hips holding her steady, and walked back inside without another word. It was after round 3, only an hour later, that I finally came back online enough to acknowledge that what we'd done wasn't probably the smartest. 1, because she was my neighbor. 2, because I worked for her father. 3, well, that one I wouldn't acknowledge right now. For now, I'd enjoy being sated. Tomorrow, then I'd think about the repercussions about not using any form of birth control. I hadn't felt this good in years, and if I was an honest man, ever.
Chapter 11. If you're happy and you know it, overthink it. Coffee cup. Harley. I woke up disoriented. I hadn't slept this good, or this long, in so long that I wasn't sure what it felt like at first. But the longer I laid in the bed, waking up and coming back online, the more I began to understand the feeling. I was content. I'd woken up and wasn't sleepy. Any other time that I woke up since the attack, I knew that it was hours too soon. That I still had a good 4 or 5 that I needed, yet couldn't accomplish. But lying in bed, loving the way it felt to once again no longer be tired, I knew I only had one person to thank. Rolling over in the bed, my hand went searching for the man in question, only to find it not only empty on the other side, but cold as well. As in so cold that it had to have been hours and hours since he'd been in it with me. Sitting up, holding the sheet to my naked body, I looked around the room. It was lit with mid-morning sun, and my clothes were nicely folded. Well, as nice as a man could fold, that was, on the end of the bed. My shoes were next to them with my socks tucked in neatly. My lips twitched and I flung the covers off of me, shivering slightly at the chilly air that slapped against my skin. I looked at the blanket that had been partially covering me, the same blanket that had started it all last night, and contemplated stealing it. He'd know it was me, but would he actually go as far as to ask for it back? I doubted it. Something inside of me told me that he was probably overthinking things, way overthinking them. Me, on the other hand, I felt great. Grinning at the thought of his reaction, I stood up and then immediately groaned. There were muscles that I'd never felt before twinging in protest, twinging so badly, in fact, that I limped my way to the bathroom. It was after I was cleaning myself up that I realized that I was really wet down below. So wet that there was no doubt of what it was. His semen. Inside of me. I bit my lip and considered my options. I wasn't on birth control. In fact, I'd never even considered birth control. What kind of virgin would need it? I considered my next move. While I did that, I cleaned up as best as I could, went for my clothes, and dressed. Once I was as presentable as I could be, considering I was in a man's house that had no amenities for a woman, I went looking for said man. Only I didn't find him. He was nowhere to be found, and his house was just as empty as his bedroom. Thinking that I could go outside and wait for him to come home so we could talk, I went to his hammock with a cup of coffee that I made in his coffee maker, and waited with a good book. 2 days later, with my mood much less pleasant, I stomped into my boss's office. "What do you mean I can't go to work?" I screeched. "I'm not taking 2 weeks off." "You can and you are," my supervisor said stubbornly. "Now I better not see you until then. Stay at home, recover, and take the time you need." So I'd had a moment at work last night. This morning, hell, I couldn't even remember what day it was at this point, so sue me. I freaked out. Who the hell wouldn't after what I had gone through? But apparently my boss thought it was for the best that I took the time off that I needed. Sure, I might have thought that it was a good idea had I not been avoiding going home. 2 days before, with Slate, had been a mistake. Not one that I really regretted, but a mistake nonetheless. At least, that was the impression I got when I woke up to an empty bed, an empty house, and no clue whether I should stay or go. And when I'd gone to read in the hammock and woken up hours later to Slate arriving home, he hadn't even complained that I was in his yard. He'd just gone inside with the groceries, hadn't looked up at all, and hadn't come back out. Which led me to my bad mood at work, which then led to a freak out a few hours into my shift, and then this. I'd arrived the night after my freak-out, 2 days after my near-death experience on shift, and my boss was telling me, after I already arrived, might I add, that I was being sent home. "You're still getting paid," Mel grumbled. "What more do you want from me?" I sighed and covered my eyes with my hands. "I'm just having a really bad day." I hadn't been able to sleep at all. In fact, what little sleep I did manage to get was interrupted by Slate coming home, leaving, and then coming home again. Why he had to park his bike outside my bedroom window, I didn't know. But if I'd been talking to the man, I'd have asked him why. But I wasn't. Which meant I would be forever listening to his annoying bike and his annoying self, doing shit that would bother the absolute shit out of me. "Are you going to tell me when I need to be back?" I asked grumpily. Mel grinned. "I'll call you, but as of right now, you have a total of 2 weeks off." I sighed. What the hell am I supposed to do for 2 weeks? "Go on vacation," he suggested. "Enjoy the fact that you have 2 weeks off when the rest of us have to be in this disease-infested place." I grinned. That was one benefit of it. I wouldn't be getting the flu. Hopefully.
Slate. Rome, I'm not fucking going to Disney World with you. I'm just not, so stop asking, I grumbled. Yes, you are, Rome repeated. I have free tickets to the park for an entire week. You have no job and no life, and I've already confirmed it with Max and your grandmother. What about the part about me being on probation? I tried. Rome rolled his eyes. You think I'm stupid? I hoped he was, but I knew he wasn't. No, I admitted. I'm just hoping that you didn't think of it so I can stay at home and live my life happily instead of going to a goddamn theme park in the middle of goddamn spring break. Not spring break, Rome said. It's winter break. February. Spring break is in March or April, he pushed. I pinched the bridge of my nose and closed my eyes as I tried to think of my next argument. As I was going through all the arguments in my head, immediately dismissing them as not good enough to get him to agree, I heard a car pull up. Knowing the sound of the car by heart at this point, I opened my eyes to see the woman who had occupied a good deal of my thoughts lately pulling into her driveway. I frowned and looked at my watch, noticing that she was 11 hours early. What the fuck? Moving without thought across the lawn toward where she was viciously climbing out of her car, I paused halfway there to watch her struggle with the seatbelt that she forgot to take off before getting out of the car. When she finally got it unhooked and nearly fell out, I realized that she was pissed way the hell off. What's going on, Harley? I asked conversationally, leaning against the tree casually while also crossing my feet as if I was just resting there. She looked up, narrowed her eyes, and then growled. You?
Me? My eyebrows rose. What about me?
You left me in your bed all alone and didn't come see me afterward?
She paused.
Not that I care about that, but you could have at least told me that you were done with me.
My lips twitched. But I wasn't done with you.
Yeah? She asked. Then why can't you come say hi or bye or, anything?
I bit the inside of my cheek as I thought about how to word what I needed to say. Because I'm a bad guy, Harley. I'm not some romance hero that's going to save you and live happily ever after, I told her. I'm an ex-con, a felon. I killed a man. Also, I don't think it's a good idea for you to be doing anything with me, even talking to me at this point. Her eyebrows rose and she crossed her arms over her chest as she tapped her foot.
Well, want to know what I think? She asked.
I smirked. Sure, why not? She crossed the lawn toward me and leaned in until she was so close that I could smell the soft scent of her. She smelled of baby powder, something citrusy, and coffee.
Fine. Here it goes, she said. I'm a grown woman. I've been a grown woman for quite some time. I make my own decisions. I fuck who I want. I stay with who I want. I do what I want, and I goddamn well can make a decision about my life without you making it for me.
My hands clenched, almost itching to reach for her.
I got put on mandatory leave today, she said. I'm in a bad mood. I didn't sleep last night because I overthink everything. For example, whether we get to do more of what we did the other day. And each time I did get to sleep last night, your stupid bike would start up or shut off right outside my bedroom window. Now, tell me what in the hell the reason is that you have to park it right there?
I looked behind me to see Rome standing there watching us with avid fascination. And behind him, where I parked my bike next to the kitchen window, parked in between our two houses, caught my attention. I park there, I said, turning back, because nobody can see that spot from the street. Also because I have a video camera on my alarm system that points right there. If anything happens to it, I want to be able to at least get a good video of it getting stolen.
You've had many things stolen from here? She asked curiously.
Yes, I shrugged. Actually, I've had my bike stolen before. Twice. Her brows went up.
Really?
I nodded once.
Yes.
But it was my brother both times.
Your brother?
She asked in surprise.
Really?
I nodded once. Yep. He was a punk kid. Wanted to ride my bike to a girlfriend's house both times. I got it back, but not before he put a scratch in the paint. She shook her head.
That's just nuts.
It is what it is, I admitted. Do you want to go to Disney World with me? She opened her mouth and then closed it.
You... What?
She asked. Do you want to go to... She held her hand up for me to stop.
I heard exactly what you said. I just think I'm hearing things wrong.
I grinned. You didn't. I really asked you to go to Disney World with me. She opened her mouth and then closed it.
That's insane. And something I can't afford.
I waved it off. My brother-in-law is rich. He's making me go. I didn't pay for the tickets, Rome admitted, not even pretending to act like he wasn't listening to every word. I got them from the team owner. The team owner being the man that used to own his football contract before he'd retired to take care of his sick son.
Who the hell just gives away Disney World tickets? She asked curiously.
The team owner, he repeated. And I have to go. Izzy's making me. If I have to go, I think it's only fair that others should have to be subjected to the same shit. I already asked Bayou, and he's going to ask Phoebe. I also asked a few of the other guys, but everybody else said no. I fully expect Bayou to say no as well.
It's not just tickets, though. Harley looked like she'd been thrown a curveball and was running with it. There are snacks and meals. You can easily spend a couple of grand on food. And I don't have that.
Rome waved her off. That's covered too. Swear to God, the tickets came with meal plans and shit. 3 meals a day paired with 2 snacks, and that includes the kids who don't eat worth a shit. Trust me when I say we'll have enough. She looked at me like I was part of the craziness. I held my hands up in surrender. It wasn't my idea. But if you have 2 weeks off, what better way to spend it, right?
You just don't want to go by yourself and be stuck with nobody to entertain you, she countered.
What about the flight? That I might be able to swing on my own.
All first-class tickets, Rome said. You don't have to pay for that either.
She sighed and looked up to the sky, which was a beautiful crystal blue.
Not really sure this is the greatest idea, she hesitated. But what the hell?
Chapter 12. I hate when bitches post I can't sleep at 3 a.m. Well, that's because cocaine is a stimulant, Sniffany. Things you probably shouldn't say to a drug addict. Slate. I knocked on her door at 6 the next morning and wondered if I was making the wrong decision. But when she answered the door, I knew that I wasn't. Why? Because she answered the door wearing a pair of Minnie Mouse ears. I opened my mouth, then closed it, wondering what in the hell to say. But then decided what the fuck.
You look strangely adorable in those, I admitted. Are you a fan of Minnie Mouse?
Not only was she wearing the ears, but she was also wearing the t-shirt, and the leggings, and the socks. Oh, and the shoes.
I didn't know they made Minnie Mouse shoes in adult sizes, I observed dryly.
They don't, she admitted. At least not these. I got them in the kids section at Target. Did I mention that I can fit into kids' clothes? That's what these are. My mom and I went shopping yesterday, and I'm fully prepared.
She pointed to the leggings and the t-shirt that were adorably cute and matched. I'm not sure a kid is supposed to fill those out quite so well, I informed her. She grinned.
Do you want to see my Mickey underwear?
I looked at where her underwear would be if she weren't wearing pants over the top of them, then shook my head. As much as I want to see them, it's probably for the best that we don't. Then I'll want to do something about it, and our flight leaves in exactly 3.5 hours. It'll take us at least 2 of those to get to the airport.
Are we riding with Rome? She asked curiously, turning around to pull her suitcase out.
Her backside was blocking the luggage from me, but when she backed all the way out of the house and her ass swayed to the side, that's when I saw that it was Minnie Mouse too. There's no way in hell that you had time to get all of this yesterday, I said. You already had all this, didn't you? She turned and looked at me over her shoulder so sheepishly that I couldn't help myself. Reaching for her waist, I pulled her to me and then looked down into her face. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you right now to be going to Disney World? I teased. She bit her lip, then said,
About a 57?
I began to crack up. That's a pretty high number there, darling, I teased.
I've been to Disney World once, she whispered. And I remember it like it was yesterday instead of 15 years ago. Trust me when I say I really, really wanted to go back, but my dad, not so much.
I dropped my mouth to hers and tasted cherry lip gloss. Licking my tongue over her lips and then plunging it deep inside her mouth, I found myself smiling. Let's go to Disney then, woman, I growled. Izzy got out of the front seat and gestured to the front seat when we got close enough.
Slate, do you want to sit up there? She asked. I know that you have motion sickness.
There was no hesitating. As much as I wanted to sit in the back with Harley, that wasn't going to be possible. Even if Izzy hadn't offered it to me, I would have moved her ass anyway. It's your fucking fault that I'm going to this shit anyway, I said as I walked to the back of the SUV and gestured for Harley to roll her bag to me. When she did, I dropped the handle, lifted the bag, and nearly threw my back out while I did. Jesus Christ, I grunted as I picked it up. You're going to be paying overweight charges on this bitch, I called to Rome. Harley covered her mouth with her hand.
Do you think I should maybe separate it into 2 different bags? She asked.
I shook my head, allowing a grin to tip up the corners of my mouth. No, I grumbled. I'm just giving you a hard time. I already told you all this shit is for free, Rome called from the front seat. Izzy, baby, go ahead and shove my shit into the back, too. After completely rearranging everybody's shit, I opened the door for Harley, ignored my sister, and then went to the front seat.
That was rude, Izzy said as she got in right along with me.
I gave you my seat. And I wouldn't be coming if you hadn't married this man, I countered. Izzy snorted, as did the other cute person in the seat between Harley and Izzy. What are you laughing at, kid? I teased, reaching back and tickling the little girl that had a bag of donut holes in one hand and a cup of what I assumed was chocolate milk.
When I'd lived with them for the first couple of months that I was out, I found out all kinds of things about Astrid, such as she only drank chocolate milk, and God forbid it was anything but Borden. True Moo just wouldn't do it. And the funny thing was that she could literally taste the difference. I'd tested the theory before. Astrid squealed when my fingers dug into her fat little belly. "No!" she squeaked. "No, bad sweet!" Harley started to chuckle right along with Astrid. "How far are they apart?" Harley asked curiously, looking from the baby to Astrid. She and Lizzie started to talk about the kids' age difference while Rome pulled away from the curb and accelerated out of the neighborhood. "You should buy that house over by me," Rome said conversationally. "Actually, you don't have to buy it at all. I'll buy it. You just live in it so I don't have to deal with shitty neighbors." I shook my head. "I kind of like where I'm living right now," I said, glancing over my shoulder at Harley, who was deep in conversation with Izzy. "Yeah," Rome grunted. "But what about watching your family grow up? You know that they don't have anybody else." I turned my head to study my brother-in-law. "That was a low blow," I said. "What the hell?" Rome grinned. "Hate to say it, but you really are it." I knew that. Rome's parents and Rome had never really gotten along. Rome's grandmother had suffered a heart attack that kept her from doing much when it came to the children. Though they still had quite a bit of interaction, she wasn't able to do much with the kids other than visit for short periods of time. Then there were my parents and my brother. My parents had always been shitty. They'd gotten shittier when not only I had defied them, but Izzy had too. My grandmother loved the kids, but unfortunately, when she'd chosen us over my parents, she'd also lost all the help that she had right along with them, leaving her to deal with it all on her own. Not that she wasn't fully capable of doing that. But since she was so particular about how things were done, she had a hard time delegating duties. That, and she was an old, stubborn woman who was set in her ways. "I'll think about it," I finally said. "But just saying, if I did decide to move there, I'd be paying for it myself." Rome snorted. "Why does that not surprise me?" I offered him a grin, then closed my eyes as my Dramamine started to take over, causing me to become drowsy. It was only after I nodded to sleep, waking up about an hour later when we pulled into Bucky's, that I realized that they were talking about me. "Does he do this on planes too?" the woman who'd been occupying my thoughts quite a bit lately asked. "Yes," Izzy said. "I heard a story about him in boot camp. He apparently puked on a plane and had to clean it up when they got to where they were going. I'm not sure he's willingly gone on a plane ever since." "That's awful," Harley snickered. "I can hear you," I grumbled as I opened my eyes. God, I was tired as fuck. Dramamine really kicked my ass. "Why are we stopping?" "Harley's never been to Bucky's," Izzy said, "so I'm taking her." I snorted. "Yay." "They have like 75 bathrooms," Izzy continued. "Slade, are you going in?" I contemplated it for all of 2.5 seconds before I nodded my head. "They have these really good kolaches." Harley snickered. "But aren't you nervous that you'll throw that kolache up on the plane?" she teased. I looked at her out of slitted eyes. Well, I wasn't, but I am now. "Just get it." Rome put the SUV in park and got out. "You'll be pissed that you didn't." He was right. I didn't get to get them very often, and I was on vacation. Fine. We arrived at the airport with about an hour to spare. "There's a really long fucking line," I said as I took in the valet baggage check area. "Are you sure you don't want to just walk in and check it?" "No," Rome admitted. "But I have to unload a double stroller, a pack-and-play, 4 large bags, and y'all's shit. Then I have to get it parked and get back to y'all. Just saying. But I'm dropping everyone off here." I shrugged and got out, hauling all of our shit to the side of the building before going back and collecting the baby. Harley took Astrid by the hand as Izzy filled her hands with their carry-ons. The baby stayed asleep during the transfer, but the longer I stood there with her curled against my chest, the more I became convinced that it was too fucking cold to be standing outside with her. "You got a blanket in there, sis?" I gestured to her bag. She started to dig in her bag and came up empty-handed. "I think I left it in the car," she moaned, eyeing Astrid's blanket. Harley started to snicker. "You take that from her, and she's going to lose her shit right here and now." I silently agreed. It was cold as hell, a cold front having rolled through overnight. And on top of that, where we were located was also underground, meaning there was no sun to warm us up at all.
I know.
Izzy bit her lip as she pulled her phone out of her pocket and started to furiously tap her finger on the screen.
Tuck her in your jacket and zip it up,
Harley suggested, reaching for the zipper on my jacket. When the jacket was open halfway, she helped tuck the baby's legs into the jacket, then zipped it back up for me while I held her close. I grinned when the baby only snuggled deeper. Harley's eyes took me and the baby in, her eyes softening.
You look good holding a baby,
she whispered, biting her lip. Something passed between us, making my heart start to pound. You want kids? I asked curiously.
Yeah,
she answered.
I want 2 or 3.
My lips twitched. That's it? She shrugged.
Yep, for now.
Meaning you could change your mind after the time comes? I wondered. She nodded.
These kids are sweet and nice, but all the other ones I come into contact with are literally hell on wheels. I'm not sure that I could handle their brand of excitement and more than 3 kids.
Your own are always more likable than other people's, I teased. Though these 2 are quite well behaved. I'm not sure if that's just because I'm their uncle and I think they're well behaved or because they're actually well behaved.
Probably a little bit of both,
Izzy said as she once again joined the conversation.
I hate Oscar's kids, though. At least all of them but the oldest. They act exactly like him and Mama. I saw them at the grocery store yesterday, and they actually turned their lip up at me.
I growled low in my throat. That's because Oscar is a little kiss-ass and trains his kids to act exactly like him.
I feel like I'm missing something,
Harley said, glancing between the 2 of us. Astrid leaned against her legs, knocking her off balance, and it was only the wall at her back that kept Harley from landing on her ass. I grinned at her as Astrid leaned closer to her, practically wrapping herself around Harley's legs, blanket and all.
You're just the sweetest thing ever,
Harley cooed to Astrid.
Because I was just thinking my legs were going to fall straight off me.
I highly doubted that, but it was something I could definitely look into heating up for her later.
Oh, thank God,
Izzy said, drawing my attention from the contemplation of wrapping Harley's legs around my hips to Rome, who was running down the sidewalk toward us. Which worked out because the security guard behind the desk taking the luggage said, "Next."
Shit,
Rome said, shaking his head and flinging water off his hair. It's cold as fuck, and it started to rain when I hit the corner there. For being an ex-football player, and out of football for years now, he was still in incredible shape. I had no doubt that he'd just run from the parking lot all the way here. More power to him. I was more of a lifter. Cardio sucked balls, and I only did it on Tuesdays and Thursdays because I absolutely had to. There was no running for the fun of it. I helped move the luggage with my feet, grinning when Rome had to do all the heavy lifting. You could help, fucker, Rome grumbled as he got all the luggage behind the line where the security guard had indicated. I pointed at the baby that was still snuggled deep into my jacket. Sorry, I have a baby. 15 minutes later, we arrived at the gate that our plane would be departing from. I was surprised to find Hoax and Prue, Bayou, and Phoebe, as well as Link and Conley. I didn't know the women all that well, but when Harley arrived holding Astrid, everyone was more than happy to see her, which made me happy. I liked that she fit in amongst the women. I was still working on fitting in with the men. One day it might happen, but I was still on the edge of the room looking in when it came to the group. Fuck, this flight is going to blow, I said when I got a look at all the fucking kids, including the ones that were with the men and women of our party. Are you sure we have to go? My sister looked at me with a grin on her face.
It gets better,
she whispered conspiratorially.
I bought us matching t-shirts.
I blinked, then blinked again. You're shitting me, I said. I'm not wearing matching fucking shirts. Is that the same attitude you have when it comes to wearing the same cut as us? Link, one of the men I knew the least, asked. I looked over at him, and then at Conley, who slapped his arm with the back of her hand before returning my gaze to him. You got a problem? He eyed my bare back. Just noticing that you're a part of this MC and you never show at any functions. You never bring anything to the table. You also don't make an effort to get to know us or wear your cut delineating you as one of the MC. Link shrugged. I stared at the man and said what was on my mind. I haven't noticed you coming to Rome's house, I said. But in answer to why I never come to anything, I'm busy helping my grandmother at her bakery. When I'm not doing that, I'm working for Harley's dad doing some private investigating. And when I'm not doing that, I'm enjoying not having to answer to anyone. Not having someone watch me take his shit. So when you say I don't come to anything, I mean it when I say, you can go fuck yourself. Link blinked. Rome started to laugh. Bayou sighed. I told you to leave it alone, Link. Link grumbled something under his breath. I invited him to my kid's birthday party last weekend, and he didn't come. You invited him to a club party. He was asked to come to church, a club ride. I'm just not sure why you made him a member of the MC if he didn't want to be in it. Link shrugged. A man's allowed to want to be his own man. It would have just been nice to see him before now, when he's getting a free vacation. Izzy growled. We had to force him to come, Izzy snapped. He didn't come because he was getting a free vacation. He came because he loves me, and he knew that it meant a lot to me that he be there. We've never been to Disney World before. I pulled my sister over to me and curved my arm around her shoulder. I'll come to the next club party, I said. I'm sorry I missed your kid's birthday. No, I don't really want to be here, but I did bring a friend to help make the fact that I have to endure listening to y'all's kids bearable. Harley snorted. Their kids aren't bad, she teased, holding Astrid close. Astrid, who had Mickey Mouse ears on her head, turned quickly and smacked Harley in the face with one of the ears. You were saying, I teased. That was when the girl in my arms started to snuffle her displeasure. Your kid's waking up, I informed my sister. Izzy promptly pulled a bottle out of the diaper bag she was still holding and handed it to me. This isn't your boob milk, is it? I asked. She rolled her eyes. Yes, it's boob milk. Then you feed her. I refused to take the bottle. Oh my God, you're being ridiculous, she snickered. It's only milk. It's a normal bodily fluid. But I don't like being around any of your bodily fluids, I said as I unzipped the jacket, exposing the baby I'd been concealing. Aw, Conley said. Look how small she looks in his arms. I thought she looked tiny in Rome's hands. I looked down at little Izzy Jr., better known as Alia, and grinned. She did look mighty adorable. She was dressed in a black sleeper with red polka dots. On the feet were tiny Minnie Mouses and bows. It really was cute as hell, I had to admit. The tutu that was around her waist was the best part, though. I was thinking the same thing, Prue said as she held one of her sleeping twins in her arms. I couldn't tell them apart and didn't really care to try. Maybe when they got older and developed personalities that caused them to be different, then I'd consider trying, but for now I was just going to go with Hoax's kids and leave it at that. Though when he held Dean last week when I came to the bakery, he looked tiny in his arms. That's what happens when you're 6 foot ginormous, Izzy said, forcing the bottle into my hands. Take this. Astrid is doing the potty dance. I sighed and took the bottle, taking a seat next to Harley and popping the nipple into the now grunting baby's mouth. You sure you want 2 or 3 of these? I asked casually. Harley looked at me holding the baby and said, As long as it's with someone like you, yes. My brows rose. You're thinking that you want to have my babies? Her mouth opened and closed, then she shook her head as her cheeks flushed. As much as I want kids, I think we should probably give it at least a couple of dates before I decide whether or not I want to have your children. I pulled the bottle out of Alia's mouth and propped her up on my shoulder. She burped before I could even get the first pat in. Laying her back down softly into the crook of my arm, I went back to feeding her and talking to the woman beside me. I want kids.
Chapter 13. If you think about it, the most popular prosthetic limb is the dildo. Things not to say to your mother. Harley. I looked at the man that just kept surprising me. You do? I asked softly. I would have thought he'd have been burned by what had happened with his ex. But that didn't seem to be the case. I've always wanted at least 4 or 5, he admitted. But then everything happened and I got off track. I felt my stomach sink. You wanted that baby, I said softly. God, that must have killed you to find out it wasn't yours. He shrugged, looking like it meant nothing when I could tell by his lack of words that it did. I'll get them one day, he admitted. I'm not even 40 yet. That's still young, right? I nodded my head. If you were female, I'd say you needed to get started now. But since you're definitely male, I teased, giving him a once-over. You don't have to worry about the same things.
Definitely male,
he agreed.
What's with that look you just gave me?
I blinked innocently at him.
What look?
The one that clearly said you wanted to eat me alive, he countered. I sobered then. Why'd you leave? Let me leave and not come see me. I was always quite direct. My dad liked to say that I was his blunt child, the girl that always told the truth even when it hurt to hear. There was this one time in kindergarten that my dad loved to tell everyone about. Apparently when I was meeting the class, my dad and mom had taken me in. I was supposed to tell my table mate something nice that I liked about their drawing that they'd done while our parents were meeting with the teacher and going over what we would be learning that year. And apparently in front of the entire class, I informed the kid that he had no drawing abilities whatsoever and could really use some schooling to help him with his lack of skills. My dad loved it. My mom, not so much.
Truthfully?
He asked quietly. I nodded once, my eyes focused on the baby down in the bottle in his arms and not the man himself.
Because I'm no good for you?
He shrugged.
I'm broken.
I waited for him to say more, but that was all that he had to say, making my eyebrows rise in question.
That's it?
I asked, poking his side. His brows lowered.
That's not enough?
I shook my head. Not really, no. I was thinking something like you still loved your dead fiancé or that you were sparing yourself the heartache, something like that. Instead, you just say you're broken? I tilted sideways in my seat. Let me ask you something, Slate. Are you broken? Or are you trying to keep yourself closed off because you feel what I'm feeling? He opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again before saying, you... I let that linger there. And when he still didn't tell me, I started to nudge him. You what?
You're right, he said. But that's my prerogative, not wanting to get hurt again. I wish there was another better reason, but there's not. I'm just broken. There's something fundamentally wrong inside of me. Each and every girlfriend I've ever had has broken up with me, cheated on me, or died. I don't have good odds.
I don't like that answer, I said stubbornly. In fact, that answer's not good enough. You're going to have to try. His lips twitched at my words.
Is that what you think?
That's what I know, I countered. You wouldn't have invited me here if you didn't feel something for me.
You're crazy in your head if you...
He paused when both my phone and his phone rang at the same exact time. Frowning, he reached into his pocket with his free hand, tucking the bottle underneath his chin as he continued to feed the baby. I pulled my phone out and saw my father calling. Frowning, seeing as it was only now 6 a.m, and my dad didn't get up early anymore if he could help it. I placed it to my ear and said, Dad? A deep, relieved sigh met my ears. Dad, what's wrong? I asked softly. I was really concerned now. My dad seemed to be gathering himself back together as if something had shaken him apart. Dad, you're scaring me, I said. Is Mom all right?
Yes.
Dad's voice cracked.
Your mom and your brother are fine. Your house isn't, though.
What? I asked in surprise. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that somebody just firebombed your house, he said. I got the call from Dre, who was at work, who got the call from the police department. Apparently somebody threw a Molotov cocktail through your front window, caught the couch on fire, and it burned the rest of the living room down. Luckily, the fire was contained to just your and Slate's houses.
My head whipped around to stare at Slate, who must have been getting the same news as me because he was staring blankly into space. The baby was sucking on air, which caused me to reach down and prop it back into her mouth as I said, Is everyone okay?
Everyone's fine, he answered. But the weird thing is that all of the surveillance we have on your house and Craig's was compromised. Some sort of jammer was used, and everything we got from about 30 minutes after you left until the police were called was a constant loop of about an hour time span.
I shook my head. Well, that obviously wasn't something that was just done spur of the moment. That sounds planned. It also sounds like someone knew what they were doing.
There's something else I have to tell you,
Dad murmured. What? I had a feeling I wasn't going to like this bit of news. Roan was let out on bail last week, Dad murmured. He's back home. At his mother's house. I felt sick to my stomach. They gave him parole? I asked with my voice slightly raised. He wasn't supposed to get that for 2 more years. Roan Forbes was the man that had nearly done some awful things to me. Had done some awful things to me. Was still doing awful things to me. Hell, I couldn't even sleep in my own damn bed at night because of the things that were still eating at me. Yet, somehow, I wasn't as upset as I would have once been. And that was likely due to the man that was still looking mighty fucking pissed beside me. Was it him? I asked quietly. We don't know, my dad said. But talking to his mother, she says that he was at home all night. Something about being online all night long and never leaving. How would she know that he hadn't left? I asked curiously. I asked that same question. Apparently he screams at the television. Something about him being extremely angry and loud last night, Dad answered. It's good that you're gone this week. I want to figure this out, and I'm happy to not have you here sleeping in your yard while I do it. I shivered slightly. I won't be doing that anymore, I guess, I admitted. Not with Roan out. Dad made a sound in the back of his throat that was perilously close to a growl. I'll handle it, baby, he promised. Don't worry. In the meantime, let me talk to Slate. I looked over at Slate, who was no longer on the phone. At some point, he'd taken over the bottle feeding. He'd also likely heard every word we said, because he was reaching for the phone almost before I had it pulled away from my ear. This time, instead of me holding the bottle, he took the bottle out of the sleeping baby's mouth, set it on the couch beside us, then placed her back on his shoulder. When he had her situated, he placed the phone to his ear. What's going on? Izzy asked, arriving with a frown on her face. Someone torched my house after we left, I answered, worry causing my voice to quiver. Oh, and the man that assaulted me, and almost did worse things to me before my roommate could interrupt him, was also released from jail last week. Was it him? Rome asked, entering the conversation. I shook my head. My dad doesn't think it was, but he's covering all his bases. Roan has an airtight alibi, though. His mom said he was there playing Xbox until very late last night. So she knows that he was there when the fire started. Rome grumbled something under his breath. Accident? I shook my head again. But before I could answer, Slate said, Not an accident. All of our security measures were disabled. Mine, Craig's, who was across the street from us, and Harley's. Are the houses okay? Prue asked from her seat across the aisle. We are now boarding passengers for Group 1, the woman behind the desk at our gate called. Group 1 and all current military. All of us stood up at once as Slate said, Harley's is a partial loss. Mine's just the garage. What about the rest of the houses in your neighborhood? Link asked. None of them were affected, just ours, he answered. And it's looking like he hoped that the fire would smoke us out because across the street at Craig's place, there's a spot where it looked like someone hungered down for a while, as if he was staking the place out, watching our movements. Then he likely would have seen y'all leave, right? Bayou grumbled from beside us as we all walked up to the gate entrance. You're right, Slate grumbled. If he was there that long, then he had to have seen us leave. Yet he waited until hours after we were gone to set the fire. How do you know all this already? Hoax asked. I have a couple of buddies still on the force, he answered, who happened to be there when her dad arrived. I felt my belly tighten at the knowledge that I should probably go back home to deal with this. Yet the thought of leaving Slate literally scared the bejesus out of me. My father would allow me to move back in with him, and I would if push came to shove. However, I wanted to stay with Slate. I wanted to pretend like those phone calls didn't just happen. I wanted to pretend like nothing was happening and let someone else deal with the shit that was swirling around. Worrying wouldn't do me any good. I didn't have any answers right now, and I sure the hell had no idea what I would need to do to protect myself. So instead, I decided that for now I was just going to bury my head in the sand and ignore everything else. There would be enough time to worry about all that later. Which was why 10 minutes later, as we were making our way to our seats, I smiled at the captain and said what I said next. Oh! I walked up to the pilot. Can I take a picture in there? And that was how Slate ended up taking a picture of me sitting in the cockpit, with 2 pilots beside me laughing their asses off.
Chapter 14. If I got rid of everything that didn't spark constant joy in my life, I'd be left with Harley and my motorcycle. Slate's secret thoughts. Slate. The plane ride was the nicest one I'd ever experienced, at least comfort-wise. The plane ride itself still sucked. After getting onto the plane and leaving Harley to converse with the pilots about what that switch does and what pulling down on that lever accomplishes, I popped a few Dramamine. Once securely buckled into my seat and backpack safely stowed in the overhead bin, I closed my eyes and tried to calm myself down. I'd never been a good flyer. In fact, if I had to say anything about all of my flying experiences, it would be that they definitely weren't something I would like to ever remember. In fact, I hated them. Hated everything about flying. Glancing over at the sound of something falling and hitting the floor, I narrowed my eyes when I saw that the seat across the aisle from us was filled with Link and his wife Conley. Great. My biggest fan right next to me for 2.5 hours. I returned my eyes forward, ignoring the fact that the bag Link had dropped had spilled all out on the floor of the aisle. Something rolled and hit my foot, and I leaned forward and picked up a bottle of water and handed it to him. "Thanks," Link grumbled reluctantly. I barely stopped myself from grinning. Crossing my arms over my chest, I closed my eyes once again and returned to what I was doing before, trying not to freak the fuck out. I didn't really know what it was about planes, trains, and automobiles. I'd always gotten motion sick. In fact, today when I'd learned that the only part of my house that burned was the garage, including the truck in Vanessa's car, I was honestly relieved. Insurance would pay for the damage of both the house and the vehicles, and I wouldn't be stuck with Vanessa's SUV anymore, the one I'd tried countless times to give to my sister who just kept giving it back, making me feel obligated to drive it. Vanessa's SUV had been a birthday present for her, a present that was expensive as fuck, and her dream car. She'd been excited as hell at getting it, and she hadn't even driven it but a handful of times. I'd finished paying it off while I was in prison, my sister luckily keeping up the payments on it by using my savings to pay for it, and when that had run out, her savings. Honestly, I should just give the money that I got from the insurance payout to her at this point. It made the most sense. The seat next to me jolted, and the seatbelt started to clank. I opened one eye and peeked out at Harley. "You and those ears," I muttered, closing my eyes again. "What were you thinking about?" she asked as she smiled at me. "The fact that I'm going to get an insurance payout for my car and I'm going to give that money to my sister since she was the one to pay for my car and house while I was in prison," I answered. "Really?" Harley asked. "Why did she do that?" I shrugged. "She was supposed to sell my bike for me and then use the money off the sale of the bike to pay for the house and car payments. Plus, I had quite a bit in savings. But she didn't touch any of it. Only worked her ass off to pay for my shit so I'd have a bike when I got home." Harley made a squeaking sound that had me opening my eyes again. "What?" I asked. "That's so sweet," she said. "I don't think my brother would have done that for me. He would have found a way to pay for it, likely doing what I originally asked, but he wouldn't have gone out of his way to work extra shifts just to pay for my shit." My lips twitched. "My sister's a sweetheart." "My brother's awesome," she said, "but he's definitely not that awesome." "Your brother cares for you quite a bit," I told her. "You should have seen the looks I got when I got too close to you. My sister would pay my bills, but she definitely wouldn't kill anyone if I was hurt in any way. Your brother, on the other hand." Harley's lips twitched. "He would do that, wouldn't he?" "Undoubtedly," I answered. "If I hurt you in any way, your brother would fuck me up and still be able to sleep perfectly that night." She snickered. "The last passenger has boarded," the flight attendant said. "Please make sure you stow all electronic devices bigger than a cell phone and be seated. The pilot will be leaving shortly." I felt my hands curl around the seat. "Your sister said you don't like flying," Harley said. "Is it the motion part, or is it a fear?" "Motion," I answered, swallowing hard. "Doesn't matter what I take. I can still feel it. My head is all fucked up." "Have you tried these motion patches?" she asked.
And you do realize that all the rides that we're doing at Disney World are rides that—" "Ma'am," the flight attendant said, interrupting Harley's words. "You need to buckle in, please." "Oh, sorry," Harley said as she hastily did just that. "I apologize." The flight attendant winked. "Don't worry, honey. If I was sitting next to him, I wouldn't be paying attention to me either." Harley's eyes sparkled when she looked over at me. "What she says is true," she snickered, then sobered. "So tell me, this week, will I be allowed to do you, or is that off limits?" My lips twitched. "You can do me all you want." Harley fist-pumped. "Yes!" My lips turned up into a smile. "You're weird." "I'm totally weird." She tilted her head. "But what does that say about you, that you're doing me when I'm weird?" I thought about that for a long moment, then sighed. "That I'm weird too," I admitted. Shit. Harley pulled out her phone and started to scroll through her text messages. "That needs to go on airplane mode," I told her. "I know, but I wanted to look at these pictures," she said. "My dad sent me some of the house." I leaned over to get a look. What I saw made my stomach churn. "Your house is a complete loss," I found myself saying. Shit. It was, too. The only thing left standing was the fireplace and the back part of the house where the bedrooms were. Hopefully that meant that their clothes were all right. "I think my dad was able to salvage my clothes and stuff. Luckily, I mostly lived in my bedroom. I've been eating so much at your grandmother's bakery that I haven't had to buy anything lately. And when I'm not spending time there, I'm sleeping in the hammock. The only thing I really did in the house was use my bathroom to shower and get dressed in my bedroom. Dre was still living out of boxes because he was hoping that things would go back to normal with Craig. The stuff he hadn't fit in his room was in a storage building. This could have been a whole lot worse." "Where are you going to stay?" I asked curiously. She grinned. "I'm totally just going to keep living in your hammock. I might sneak into your bathroom to shower." I felt my stomach lurch when we started going backward away from the gate. "What about your clothes? Where will you keep those?" I wondered. "I'll just leave them in my car. My driveway is still good enough." She snickered. I rolled my eyes. "Why not go back to your mom and dad's place?" She scrunched up her nose. "I left there at 18, started college. I love my parents, but I don't want to go back home." She paused. "It's disgusting." My brows rose. "What's disgusting?" They never stop doing it," she whispered, leaning in so that she could tell me this like she was ashamed. "I don't like listening to that." I burst out laughing, causing Lincoln Conley to look at us from the side, and Rome and Izzy to look at us over their seats. Astrid, who had her own seat across the aisle from her parents, didn't bother looking up from her tablet. "You're disgusted by your parents because they have sex?" I asked. "At least they're still together and love each other. I can remember a time where I had to live at home, and the reason I hated it was because my mother never stopped bitching and complaining about how much work we were. Then my father beat the shit out of us because we were little shitheads." She flushed. "I guess when you put it like that, it makes me sound like I don't appreciate what I have. I mean, I'm glad that my parents love each other. I'm also glad that I had a happy childhood. But do you know how embarrassing it was to have them do it while I had friends over?" The plane's engine started to pick up in sound, making me very aware that we were only a few seconds from taking off. She quickly flicked her phone to airplane mode and then tucked it into the pocket in the seat in front of us. "Any ideas on who you think burned my house down?" she asked. That was when I realized she was trying to distract me. It wasn't working, but I appreciated the gesture. "No," I admitted. "But I do think that someone on the street had to have caught something. When I get home, if your dad hasn't already gone door to door asking, then I'll do it. Plus, we might have caught something on it earlier in the day. He might have slipped up." "He?" she pushed. I shrugged. "I didn't piss off any ladies lately. And neither have you that I know of." Her face closed down. "My dad said my almost rapist was released last week on parole." My face went hard. "He won't get to you, darling." And he wouldn't, because I'd already set forth a series of plans to make sure. One, I'd pulled a favor with the district judge. It helped that I helped deliver his child when I was a rookie, and made sure that a restraining order was filed before he'd even been released. Though I supposed I should have mentioned a few days ago that I'd known that he was being released from jail. Bayou had informed me that it would be happening, and I'd hesitated in telling Harley because I didn't want to see that look of fear on her face like I did right then. 2, I'd had a couple of old buddies on the force make sure that they added Roan Forbes to their patrol. They'd be doing regular checkups on him. Then there was his parole officer, who also happened to be my parole officer. Though, unlike me, Roan Forbes wasn't a respected felon, though those two words were not usually heard in correlation with each other. But I was a respected felon. Nobody who knew my situation blamed me. Hell, I didn't even care. I didn't miss an ounce of sleep at night, and wouldn't, ever. Not when it came to protecting the weak, not when that man deserved what he had coming. 3, I'd already planned on getting Harley to move into my place. I wasn't sure how I was going to do it, until this morning's tragic news of her house and my garage burning down. Now, it'd be ridiculously easy to get her to stay. Chapter 15. How to know she's not wifey material. When she cooks eggs before bacon. Slate to some random stranger he met standing in line. Slate. I don't understand why anyone would think this is the happiest place on earth, I grumbled as I flopped face first down into the bed. Harley, who'd followed me into the room looking just as worn out and exhausted, stared at me as if I'd just said something incredibly stupid. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Did you see any crying kids today?" I turned only my head to look at her. "Now that you mention it, no," I admitted. "But did you see any pissed-off parents?" Her mouth twitched. "Yes." "I saw one kid getting spanked by the elevators that, by the way, take at least 15 minutes to finally get to you. What kind of building doesn't have any goddamn easily accessible stairs?" Her mouth twitched. "And then there was the kid in line who decided to crawl up onto the counter and help himself to the buffet, and the kid who puked on Mickey." Her mouth tightened as she tried not to laugh. My dick started to fill with blood as she lifted her shirt and started to flap it, fanning herself. Her tummy had a light sheen of sweat, and she looked absolutely edible. I wanted to pull her into my arms and smash my lips against hers, yet I didn't, mostly because I was too tired to move. "I walked over 9 miles today," I said. "I went to the Magic Kingdom, Epcot, and Hollywood Studios. Who the hell's idea was it to buy the Park Hopper Pass?" She started to laugh. "I think it was your brother-in-law," she said as she stripped her jeans off. "Who looked just as frazzled, if not more so than you. And did you see Bayou?" Bayou. I'd learned over the last couple of years, hated when he was in crowds that he couldn't control. And the crowd at Disney World was definitely one of those crowds. At one point, I'd noticed that Bayou was just gone. And after Phoebe had told us that he just couldn't handle all the loudness and the people touching him constantly, I'd learned over the last 2 days that Disney World didn't know the meaning of personal space, not the facility itself or the fucking people that came to it. For instance, when going onto a ride, they shoved as many people as humanly possible onto a single ride, or into the goddamn line. I mean, what was it to them if I wanted a small gap in between me and the person in front of me? Sure, usually that person was Harley and the gap wasn't absolutely necessary, but then there were other times that it wasn't Harley. It was some Chinese man or handicapped man in a scooter. I couldn't tell you how many times that I'd been molested, unintentionally of course, by the person behind me. And for a man that needed to have his back watched at all times, it was incredibly uncomfortable to have someone so close and not put any distance between us. Luckily, Rome had seen the panic and had tried to always be behind me, with Izzy or Harley between us, of course, and things had gone a lot smoother since. Bayou doesn't like being touched. I'm not surprised that he never went on any of the rides, I admitted. I don't like being touched either, but I made do. The rides were worth it. "I can't believe the group has a babysitter here, too." She shook her head. "I would have never even guessed people had this kind of pull. Who the hell has a babysitter at a resort to watch your kids for you so you can go play and be free?" I shook my head. They still have them at night. The babysitter is part of the resort's amenities. She shrugged. "But still, that's so cool. I didn't realize that was even a thing." She flopped over onto her side, then kicked off her shoes one by one. It was only as her socks were coming off that I saw the expanse of her back as she bent over. My dick started to get hard, which I thought was nearly impossible after the day that I'd had, and I decided not to fight it. After feeling Harley's ass and back up against my erection the majority of the day, I was over trying to fight it. She knew exactly what she was doing, too. Reaching for her, I rolled her over onto her back and crawled over the top of her, loving the way her eyes widened in surprise at my move. Using my knees, I pushed her thighs open wide to accommodate my big body, then dropped down so that she could feel my erection pressed against her. "Do you know how hard it is to hide a hard-on in a pair of workout shorts?" I asked curiously. Harley bit down with her top teeth, causing her lip to get all pouty and plump on one side, making me want to be the one to bite it and not her. "Yes," she admitted. "Why do you think I continued to stay in front of you the entire time?" I ran my large palm up the side of her leg, stopping when my fingertips came in contact with the seam of her underwear. "So you could torture me with your body," I answered her. "I think you liked getting that kind of reaction out of me." "Is it bad that I did?" she asked, one of her hands going up to stroke over my sweat-dampened t-shirt. I thought about that for a moment, then shook my head. "No," I stated. "I don't think it's bad. But I do think that you tortured me all day, knowing that I wouldn't be able to do anything about it." I paused. "I did notice your hand on my cock while we were on that roller coaster today." She blinked innocently. "I was only trying to take your mind away from the way you were feeling," she admitted. "I thought it might help." I ground my erection into her. "It did help," I declared, then grinned in her face. "Did you know that there were pictures at the particular point that you touched me?" Her eyes widened a little bit. "No," she whispered. "Please tell me." I laughed and reached for my phone, pulling up the stupid Disney app that my sister forced me to download. Then going to the photo part that I'd found while trying to get more fast passes that would get us onto a ride faster, I'd seen the photo pop up onto the screen. "Take a look-see." I turned my phone around so she could see. Her face went red as she blushed. "Shit." "I thought it was kind of funny," I teased. "And I'm glad these pictures weren't one of the ones that you had to see when you were getting off the ride." Her mouth opened and closed, and while she was busy trying to find her words, I set my phone onto the nightstand, then dropped my mouth onto her pretty little confused one. She moaned into my mouth, her arms encircling my wide shoulders as she held me to her. When she realized that I wasn't going to get up this time, she loosened her hold and allowed her fingers to dive into my hair. The day before we'd left, I'd considered buzzing it all off like I always did when it got to a certain length. But feeling her hands in it, loving the way that she showed it attention, I realized that I'd be keeping it at least this length for a while. At least until I decided I couldn't handle it any longer, or she told me to cut it, whichever came first. When her little fingers tugged lightly on the slightly damp strands, I knew that we weren't going to be stopping. Dinner was in less than 30 minutes. I planned on taking a shower before we went down. However, I'd gladly give up a shower just so I could stay exactly where I was and do what I was about to do. Harley. "Last chance," I pulled back, my breath coming in soft pants against her lips. "For what?" she breathed, letting go of my hair to allow her palms to drag down my shoulders to come to rest against my chest. Her legs, which had encircled my hips, stayed where they were, however. "To take a shower instead of this," I growled, pushing her shirt up and exposing her chest. "I know that you said you wanted to dress up." She bit her lip. "I'll see Mickey other times." My lips twitched. "Yeah?" I dropped down onto my elbows and licked one of her breasts. "Did I tell you how much I liked this bra?" I teased. She was wearing a Captain America cotton bra, and it was the cutest thing I'd ever seen. "Yeah," she breathed, arching up into me. "You mentioned it a time or two." Captain America had always been my favorite superhero. When I'd said as much in line next to her earlier, she'd grinned up at me and launched into a long, drawn-out discussion about why he was her favorite, too. Our 2-hour-long conversation while we stood in line for a stupid roller coaster had all been sparked in part due to her bra strap. Now, seeing the rest of it, it makes me want to take pictures so I can see it whenever I want, I teased. "Would you let me take a picture of you?" She nodded her head. "In a heartbeat." I didn't reach for my phone, though. Instead, I bent down and licked her other breast, following the curve of flesh with my tongue until I reached the other bra strap.
I didn't know that they make bras like this, I admitted. They're fucking cute. They don't make cool shit like this in men's sizes. Not that I'd wear a bra, but underwear wouldn't have been able to be passed if they'd made them like that.
Kids section, she admitted. I fit into an 18, which ends up being like a size 2 or 4 in adults. But me being able to shop for bras in the kids section also means that my breasts aren't all that big.
I didn't care. I mean, sure, I cared that she had breasts, but I liked all breasts. I was an all-around mutual breast lover. I liked small ones and big ones with big nipples or small, though I still didn't quite know what she was hiding underneath her clothes. The night that we'd been intimate, it had been dark, the entire fucking night. We'd done it with only shadows to light the way. So seeing her in the light was definitely making me see everything. To experience it now felt like a totally new intimate experience, one that I shouldn't have felt as comfortable with as I was. Are you sure that you want it quick before we go eat? I teased. I knew that she did. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, she whispered. But I didn't bring any protection.
I reached in my pocket for my wallet, pulling out a strip of condoms I'd tucked there the night before we'd left town. I hadn't really been thinking I'd be using them, but I wanted to be prepared just in case. The night that we'd spent making love during that storm, I hadn't used a single one. I knew the consequences of that night, and I was honestly more turned on by the fact that she'd trusted me and had allowed me to come inside her, knowing the risks, than I was by damn near the sight of her naked. I wanted to do her bare again. I wanted it with every cell of my body. But I wouldn't be that man. I wouldn't trap her with the likes of me without her at least knowing exactly what she was getting. And she wasn't sure who I was just yet. She only knew that she wanted me. That I wanted her. But one day, when she knew me inside and out, I'd give her everything she ever wanted. Not because I wanted to, but because I wouldn't be able to stop myself. Seeing the woman underneath me happy would be my top priority.
Take your shorts off already, she ordered.
I did as she asked, shucking my shirt first because I knew that would be the next thing she told me to get rid of. Her eyes took me in as I stripped, her hands halting at the waistband of her shorts as she took me in. I jerked my chin in her direction. Fair's fair and all, I told her, eyes on her hips. She jerked the shorts off with unpracticed movements, lifting her hips to get them off with better ease. She followed the shorts up with her shirt.
Oh,
she breathed as my cock finally bounced free of my shorts. My belly clenched at the look on her face. God, she looked breathtaking. Her taking in the side of my cock made me want to spurt all over her naked belly and chest.
You have abs for days, she breathed. I mean, I already knew this because you mow your yard shirtless. But damn.
Why did I like the fact that she watched me without my knowledge? If it had been anyone else, I would have hated it. What else do you like? I asked, standing up at the end of the bed to get rid of my shorts and underwear. My wallet thumped to the floor, as did all the change that I'd managed to collect so that Astrid could press pennies in the park.
I like every single thing about you, Slate, she informed me. But not all of it has to do with your body.
My brows rose. No? She shook her head.
No.
What else? I asked, crawling up onto the bed between her once again splayed thighs. Her pussy was glistening, practically begging for my mouth. But I knew I didn't have time for that. Not when we needed to be to dinner in less than 20 minutes.
I like how you acted like you hated everything about today,
she said as she ran her hand up my back, stopping just below my shoulder blade.
But when you watched those kids get all excited, your face lit up.
That was true. I enjoyed watching the kids have fun. It was more enjoyable than standing in line, that was for sure.
Or when you acted like you were mad at me when I pressed my ass up against you, she continued. You'd give me those little glares, but you never pushed me away.
No, I'd only pulled her closer.
And when Link pissed you off again, you didn't take it out on his kid, she said. You played with him and teased him, like the kid was one of your own sister's kids.
Yeah, I'd done that too. How did she see me so clearly? Most people would have not even paid attention. That was what I was used to, being ignored. Yet she saw everything. Sometimes it's scary how much you pay attention, I pointed out, stopping when my cock found the perfect spot and lightly pressed against her entrance. She hitched her hips up and moved forward,
firmly notching my cock at the entrance to her sex. That's when I realized what I'd forgotten. Going for the condom, I brought it up to my mouth.
"I know this is extremely crazy," she said as she watched me rip the condom open with my teeth. "I know that I shouldn't want it, but I want you with nothing between us. I want you bare and shooting inside of me."
My cock stiffened even further. It was now so hard that things were throbbing in my lower belly, my balls, my cock, whatever muscles that surrounded those two things. They were all tense and ready. Harley.
"It's the wrong time of the month," she admitted, biting her lip.
"We shouldn't," I growled. It took everything I had to say those two words. Everything.
"Yeah," she admitted. "We shouldn't."
I finished tearing the condom out of the package and pressed the piece of latex to my cockhead. She moaned long and loud as my knuckles bumped against her pussy as I rolled the condom down over me. I wasn't sure if it was because I was covering myself or touching her. Both reasons really did me in. "I want to," I said after I got it fully on. "God, how I want to. But until we're sure." I wasn't sure what I wanted to be sure about. The fact that I wanted my kid to be growing inside of Harley, or the fact that we were still so new. Hell, I didn't know. Not one bit. But I did know that even with the condom on, I could feel her heat like a beacon. The feeling shot straight to my balls. "I'm not sure I'm going to be able to last long," I said as I trailed my fingers through her wetness. I gathered it onto my fingers, circling her entrance twice until I was fully coated, and then drug it up through the soft lips of her sex, stopping once I got to her clit. She arched up when I made brief contact, then growled.
"I don't need you to last forever. I need you to get inside of me already," she snapped.
Testy. Grinning, I circled her all over again, paying particular mind not to touch her clit and drive her just a little bit wilder.
"We have to be downstairs in 15 minutes, she cried out, body straining toward me.
I took pity on her, and when I sank inside, I was a little bit disappointed. Not because she didn't feel great, because she did, but because I had the condom on, dulling the effects of what she made me feel. Her body arched, taking away my momentary lapse in judgment. Pulling all the way out, I slammed back inside over and over again. That was when it really started to feel good. So good, in fact, that my eyes closed and I forgot to focus on her. Instead, I started chasing my own orgasm. The pulse of her pussy tightening and loosening around my cock had me so entranced that when it started to change, when she started to tighten even further, my eyes slammed open. When they found her face, that was when I saw that she was coming. Of course, she would have felt different. But God, I'd been so focused on how I was feeling that I didn't even think to ask if she was close. And now that she was coming all around me, it only made me hotter. My thrusts got rougher, my hands clenched on her hips, likely bruising. My cock hit the end of her, causing her to cry out, but I wasn't sure if it was in pain or in pleasure. I didn't stop, though. She didn't either. Her body arched, her nipples tightened into little peaks, and her voice rang out through the quiet room. And then I started to come. In great long bursts, one shot of my release after another left me, coating her insides. "Fuck!" I cried out, just now noticing just how good it felt, how good it shouldn't have felt. Pulling out, my last jet of cum shot against her clit, causing her to gasp and shiver. That was when I looked down at the torn condom. The end of it was still securely around my cock, but the rest of it was torn and hanging on by a thread. "Shit," I said as I ripped the useless piece of latex off my cock. Harley's eyes flew open and she took in the scene.
"Uh-oh."
Amusement flooded my eyes as I glanced up at her. "Uh-oh?" I teased. "That's all you have to say?" She shrugged.
"What is there to say? I mean, uh-oh seems pretty perfect for right now."
She was right. It did, indeed, seem perfect. And so was she. Sometimes, Slate, you have to move past that fear, or you'll never live again. Sometimes you have to ride that fear and hope it doesn't kill you the next time death sneaks up on you. My brother-in-law's words from earlier in that day, the moment he caught me staring at Harley as if she was mine and calling me on it, rushed through my head. I hadn't been with Harley long, days really. But ever since the first time I saw her in prison, I knew that she was something special, something that I wanted to be mine, something that I would love to have as mine forever. And the more time I spent with her, the more I realized that I did want that with her. Forever. I wanted her to be mine. I wanted to wake up with her in the morning for the rest of my life. The last 2 days of having her in my bed when I woke up was something that I hadn't realized I'd wanted. And as I watched her now, seeing her look sleepy and sated in my bed, I knew that I'd be choosing the selfish way out. I'd be doing everything that I had to do to keep her. Rome's words, words that had once been my words to him, were the perfect thing that I needed to hear at that moment in time. Because as of right now, I wouldn't be giving Harley up. Not now, not ever.
"What's with that look on your face?" she asked huskily. "I'm not sure if I need to run for my life or throw my arms around you and hang on."
I pulled her into my chest and said the only thing I could say. Choose the second choice. Because I don't think I could keep myself from chasing you if you run. She snuggled in deeper, pressing her lips against my still sweaty chest.
"Don't worry, Slate. You'd have to chase me off at this point. There are quite a few things about you that have me addicted."
I smiled. "Like what?" I asked.
"Your kiss,"
she said softly, her breath mingling with my chest hairs.
"Your touch."
I swallowed when she trailed a kiss from one peck to the other.
"All of you."
I rolled her over and pulled her on top of me. She went up on an elbow and said something I never expected to hear from another woman again. And oh boy, did I want to hear it all over again. Repeatedly. Forever.
"I think I'm falling in love with you, Slate Solis."
I fisted my hand in her hair and pulled her down to my mouth. "That makes 2 of us, Cupcake," I said against her lips. "Just remember I'm jealous and possessive. I'm fairly sure your dad likes me, but not that much, and I don't care if I have to piss him off to keep you. You're going to have to control your family if you want this to work." She laughed in my face.
"Oh, Slate, I've had my family wrapped around my little finger since the day I was born."
Chapter 16. I'm not sure where you learned to whisper, but I'm guessing inside a helicopter filled with chainsaws. Slate to Harley. Harley. That was so much fun. I clapped my hands together as I practically skipped out of the exit for the ride we'd just gone on. Did you like it? I looked over at Slate to see him kind of green. If I'd put any thought into how this vacation was to go, I would have said no, he admitted. Motion sickness and virtual reality are not paired well. I paused. You know, I did try to tell you on the plane what it would be like, but then that flight attendant interrupted us by telling me to buckle in and I forgot. You make me do that, though. Make you do what? He asked curiously. Make me forget what I was going to say. I shrugged. Sometimes when I'm talking, I accidentally look into your eyes, and every single thought that was in my brain just floats away like a dandelion that's been purposefully blown. His lips kicked up into a semblance of a smile. He shook his head. I don't know what to say to that. It's not like I purposefully mesmerized you with my eyes. Is there anything else you want to do? I asked. I mean, since you just humored me and went on that one. That one being the Avatar ride in Animal Kingdom. The virtual reality one that I swore he'd be okay on, but was obviously wrong. I'd been reading up on the rides that we'd planned to go on today, and most of the people that were talking about the ride on YouTube swore that the ride didn't cause their motion sickness to flare up. I want to go on that one because I'm hot as balls. He pointed at the particular picture that was in front of me, the one that the ride took you through the water and explained that you might get wet. That's Magic Kingdom, I informed him. We're in Animal Kingdom. Well then, let's go there, he suggested. There's nothing keeping us here, right? Well, I hesitated. No, not really. He hooked his arm around my shoulder and guided me through the crowd, stopping at the first little cart he could find, and pointed at the ice cream sandwich. I want one of those, and she wants the Mickey chocolate one. I grinned wickedly. I've corrupted you and brought you to the dark side, I teased. He ripped open the plastic covering his ice cream sandwich and tossed it into the nearest trash. I did the same and took a hasty bite, forcing myself to cool my jets when all I wanted to do was jump his bones. I was feeling things for this man that I hadn't felt ever. It was a surreal feeling. I mean, I'd watched my parents have this kind of relationship, had watched half of the Free kids, the kids of the original members of Free like Janie, Prue, Phoebe, and more, find that kind of love. And I'd wanted it so badly that I was willing to do anything for it, yet I hadn't realized it was right in front of my face until I stared into his eyes and seen it reflected right back at me. I knew that he felt the same way, yet I also felt like he was holding back, as if he was biding his time or fighting with himself to keep his head, which had been what had stopped me from saying the words, from just blurting them out, though it was likely wise. Who the hell said, "I love you," after a week of being with each other? I shouldn't say it, right? "Your ice cream is melting onto your hand," Slate's deep, rumbly voice sounded. I looked down at my hands and noticed that he was right. Ice cream was indeed running down my hand. Absently lifting it up, I licked the back of my hand clean, thankful that I'd washed my hands. Because germs. So many germs. If I made it home without having a raging infection due to all the kids coughing on me, it would be a miracle. Disney, in the middle of February, the height of flu season, wasn't as thought out as it could have been. I just licked the final drip of ice cream when I looked up to find Slate's eyes hot and aimed right at me. "What?" I asked. He licked his own ice cream sandwich, this time making sure to do it slowly, methodically. "Oh." I grinned and did the same to my ice cream, having to work double time to make sure mine didn't once again start melting all over my hand. His eyes tore away from mine as if something in front of him demanded his attention. His eyes started to scan the area, narrowing. "You need to go to the bathroom again?" he asked curiously. I frowned. "No." He took me by the hand and led me to the bathroom anyway, me following behind him the entire way. "Slate, what are you—" He walked straight up to a companion bathroom, yanked open the door, and slammed it closed behind us. "Slate, what are you—" The lock clicked in place, and suddenly I found my ass bare to the air, and my body turned so that I was bent over the diaper-changing station. He was kind enough, however, to throw his rain slicker down so that I wasn't pressed against the dirty counter. I would have been touched by his thoughtfulness had he not notched his cock up with my entrance and started to press himself inside me. Like every time he entered me at first, I was surprised by his largeness. Slate was big, and when I say big, I meant big. I was also on the smaller side, which made him feel even bigger. But I was wet for him, though it didn't take much. I'd pressed myself against him in line, and he'd gripped my hips and pulled me back even more firmly in front of him, letting me know that he was feeling the same way. We'd been playing that game for about 2 hours now. The only time our positions changed were when we had to turn the corner to reform the line on the other side of the barrier. "You know exactly what I'm doing," he growled. Then his entire cock was inside me. 1 second, I was empty, and the next I was so full, my breath left my body and my feet left the floor. We'd never done it from behind. The mechanics of it were difficult, seeing as he was so tall and I was so short. And to keep himself from having to bend his knees, he literally just lifted me up off the floor and started to fuck me slowly. He didn't give me too hard or too much, instead staying super low and shallow at first, allowing me to get used to him while also giving me just a taste of what he had to offer. I leaned forward more on the bench, giving my arms more weight than I normally would have, and then wrapped my legs around the back of his thighs as best as I could from my current position. In doing so, I jolted him forward, causing him to grunt and give me more of him. My breath left my body when he touched places inside of me I hadn't expected him to touch just yet. "Shit," I hissed, moaning due to the pain, but also due to the pleasure that coincided with it. "Sorry, baby," he cooed, running his hand up and down my back in a soothing gesture. "Do it again," I ordered, trying not to sound like I was begging, but knowing I'd failed. I didn't have to ask him twice. The next time he entered me, it was with much more force than the previous time. The pleasure, pain of his thrust was enough to send my senses into overdrive. "God," I breathed, "yes." From that point forward, he gave me his full length. ramping up his force one thrust at a time until he was entering me so hard that my hips were digging into the counter. I already had bruises from his hands when he fucked me the first time. Now I would have bruises from the counter. Did I care? That was a big hell no. I didn't care in the least. In fact, looking at the bruises from his fingers digging into my skin made me remember how those bruises got there. And from there, I got to fantasize about how good he felt inside of me. It was a vicious cycle that I anticipated every time I lifted my shirt up. "You're daydreaming instead of focusing on coming," Slate growled. I bit my lip and turned my head to look at him over my shoulder. "Maybe," I admitted. But I was also thinking about you. About how this counter is going to leave bruises and how I'm going to look at them tomorrow and remember how good you feel inside of me. How deep you are. How thick and full and... He cursed and began to pull out, but I stopped him from going too far by tightening my legs. "No," I keened, "I'm so close." He pushed back inside, but with much less force. "I don't want to leave bruises all over your body," he growled, sounding torn between wanting them there, liking how they got there, and hating them and how he'd hurt me. But they didn't hurt, not right now. "Fuck me, Slate," I ordered. "We don't have much longer in this bathroom before people start to notice." He cursed again, knowing that I was right. "Hold on," he ordered. Then he was once again taking me viciously, hard and fast, making sure that he reached so deep inside of me that his cockhead hit my cervix with each hard thrust. I moaned into my arm, loving the way we sounded as we connected. I was so focused on not coming, and wanted this to go on forever, that I hadn't expected his hand to latch onto my ass and squeeze. I squeaked and jolted upward, gasping in air. And then my orgasm hit me like a 2-ton Mack truck. 1 second, I was pushing it away, and the next I was struggling to breathe through the tidal wave of feeling that coursed through me. I held my breath and closed my eyes, hoping that my cries of ecstasy would be held in check. And then I felt his cum hit my back, the wet splashes traveling all the way up to my shoulder blades, where he'd shoved my shirt up during our sex. "Fuck," he growled, returning his cock back into my pussy for a few strokes before going still. I dropped my legs from around his hips, feeling them well and truly protest. I hadn't done this much walking ever. I'd literally walked an average of 8 miles a day for the last 5 days. Today was our last day at Disney World, and I was seriously sad to be leaving. Even worse, I was wishing that I really could sleep in the hammock in his yard, because the idea of having to go to my dad's place really sucked bad. I wanted to stay near him, wanted to continue sleeping in the same bed, waking up next to him and showering with him, eating next to him. Hell, I was so in love with this man that it wasn't even funny. Then there was the fact that I didn't even care that my house had burned to the ground. Not that technically it was my house. Dre and I had rented it, but still I felt bad for the owner. A wet towel wiped its way down my back, and I shivered at the coolness. Once he was done wiping his release from my back, he helped set me down on my feet, then bent down to lift my semi-wet clothes back into place on my body. "Not sure how the hell I keep losing control," he murmured, turning me around so he could see my hips, see the redness and promise of new bruises to come. "But I'm sorry." Then he placed a kiss on each hip, so softly that my breath hitched. I touched his head, digging my fingers into his hair. If I didn't like them, I would have said something, I teased. He looked up at me, and for a second, I saw him on his knee, thinking that more than anything in the world, I wished he was asking me to marry him instead of apologizing about my bruises. "We need to go," I murmured, trying to hide my discomfort. He stood up, his eyes going wild for a second, then nodded. "Yeah, let's go. But wash those hands first." I did as he asked once I'd resituated myself completely, clothes-wise. He grabbed his rain jacket and did the same. "Might want to act like you hurt yourself or something," he murmured. I pulled out a Band-Aid and pasted it on my forehead. He rolled his eyes. "Have you been carrying those around in your pocket this entire time?" he asked as he used the paper towel in his hand to unlock the lock. "Yeah," I admitted. "I read on a blog about what to take to Disney. One of the make sure you have these things was Band-Aids." When he opened the door, it was to find some man standing there looking pissed. "Charles, what the fuck?" Slate asked in surprise as he got a look at the man he obviously knew. "What are you doing here?" Charles tore his eyes away from me and aimed them at the man at my side. And what I saw there wasn't a surprised recognition, but a hate-filled one. "People have been waiting out here for 10 minutes, he growled. Slate didn't look the least bit apologetic. "Actually, we've only been in there for 6.5. He looked at his watch. "What are the fucking odds that you are here right now? Why are you here right now?" Slate moved me to the side so that I could move around Charles, who still hadn't backed up or given us any room to move without getting indecently close. Charles glanced at us as we moved to the side. "I'm here with my family," he grumbled, gesturing to the kids that were huddled off to the side of the bathrooms, with whom I assumed to be their mother. Only they didn't look like they needed to use the bathroom. In fact, they looked like they were ready to leave based on the look of both of the kids' faces. They were staring off at what looked like Mickey in the distance, gesturing and pointing excitedly. I was honestly excited, too. That Mickey character was the first one that I'd seen in the park, not guarded by 2 security guards and lacking a long-ass line to see him. "Hey," I whispered to Slate, "I'm just going to go over there." Slate looked at where I was pointing and nodded. "That's fine. See you in a second." Happy to escape the thick tension between the 2 men that were facing off for some reason I couldn't fathom, and knowing that the time for questions would be later, I chose to take a selfie with Mickey and then send it to my family. I loved group messages. My dad and brother, not so much, though it was likely that my brother wouldn't answer. He hadn't the entire trip at Disney. My dad and Mom did, though, Mom more than Dad. Snapping the selfie and sending it off, I went to another ice cream stand and grabbed another ice cream Mickey had. I took a selfie of me with that, too, and sent it off. This time to Slate with a question mark. My phone pinged, making me smile, so I took a seat on the bench next to where Mickey had been and read it. "Dad, why is he wearing those weird clothes?" Harley, "Because it's Animal Kingdom, I guess. Mickey has to dress accordingly." Mom, "Oh, how fun! I'm so jealous of all your pictures." Dad, "Maybe you should just send them to your mother so I can work without having to hear my phone go off every 5 seconds while y'all talk about shit I don't want to talk about." Dax, "Jesus Christ, it's like the explosion of text messages. Did we really need to see your stupid food?" Mom, "That stupid food was adorable. And hey, baby, did you have fun on your little mission?" Dax, "What mission?" Harley, "We're not dumbasses, dumbass. And here's a picture of my food that I'm eating right now." Sending them the selfie I'd sent Slate, I grinned when I automatically got a red receipt from all of them. Dad, "Cute. Who's that man behind you?" I looked closer at the photo. Harley, "No idea. There are so many people here that it's almost impossible to get a picture without at least 5 people being in the shot with you." Dad, "Sounds like a place I'll never want to visit again." I rolled my eyes. That wasn't really surprising. My dad not wanting to go anywhere where there were too many people was the reason that we never really visited places that I really wanted to go, like New York and California. They were just too people-y. Harley, "Slate said that he's never been to Broken Bow, Oklahoma, so I invited him on our annual family trip this summer." I hadn't really, but now that I thought about it, I wanted him to go. And I had a feeling he would say yes if I'd ask. Plus, I also wanted to ease my family into the notion that Slate and I were a thing. Well, at least I thought we were a thing. I'd have to ask him for sure, but I had a gut feeling that we were, which really, really excited me. Dax, "Slate? The man that protected you from getting fucked up at the hospital? What does he have to do with anything?" Mom, "He took her to Disney World with him and his family. They're a thing." Dad, "What?" Dax, "What?" My lips twitched. I just loved my mom. She knew things even when I hadn't said them. Usually that was in relation to a lie that I'd said, but in this instance, it was good knowing that she was on my side already. Harley. We're a thing, by the way. It's new. Don't kill him. I like him. A lot. Dad. When did this thing happen? Harley. I don't know. Before we left, I guess. He lets me sleep in his hammock now without giving me shit first. Plus, I think he's the one. Dax. What the fuck? It's been like a week and a half since I left. Why does it sound like you're going to marry him? Mom. Language, Dax. And you know that your sister is smart. Give her some credit. If she says he's the one, he's likely the one. That's more than I can say about you. That was true. My brother had plenty of girlfriends in his time, and according to him, at the time of each girlfriend, they were the one. And after each failed relationship, he added another tattoo, each more offensive than the one before it. I wasn't sure if the offensive tattoos were due to the fact that he was trying to fix whatever pain that he had going on in his heart, thanks to the women that left him, or if he was trying to make it to where a woman wouldn't approach him any longer with all the colorful tattoos. Whatever the reason, my brother was definitely more prone to throwing his weight in when it came to the one than I was. Me? I'd never shared with my family before about anyone. Not even my boyfriend in college that lasted an entire 6 months. Dax. Shut up. Mom. Dax, honey, we love you. How was your mission? Dax. No. Mission. Mom. Sure. We'll pretend that we didn't know that you would be in Louisiana and make your way to Florida. Harley. You're in Florida? I'm in Florida. Dax. I'm gonna get my ass kicked, FYI. Shut up. Dad. If they kick your ass, remind them who your father is. Dax. Sure, that's exactly what I'm going to say. Not. Dad. I'll say it then. Dax. Don't you dare. Mom. We just want you to be happy, Dax. Dax. I'd be happy if y'all would stop butting into my business. Dad. The day we stop butting into your business is the day we're dead, so think about that. Dax. Shut up. Dad. Now, Harley Bell, tell me you didn't sleep with this guy already. My face flamed. Dax. She totally did. Mom. I would have. Have you seen his body? Dad. No, not really. He was just supposed to work for me, not do anything with my daughter. Dax. I may or may not be close to Florida right now. Want me to go kick his ass? I rolled my eyes. What are you smiling about right now, baby? My heart skipped a beat when I looked up to find Slate staring down at me. He took a seat next to me and brought my ice cream to his lips, once again licking the drip off the back of my hand that I hadn't seen. You and these things are dangerous, he murmured. I felt his lick deep in my core. I'm smiling about the fact that my brother just said he was close to Florida when my mom and dad have been giving him shit for the last 10 minutes about a mission he refuses to say he's on, I explained. He grumbled out an "oh," but kept his eyes on something across the walkway from us. Charles. Charles, who was close enough to be listening to our every word. Instead of asking Slate about him, I looked over and up at him and said, Are you ready to go? I want to go get a nap in before we go back to the park tonight to ride the rest of our rides. We didn't have any definite plans tonight, or today at all, really. Everyone that had come with us had eventually split off into their own smaller groups. The only thing that we did at this point was meet up for dinner. You're dripping again, he murmured. I looked down at the drip that had made its way all the way under my magic band, the band that I used for everything, to get on rides, to get into my hotel room, to buy lunch or dinner. And I sighed. Who knew Florida would be this hot right now, I grumbled, as I took the magic band off and placed it on the seat beside me so I could get at the ice cream underneath it. Pretty much everyone, Slate said. I'm not sure Florida gets any hotter or colder than this, to be honest. I think it's always this temperature. Maybe a little bit cooler, but not much. That's why old people retire down here. I finished off the rest of my ice cream and stood up to toss my popsicle stick into the trash. Slate followed me and waited for me to dispose of it before reaching for my hand. My hand once again started to pound. and I went to say something to him, but once again saw Charles out of the corner of my eye, standing awfully close. I frowned. "Let's go," I murmured. We'd lose him in the crowd for sure. And we did, kind of, which was when I decided to ask Slate my most important question. "Slate, what are we doing?" I questioned. Slate frowned down at me as we dodged a mother with a triple-wide stroller and 3 very pissed-off triplets wailing away in their seats. "Going to the hotel like you suggested?" he frowned. "No." I licked my dry lips, tasting salt and ice cream. "I mean us. What are we doing?" He pulled me behind him when a father and his son nearly took me out. When he pulled me back in front of him, he said, "I think you and me both know exactly what's going on here." I growled in frustration. "Slate!" He sighed. "This, you and me, is something that I'm kind of afraid to define because the things I'm feeling. I'm not sure that there's a definition for it just yet, okay? Like, you want to be a couple, though. You want this to continue when we get home?" I pushed. He pulled me off to the side of the flow of traffic leaving the park, and then looked down into my eyes as he said, "This most definitely is going to continue once we get home." The certainty in his voice had a chill racing down my spine. I looked over my shoulder, wondering if we were alone, only to see Charles's pissed-off face as he rushed toward us. His family was practically running to keep up with him. "Let's go," I urged. "I'm ready for a nap." Slate's eyes went hot. "A nap?" My lips twitched. Yeah." His eyes twinkled as he took my hand into his and urged me forward. "I really wish we didn't have a 20-minute bus ride back to our hotel, or a 15-minute wait for the bus to even arrive. We'd literally walked up to the bus stop just as the hotel shuttle that ran every 20 minutes pulled away. Perfect. What was even more perfect was that Charles followed us to the same damn line. It was only after we loaded the bus and finally took our seat that I asked what was on my mind. "Who is that?" I whispered quietly, so the man still behind us with his family wouldn't hear. They'd literally followed us all the way out of the park and onto the same bus. "That's Charles," he whispered. "The baby daddy." The baby daddy. Holy shit. But that still didn't explain his open hostility aimed in our direction. "What did he have to say?" I asked curiously. I mean, I'd been curious before, but now I was rabid for information. From what little I knew of him, Charles hadn't really been an enemy. Had he? If anybody had a right to be mad, it wasn't Charles. It was Slate, yet I wasn't getting any vibes off of Slate that told me he held any hostility when it came to the man. "He said that he was here with his family," Slate murmured, pulling me closer when the air conditioner on the bus started to make me shiver. "That he was having a good time until he saw me." I snorted. "What's with the open hostility?" I questioned. "If anybody has a right to be mad, it's definitely not him." He grunted out an agreeing sound. "He's been like that since I left for prison," Slate shrugged, making my head bounce slightly. "Charles has always been an odd duck. What's even weirder is that he came to see me right before the last day of my trial. Came by and started making all these weird comments about my house, how much Vanessa had hated it, how she'd hated the car that I'd gotten her, and even more how she hadn't really loved me. A bunch of bullshit, because when Vanessa realized that I had found out she'd slept with Charles, she'd been devastated. I could tell. Though I decided to leave her, she'd definitely not been too keen on it. She'd wanted to make it work." "So weird," I murmured, allowing my eyes to click to Charles and his family. "They don't even look like they like each other." Slate's body shifted as he openly stared at Charles, who was looking forward as if he'd just had his plaything taken away from him, like a spoiled child who was used to getting exactly what he wanted. "They don't," Slate agreed. "What's even weirder is that I've seen him here and there in town since I got out. Never in my life seen her before, or those kids. Nobody mentioned him having a family either. I've caught up with quite a few cop buddies since I got out, and he's come up quite a few times. None of those times were any of them mentioned, not a single one. The bus that was holding still to allow more and more people on finally closed its doors, making me breathe a sigh of relief. Now that I was on my ass and laying my head against a very comfortable, but still really hard chest, I realized just how tired I was. You know, I murmured quietly, I didn't realize how tired I actually was. His arm curled tighter around mine as he said, "Then catch a nap. Because we're going to be busy when we get back to the hotel." The naughtiness in his voice wasn't lost on my tired self. "Is that right?" He shifted so that his mouth was at my ear. Lower in his voice to almost subvocal, he said, "Oh yeah. There are a couple of things I want to do to you before we leave. Make you remember Disney in the best way possible." "But my legs are sore," I teased. His arm tightened around my shoulder. "Don't worry, baby. I'll make sure to do all the work." And he did. Oh, boy, did he. Chapter 17. Have y'all ever met someone that lies for no reason? They just walk around with diabetes. Harley's secret thoughts. Harley. I didn't want to go home. Was that stupid? I was tired as hell. I had 8,000 things that needed to be done at home, yet I didn't want to go. One, I was tired. I didn't realize just how much walking there'd be when it came to Disney. I'd forgotten since my last trip just how exhausting it really was. Yes, I'd assumed there'd be quite a bit, but I hadn't realized just how out of shape I was until I was forced to walk everywhere. The bathroom, the next ride, dinner, the list went on and on and on. "You want to go watch the fireworks at Magic Kingdom up close?" he asked. I thought about the confrontation he'd had with Charles earlier, and his promise that he wouldn't be leaving again until it was time to go to the airport. "I thought you said you weren't leaving the hotel room again," I asked curiously. "Momentary lapse of judgment," he laughed. "Plus, I know that you want to go to the fireworks and see them in person." That was true. I did. But I also didn't want to go alone. I wasn't stupid. I was raised to know that being a woman in this world wasn't always the safest thing to be, and going out alone at night would only add to that. "So you're saying that you're willing to go with me, even though you swore you wouldn't be moving again?" I crawled over him. His eyes lit with amusement as he reached for me. "I'd literally just done all the work," he mumbled, his eyes going to my unbound breasts. "And that orgasm was an out-of-body experience. I was tired." I allowed my breast to drag teasingly against his chest, causing his eyes to flare. "We could just watch them from the balcony," I told him, "and use those chairs for other things besides just sitting." "And give little Johnny on the balcony above ours a peep show?" he asked, raising his large, rough palm to cup one breast. "I think not." I looked down when I felt his cock jerk against my inner thigh. "Didn't you just come?" I teased. "Hours ago," he murmured. "We got back to the hotel at around 4. It's 6 now." True. Our dinner wasn't until 8:30 in the Magic Kingdom, but he'd informed me after I'd drained him of life about 2 hours ago that he wasn't going anywhere or doing anything until it was time to leave the hotel tomorrow to travel to the airport. "We can take our luggage down." My breath hitched when his thumb swept over my distended nipple. I wasn't sure which was better, the rough pat of his thumb sweeping over it or dragging it along his chest hair. "And then walk? Don't take the monorail. It should shave 15 minutes off our commute." He suddenly pinched my nipple, causing me to gasp. "Climb up here and put my cock inside your pussy," he ordered. One brow rose. We literally just did this. We had. And he'd made me come hard, twice. Yet I still wanted more. And it was obvious that he did too. When I didn't comply fast enough, he bodily lifted me up by placing his large hands on my hips, positioned me over him, then pushed me down. His cock found my entrance without either one of us positioning it, and when I slowly started to sink down on his shaft, I watched his eyes the entire time. Each inch that he gave me caused me to quiver with excitement. His entrance was also eased by way of the last release he'd left inside of me. After we'd finished, I'd fallen asleep on his chest, only to wake up an hour later to him telling me we should get up. The thought of how we'd literally just stopped caring about the consequences of our actions filled me with excitement. I could be pregnant right now. I could have conceived Slate Solis's baby at Disney World. Though the timing hadn't really been right in the beginning of the week, it was damn sure right now. The possibility was high, actually. The thought of carrying his baby sent little quivers of excitement down my spine. What was that look for? He paused with his cock halfway in my pussy. I licked my lips and started to sit up, to pull away, only to have him force me back down, taking even more of him than he'd given me previously. He still wasn't all the way in, but he was in enough that I felt full and urgent, the need to start riding him a compulsion that I couldn't quite control. I swallowed hard and tried to think of something to say, something that wouldn't make me sound crazy for wanting his baby. But he squeezed his hands on my thighs and said, "Tell me, baby." So I did. I told him. "I was thinking about having your baby," I told him bluntly. His eyes flared. "You're sure you want that? That you don't think it's too soon in our relationship?" he asked, pushing my hips down so that I could take even more of him. I swallowed hard and tried to think of whether he was open to the idea or if he was upset about it. In the end, I went with honesty. Again. "Yes," I croaked, my ass finally meeting the tops of his hard, muscular thighs. They tensed when I shimmied my hips, trying to get more comfortable. But I knew it was futile. Having Slate in me would never be comfortable. He was a big man, and I was a small woman. My thighs were spread obscenely wide, giving me no purchase whatsoever, causing me to take all of him whether I wanted to or not. He pulled me down until my breasts were once again tickling under his chest hair. "You want to know a secret?" he asked, sweeping his thumb over the apple of my cheek. "What?" I whispered, my mouth hovering inches over his. "I do too." I shifted from side to side, trying to see over the person in front of me, and came up empty-handed. "I can put you on my shoulders," the man behind me suggested. "I can see great." "You can see great because you're 6'4", I snickered. I would almost take you up on that offer, but I'm fairly sure if I put pressure on my vagina right now, I just might cry the whole time. The mother of two who'd forced her way in front of us when we'd arrived, running over my foot with her massive stroller, turned around and glared at me. I wasn't apologetic in the least. Had she not gone to that exact spot, I would have been able to stand on the park bench instead of being forced to look at her ugly hair the entire time. Bitch. 6'5", he corrected me. "And how about just on my back?" I thought about that for a second. That wouldn't be too bad. "Okay," I said, "but when the show starts, I'm okay down here for now." The show, meaning the fireworks at Magic Kingdom, that would be starting in about a minute and a half. "Just get up here," he muttered. "Your puny weight isn't going to cause me to die if I have you up here for an extra minute." I felt my lips twitching. "Okay, bend down a little bit." He crouched down until he was practically kneeling on the ground, and I scrambled up onto his back. When he stood back up, my ass ended up being in the mom of two's face. "Hey!" she cried out. "Sorry," I called out. "You can move over to my spot." She huffed and did just that, not willing to fight when Slate looked at her over his shoulder and glared. "You're handy to have around," I teased, as I wrapped my arms around his neck and dropped a kiss to his bearded cheek. "And man, my foot really, really hurts. Is it possible to break something by having a stroller roll over it?" I hadn't realized just how much it was hurting until he'd lifted me off of my feet. I stuck my foot out so that he could see it, and winced. I'd worn sandals thinking I wanted to look cute for dinner. What I'd ended up doing was offering my feet no protection from the mob that was about to surround us. "Fuck," he said, sounding concerned. "Do you—" The lights went out everywhere, and people started to squeal in excitement all around it. Then the most magical light and fireworks show that I'd ever seen in my life started. And when Aladdin lit up the castle, Slate started to sing, and his voice literally took my breath away. Because, surprise, surprise, he sang even better than my dad. My dad, who sang me songs every single time I asked him to. My dad, who sounded like a better version of Josh Turner. My dad, who had always been the best singer I ever knew. Slate Solis blew Max Tremaine out of the water, and he took my breath right along with it. An hour later, Slate was holding me on his back in front of the elevators, cursing silently underneath his breath as more and more people crowded us to get on the elevator. "We could take the stairs," I suggested. "Someone propped open the fourth-floor door, remember?" "That's someone being me," Slate grumbled. "This goddamn elevator is the stupidest thing I've ever witnessed in my life." It really was. There were 5 elevators in total, and only 3 of them worked. The other 2 were for people coming down from the roof. People who paid a shit ton of money to access a private club up there, and staff. To make matters worse, from the hours of 8 until 10 in the morning, and then again at 6 until 10 in the evening, the elevators got so jam-packed with people that the wait for an elevator could take upwards of 15 to 20 minutes. And the stupid thing was, there were no stairs that accessed the rooms. You could leave out of the stairs at either end of the hallways, but you couldn't come back up. "You can put me down. I can walk," I told him. "Maybe." I wasn't sure what the lady had done to my foot, but it had gone from being swollen just a little bit and aching to swollen a lot and throbbing with pain. It was very possible that I'd broken something in my foot by her running over it, though I felt somewhat vindicated as we were leaving out, and Slate accidentally stepped on her foot when she tried to cut us off with her stroller. "No," he said, "we'll take the stairs, and I'm not putting you down." And he didn't. Not until he'd climbed 4 sets of stairs and set me down to rest on the bed. "I'm still hungry, though, Slate," I told him, smiling slightly when he gently placed me upright on the bed, scooting me until my back rested against the headboard. Seconds later, he was putting a pillow underneath my foot. "I'll go get food," he said, "and I'll get some ice on the way back up." I smiled at him. That sounds perfect. After placing a quick kiss on my lips, he dragged my cell phone charger over to me, handed me the remote off the end of the bed, and then left the room without another word. It was when I was considering losing my pants that I realized that I really, really had to go to the bathroom. Also, I hadn't taken a shower yet, and I was fairly sure I smelled like sweat and sex. Sure, we'd changed into clean clothes after our afternoon festivities, but that didn't mean I was clean. So while he was spending 30 minutes ordering us food and lugging it back up here, I'd taken a quick shower and hoped that I didn't slip and die while he was gone. Plus, maybe if I got it done before he got back, he wouldn't be too mad at me for doing it without him. Because ever since he'd seen the swelling on my foot, he'd refused to let me do a thing, even open the hotel room door for him. Acting fast, I hobbled to the bathroom and started stripping off my clothes on the way. It was halfway through my shower that I heard what I thought was the hotel room door opening. But when he didn't come in and start ripping me a new one, I finished up my shower, packed all my stuff into the zipper compartment of my travel cosmetic case, and then got dressed in the clothes I'd set out this afternoon for me to wear home on the plane tomorrow. Once I had everything all nicely stacked and ready to go, my foot was throbbing once again, and I was fairly positive that something in my foot had to be broken for it to be hurting this bad. This was no ordinary pain. And what kind of loser got ran over by a stroller and broke her foot? Obviously, this loser. But I wouldn't go see a doctor while I was here. I'd go see one in Kilgore tomorrow when we finally made it home. Hopefully, the worst of the pain would be taken care of by the ibuprofen that I had next to the bed. Thinking to grab a glass of water on the way to the bed, I bent down and reached for the small refrigerator that was right outside the bathroom door. When I stood back up, I found my gray magic band sitting on the counter. I frowned hard, wondering where it had come from. I'd lost it and had to go to the front counter at our resort to get a new one. I thought I'd left it at Animal Kingdom, but something hard hit me in the back of my head, and I fell to my knees before rolling all the way over to my back and curling in on myself as I tried to figure out what in the hell just happened.
Chapter 18. Safety first. Just kidding. Coffee first. Safety is third or fourth. Coffee cup. Slate. Texting my sister that something happened to Harley's foot and we wouldn't be making it to dinner or movie night out by the pool tonight, I warily waited for the elevator. I'd tried to take the stairs again, but someone had found the towel I'd propped the door open with and had removed it, meaning I'd had to haul my ass back down the stairs and wait for the goddamn elevator. This is ridiculous, I muttered darkly as 8 people with strollers tried to shove into the elevators. If you'd fold those up, 5 more people could get on. One mother frowned and did just that. Sorry. It's been a long day. I got on and didn't say a word, frustrated and pissed off that the hotel didn't have better accommodations to get up to your room. That was definitely something I would mention to anyone who ever expressed interest in staying at this particular hotel. The door to the elevator closed and I stared at the stainless steel door, ignoring the kid that kept kicking me in the shin. I also ignored the way the woman at my side was smiling up at me, and the way she was at least 6 months pregnant. Only when the doors opened did I practically vault out of the elevator and toward our hotel door, thankful that the damn thing was at least close. A muffled thump from inside the hotel room had me cursing. She'd fallen. I just knew it. She'd tried to get up and had fallen because there was something seriously wrong with her foot, even though she was trying to downplay it. Using my band to get in, I pushed open the door without giving it much thought and threw the door closed, slapping the lock home before turning around and coming to a complete halt. Didn't think that I knew you had a thing for her, did you? Charles asked, hovering over Harley's prone body as if he would stomp on her at any second. Well, you're not that observant, but I am. I watched every single second that you were in there. I had people there to tell me your every move, to tell me that the only time that they saw you show any interest at all was when this tiny little woman came in. A tiny woman that needed a place to go. And where else would I put her but right next to you? First, the fact that Charles was in my hotel room shocked the shit out of me. Second, the fact that Harley was looking at me with utter fear and revulsion on her face made me want to tear him apart with my bare hands. Thirdly, I'd known Charles had owned the house next door to me. It had been his grandmother's. His grandmother had perished in the house, only to be found weeks later by Charles, who had finally deigned to grace his grandmother with his presence. Something that I would never, ever do to my own grandmother. But that just showed the difference between me and Charles. Charles? He'd allowed his own grandmother to rot, literally, for 2 weeks before he'd pulled his head out of his ass far enough to begin to worry when he didn't hear back. Me? Well, I would have been freaking out within a day, if not hours. Now that I worked with her part-time at the bakery, I was there at least 2 to 3 hours every day. I'd notice in a heartbeat that she hadn't opened, or that bread wasn't made when I arrived. Charles kicked Harley with the sole of his foot, knocking her backward and away from him slightly. I was happy that she was farther away from him, definitely out of kicking distance, but pissed off beyond belief that he'd just kicked her. "Are you even listening to me?" Charles hissed. I gritted my teeth and nodded once, trying not to look down at Harley, who was trying to inch herself away from where Charles was. "Leave her alone," I said. "She didn't ever do anything to you." I was confused. Really and truly, I had no idea what the hell was going on. When I'd spoken to him earlier, he'd acted like it was one big coincidence that he was there when we were. And honestly, it could have been a coincidence. Harley had shown me 3 different people on her Facebook that had come at the same time that we had, all from our area. It wasn't that much of a stretch for Charles to go too. But now that he was spouting off random thoughts about me and Harley, I had a feeling that this was no random encounter with us at Disney. It was also nice that Harley's roommate was willing to pay whatever the fuck I wanted just so he could be closer to the boyfriend. Charles snickered. I raked in pay dirt on them for years. He paused, smiling slightly at something only he knew. But I had to fan their fire, play them against each other a little bit. What? I asked,
confused now. I found out their life story about 2 seconds into knowing the two of them. Both men love each other. He looked disgusted. And the one living across the street was shit at hiding the fact that he more than knew who his neighbor was. So I got to asking around, made friends with him. When I found out he was set on leaving, I made sure to offer him my other rental house. He jumped on it. 2 birds and 1 stone and all that. I rolled my eyes, which was a mistake. You think I'm joking? You think this is funny? No. I thought this was a colossal fuck-up on my part, and I wanted to go back to the real world. Yet I didn't say any of that because Charles was quickly showing me that he was unstable, and I didn't want Harley anywhere near him. And I didn't care what it took on my part to get him away from her. I would make sure to hold my cool no matter what. All of you and your petty problems, he snickered. And here I am, missing the love of my life, and nobody even thinks about her anymore. So we were getting down to the point now, thank God. You're going to have to explain that statement to me, I murmured softly. I have no idea what's going on right now. Charles sneered, his hands shaking with rage as he pointed at me. That was when I saw the glint of silver, a knife, tucked up under his sleeve that he had concealed by wrapping his hands around it. I guess that was the good thing about Disney. It was utterly impossible to sneak shit into the park. They checked you at the gate, they checked you at the monorail, and they checked you at the hotel. I should be counting myself lucky that he had a knife and not a gun at this point. You know how fucking hard it was to insinuate myself into your life? He asked. How hard it was to pretend that you were my friend, and that I didn't care one bit that you got to sleep next to her every night while I had to sit there and act like it didn't kill me that your hands were on her? I shook my head. I suggested double dates as much as I could, hoping just to get some time with her. He laughed hollowly. And the one time that I got to spend with her, that I get to have her, I can't even remember because I got so drunk, acting like I cared that some stupid kid died trying to pretend. A snick of air had me glancing at the door that separated our room from Rome and Izzy's. There were 2 doors, one on our side and one on theirs. Neither one was locked because this morning Astrid kept coming back and forth between the 2 rooms as she gushed about meeting princesses that day. That was when I saw it crack slightly open. I couldn't see anybody, but I knew that someone was there. Someone had heard Charles raising his voice. I just hoped that it wasn't Astrid. Goddamn, talk about bad. That would be a monumental clusterfuck. My eyes returned to Charles when he continued to talk. Tried to force her to come home with the fire. He sighed and took 2 steps away from the door. Though good, it also put him closer to Harley, who'd managed to creep almost to the balcony doors. But neither one of you gave a fuck. Who the hell doesn't come back home after their house is set on fire? Us, apparently. Thank God we'd stayed on course, or there was no telling what he would have done. Well, I'm happy that I managed to make it down here, because it's better to be done here anyway. So many people. He shook his head, a small smile lifting up the corners of his mouth. Do you ever think about what you want to say? What you want people to hear right before you die? I didn't answer him. I know what I wanted Vanessa to say to me, he whispered, sounding broken. I glanced at Harley only to return it to Charles just as quickly when I saw her creeping closer to the sliding door. And you let her die, he growled. You sat there and allowed her to get shot. No, I hadn't. I most certainly hadn't. And when you went back to take care of that prick for killing my Vanny, you didn't even finish the job. He laughed. I did. My heart stopped. Everything inside of me just froze for an instant in time while I soaked in his words. You didn't even finish the job. I did. Oh, holy fuck no. No. Was he telling me that I hadn't killed Vanessa's killer? That was when Harley lost her shit. Are you fucking telling me that Slate went to prison for killing a man and it wasn't even him that killed him, it was you? She shrieked. Harley, I warned. But she didn't heed my warning. She went off like an atomic bomb. 1 second she was crawling away and the next she was crawling like a rabid badger straight into danger. She took him out at the knees, surprising him. That was when I realized that if I didn't move, she would get stabbed. I just knew it. Hauling my arm back, I rocketed my fist forward and punched straight into Charles's throat. Seconds later, people started pouring out of the door between Rome's room and mine, the first one being Link James. He caught Charles by the hair and ripped him away from both Harley and me before anything could be done in retaliation. Charles was disarmed moments later when he tried to stab Bayou in the face. Little did Charles know that Bayou was used to dodging blows from inmates all the time. A slow stab from Charles was nothing in comparison to a desperate inmate wanting to get away by using a homemade shiv made out of toilet paper and spit. Rome was closer, though, walking into the room like the linebacker that he was and hitting Charles so hard in the chest with his shoulder that Charles's head snapped forward, despite Link holding onto his hair. Knowing that it was handled for now, I reached forward and drug Harley to me by her good leg. She was still trying to get a few good punches into the mostly incapacitated Charles. "Let me go, goddammit!" she hissed as she tried to crawl forward once more. "I'm going to fucking murder him. I'm going to claw his eyes out with my toenails and make him eat them." I chuckled as I finally pulled her into my chest and took my first breath of air since I'd entered the hotel room minutes earlier. It lasted all of 4.5 minutes, but it was long enough for it to take 10 years off my life. "He smashed my pizza, too," she screeched. That was when I started laughing. I couldn't help it. I buried my face into her neck and lost it. "I can't believe you're laughing right now," Harley hissed. "I'm never speaking to you again." Out of all the things she could be pissed at me right then, she was pissed about that. I gathered her up in my arms, brought her into my chest, and then pressed a kiss to every available spot on her face, showering her in kisses. God, I'd been so close to losing her that it was honestly terrifying to think about. "Stay down, motherfucker," Link growled. That was when the rest of the bare-bottom Guardians MC women entered the room, one by one until there was no more risk to my Harley, making me slightly lose it, but only slightly. I lost it fully an hour later when I found out that Harley had a minor concussion, a broken foot, and a broken pinky finger that she sustained when she hit Charles in the nose with a closed fist. "It was worth it," she muttered darkly. "Totally and utterly worth it." If she said so. Chapter 19. Listen, am I the most attractive girl out there? Well, no. But do I have a good personality? Also, no. But I do wake up every day and think that I might try to be the best person I can be. Sometimes. Harley to Slate. Slate. I couldn't say that I was surprised to find Max on my doorstep the next morning after we'd arrived home. Last night I'd called him to tell him what had happened once we'd once again gotten settled in our room. Harley had been sleeping on the couch for a solid hour before I decided to get a workout in. But I'd quickly dismissed that idea. The idea of doing nothing but sitting my ass on my couch for the next 48 hours sounded much more exciting. I'd literally just sat down with a cup of coffee and the remote when a series of knocks had sounded from the front door. Groaning as I got up, I made my way to the door and nearly rolled my eyes when I saw who it was through the opaque glass. Opening the door wide, I let him in. His nostrils flared when he saw her lying on the couch in her underwear and one of my t-shirts. If I'd thought before I'd opened the door, I would have realized that maybe I should cover her up before her dad saw how comfortable she was around me when we were alone. Shit. "You better marry her," he said. "And swear to Christ, if you ever hurt her, I'll give you the gun myself and stand still," I finished for him. "Trust me when I say, that's the last thing in the world I'll ever do." He sighed and unfisted his hands. "I thought for sure with the way y'all fought that nothing would happen. Guess I was wrong." My lips twitched. "Yeah, you were wrong." He rolled his eyes and then pulled out a sheaf of papers out of his back pocket. "This is a list of all the shit I've dug into since the phone call last night," he murmured. "Looks like the family he had was hired. There's a couple of grand deposits the day before he left. His credit cards are maxed out on tickets, hotel rooms, and shit from Disney. Something in which he likely couldn't afford." I felt my stomach clench. "Are they going to bring him back to Texas?" I asked. With the majority of his crimes being committed in Texas, I knew that it was most likely, but shit was definitely crazy when it came to attempted murder. "As of right now, no," Max shook his head. "But they'll tack on his charges here over there. He won't get off without the max penalty he can be served with." "Try murder," Harley muttered darkly when she sat up. "You caught that part, right?" Max walked over to the couch and sat down, pulling his daughter into a tight embrace that showed that we'd likely scared the shit out of him last night. I'm honestly surprised they didn't meet us at the airport.
Yeah, Max said as he finally let her go. We definitely caught that part. And I know that you made sure to tell the arresting officer that, and the detective, who was amused when he informed me of that when I talked to him.
You talked to him? I asked as I closed the door and walked to the fridge. You want a beer?
Sure, Max said.
But you may want to hold off on anything to eat. Peyton dropped me off but went to grab some food in Dax, who flew into the county airport. He wasn't happy about what happened to Harley and had to come see for himself that she was okay.
Oh, yay.
Harley sighed and leaned her head against her father's shoulder.
Daddy, did I tell you I broke my foot because some woman ran over it with her stroller?
There was a long pause, and then, I assumed it was broken during your altercation with the bad guy, which, I might add, was very stupid of you. I told you to run away from danger, and only fight back if you had no other choice. She snickered.
I did have no other choice.
Being pissed off that your boyfriend went to prison for no reason and throwing yourself at a murderer with a knife isn't using your best judgment. Nor did you have no other choice. She sighed at her father's words. We then spent the next 20 minutes talking about nothing consequential as we waited for Peyton to arrive with Dax. Dax, who was extremely pissed off and let me know it when he saw how comfy and unclothed Harley was when he walked in the door. After making sure that she was okay, he gave me one look and said, "Would you please follow me outside?"
Dax,
Harley warned. I got up, knowing this had to be handled now or it wouldn't be handled at all. "Sure thing," I said. "Hey, Peyton, I have plates and forks and shit in my cabinets. Why don't you go find all that and get Harley some food? She has to eat before she can take another pain pill," the doctor said. Peyton got up to do just that, and before Harley could lift herself up off the couch and follow us, I leaned over the couch and into her space. "It'll be fine," I said softly as I placed my lips onto hers. "Plus, I might as well get it over with now."
"Get what over with?"
she asked, sounding resigned. "The asking for your hand in marriage thing," I said, "because we're going to be married before our kid comes."
"What?"
she breathed. "What?" Max almost shouted. Dax growled behind us. Peyton started to laugh. "Oh, Maxie Poo, you totally deserve everything you're about to have headed your way," Peyton teased as she walked into the kitchen. I winked at Harley's startled face, then backed away and walked out the door without another word. I wasn't surprised when both men followed me out. Nor was I surprised when Max immediately said, "She's pregnant?" I shook my head. "Not yet, but she will be. Soon." Dax started forward, but Max caught him by the shoulder. "Don't. I like that he's being honest, even if I want to kick his ass for doing it." Some movement caught my eye, and I turned to stare at the man that was unloading another U-Haul with boxes. "Be right back," I muttered distractedly. I looked at Craig, remembering what Charles had said last night, knowing there was yet another thing I had to take care of. Craig looked up before I'd even gotten across the street and stiffened, then looked away before we could make eye contact. "You remember him, don't you?" I asked curiously. Craig's head whipped around, and he stared at me as if I'd just done the unthinkable. "What? No," he stammered. "Yeah, you do," I muttered. "Why don't you want him to know that you know? Why hide it? It's obvious to everyone that he loves you and you love him. Sometimes, Slate, you have to move past the fear or you'll never live again. Sometimes you have to ride that fear and hope it doesn't kill you the next time death sneaks up on you." I'd been uttering those words by Rome just yesterday in regards to a certain little woman that was quickly burrowing her way into my cold, dead heart, going so deep that I'd never be able to dig her free. The words seemed perfect here, though, as if I should say them, but something stopped me. "Why aren't you telling them?" I asked. Craig swallowed hard. I have really bad parents," he admitted. "Ones that love that I'm a doctor. What they don't love, however, is Dre. They hate the fact that I'm gay and stop at nothing to let me know how uncouth that is." I looked at him with every ounce of revulsion that I had for him in that moment. "Well," I said softly, "I think that you're a coward. I also think that at the end of the day, if you're willing to give up on the person that you love, then maybe he's better off without you anyway." I hated that Dre would learn this about the man that he loved. Being lied to was the worst. And somehow what Craig was doing to Dre seemed even lower than what Vanessa had done to me. Craig's chin lifted up. "You're not going to tell him?" I shrugged. "I won't have to. Harley will. You just may want to start making up a better lie than the truth you just told me, if you want there to be a relationship there ever again. If you don't, well, go ahead and tell him what you just told me, and I can guarantee that you won't have one." With that, I walked back over to where Max was leaning against his bike with his son standing next to Harley's vehicle. "I have to go somewhere," I told them both. "With Peyton here to watch over Harley, I figure you might want to come with me." Dax's eyes narrowed. "I'm not sure I want to go anywhere with you," he snapped. I grinned. "Oh, I bet you will." I was right. He did want to go once he learned where it was that we were going. Chapter 20. I need a new house. This one is dirty. Text from Izzy to Slate. Slate. "Let me tell you something," I said as I squeezed the prick's neck tightly. "You don't go near her. You don't look her up on the internet. You don't even think about her." I paused. "I want you out of this house in 2 days. I've already cleared it with your parole officer. You're clear to move. You have a new parole officer in Tulsa." "Tulsa?" the prick roan wheezed. "I don't know anybody in Tulsa." I grinned then. "No, but I do." His eyes widened. "I won't touch her," he promised. "I was high as fuck that day. I don't do drugs anymore." "I don't care what you do and don't do as long as it doesn't involve my fiancée," I said. "What you do in Tulsa is your business. Just know I'll have eyes on you. I'll also be checking up on you every once in a while. If I don't like what I hear, I'll be amending my plans to let you live." He swallowed hard. "I won't." I smiled then, showing all of my teeth. "Good." I let him go and rubbed my hands on my pants as if it would help me get rid of the filth that I felt after touching him. "Go," I said, "and don't come back. I don't even care if your mother dies. I see you anywhere near here, and you're dead." Roan took off like his ass had been lit on fire. Though maybe it had. Maybe he finally understood that Harley was off limits. Though that was only after Dax and Max had gotten a hold of him too. I was the closer, the one that got to say the words. Max and Dax had done all their talking with their fists. "So, y'all ready to go?" Max asked, dusting his pants off. I nodded once. "Probably so. We've been gone for over an hour, and Harley's going to come looking for us soon." "That's the truth," Dax muttered. "Are you sure that you want to marry her?" I grinned wickedly. "About as sure as I am that I want to keep breathing." Max snorted. Dax, however, tilted his head. "As long as you know that if you ever hurt her, I'm going to make your life a living hell," he growled. I held my hands up in surrender. "Like I've told your father, I will gladly stand still and allow you to shoot me if I ever hurt her." Epilogue. Always get your wife a snack at the gas station. If you think to yourself maybe she doesn't want a snack, I'm telling you now that you're wrong. Max to Slate. Max. "Is he here yet?" I asked as I flipped open one eye. "Not yet," my wife murmured as she practically bounced in her seat. "I can't believe the baby is coming today. I almost asked to be in the delivery room, but I didn't. I want my mother," an all too familiar voice practically bellowed. "You can't hit a vein for shit." "Uh-oh," Peyton murmured, biting her lip as she tried not to laugh. "Better go before she does something drastic like kill her nurse." I pulled her in for a quick kiss. "Wake me up when he's here." "She'll be here soon," I heard Slate, the man that had married my daughter a little over a year ago, say. I looked up to find Slate standing in the doorway looking frazzled. The only other time I'd seen him in this current state was the day that I'd handed him my daughter's hand in marriage. He'd looked like I'd just handed him the moon and the stars and told him to take care of them, which I had. Harley was my baby, my everything, and the only little girl I'd ever had. She was my tiny little baby who'd been smaller than the palm of my hand when she was born, and I'd given her away to a man that cared for her almost as much as I did. But now he didn't look just frazzled. He looked terrified. "Harley wants you in there to do her IV," Slate murmured softly. "She's losing her shit quickly and is freaking out. I think it'd be best for you to just stay." Peyton was up and moving before he could finish talking. I grinned at Slate, who stayed rooted to the spot for a few long seconds as if he was gathering the courage to put on his brave face once again. "Everything okay?" I asked softly. Slate swallowed hard. "The infection is hitting her hard," he admitted. "I'm never doing this again. We're stopping at one baby." I snorted. "Good luck with that. I said the same thing about Harley. And look at that one." Dax was sleeping, stretched out on 6 of the waiting room chairs, looking uncomfortable as hell, but still able to sleep anywhere. Slate looked that way and grinned. I'm glad that he could make it. I grinned back. We knew that it was coming. Harley had gotten the flu when she was 31 weeks pregnant. She'd then gone on to get bronchitis, strep, and then pneumonia, which had then caused her to go into labor. From there, they hadn't been able to stop it, which meant delivering the baby at 32 weeks, 8 whole weeks early. "Take care of my girls," I said. "But you should probably get back in there. I don't want 2 hot-headed women trying to keep it calm and collected." Slate snorted. "Yeah," he laughed. "I know what you mean." With that, he left and didn't look back. I watched him go, saying a silent prayer that everything would be all right. There was something seriously fucked up with my heart at that moment in time, and I had a feeling that it was fear. Cold, hard, shaking in my boots fear. Link. "Is he here yet?" I asked as Conley and I parked our asses in the waiting room next to Max. "No," he grumbled. "Been in labor for going on 8 hours now. Nothing is happening." I sighed and leaned back in my chair. "Are they going to do a C-section since she's 8 weeks early?" Conley asked. "Not that I know of," Max admitted. "Though I haven't gone in there and asked." "Why not?" Conley asked. I wrapped my hand around her mouth and pulled her into my side. "Because not everybody is as nosy as you are." Conley licked my hand, her eyes sparkling. "Nosy?" she chirped. "You were the nosy Nancy that had to come to the hospital even though you were told that someone would call you the moment they had any news." I shrugged. "So I wanted to be here when he arrived. Sue me." My wife wrinkled her nose at me. "I'm fairly sure you're more excited about Slate's kid arriving than you were about your own." I rolled my eyes. "I think it's because Slate's been freaking out ever since they labeled Harley as a high-risk pregnancy. He's been treating her like spun glass, and Harley looks like she wants to strangle him every time he walks in the room and asks her if she needs anything." "Just admit it," Max said. "You love him." I scoffed. "I do not." "You so do," Conley disagreed. "You have this bromance going on with him, and you know it." I kind of did. Then again, ever since we'd gotten back from Disney World and kicking ass, I did have to admit that Slate had warmed up to the club, and us to him. He'd been willing to put the effort in once he knew that we weren't going to fuck him over.
Izzy. Is she here yet? I practically ran into the waiting room. I got my kids put to sleep, and my grandmother is watching them, I explained as I took a seat on the opposite side of Max. "How's she doing?" "Still in labor," Max murmured. "They're discussing whether or not to perform a C-section." "There a reason they're just not doing it?" I asked. "My sister's a stubborn asshole," Dax muttered as he sat up. "Jesus Christ, just go tell her to do it already." That comment was aimed at his father, who looked resigned. "Do you think that the Tremaine women do anything that I tell them to do? I'm just a bystander in this thing I call life." I grinned widely at the 2 men, loving the addition they made toward our family. Ever since our mother and father had cast us aside, we'd been sorely lacking in that. "Where did you go?" Rome asked as he took the seat beside me. "One second I was searching for coffee, and the next you were gone." "I didn't want to wait to hear anything while you searched for coffee," I shrugged. "I'm so excited I could burst." One by one, the waiting room filled with members of the Bare Bottom Guardians MC. Family, kids, babies, grandparents. Every single person that meant something to Slate was here. Now all that had to happen was a baby had to be born.
Slate. Harley, I said softly. You can give it one more try. But if she doesn't come with this push, you're getting the C-section. Him, she corrected me out of habit, looking exhausted and beautiful and scared. No argument? I asked. She shook her head. No, it's time. And it was. She'd given it her best shot, but if it didn't happen this time, we both knew what needed to happen. One more time, I said, watching the monitor. Push, Peyton ordered, helping hold up one leg while I held up the other. Harley hunched over her belly and pushed with all she had, and our baby came sliding out as if she was ready to be born. That was right. She. It's a girl, I murmured, stunned. Harley burst out crying. I knew it. Peyton and I started to laugh, and as the baby was cleaned up and placed on Harley's chest, I knew that everything was all right. The baby was crying hard and loud, and the doctors weren't rushing her away like they said they would if she came out not crying. She honestly looked beautiful, though very small. Well, the doctor said as she stared at us, that's one tiny little baby to be giving us so much trouble. Harley started to laugh. My dad said the same thing when I was born. It must run in the family, I said as I ran my finger down the baby's cheek. You're going to make my life a living hell, aren't you? It was directed at my daughter, but Harley was the one to answer. And you're going to enjoy every single second of it. This concludes F-Bomb by Lani Lynn Vale.